very rough artwork here. Some banners. And a very quiet speaker's corner. It is gone midday. It's a kind of grey and a little bit wet today. I was nearby, so I thought I would stop in and remind people of a few things. Got a little bit of chalk down, as you can see. But the footfall is slow, and right now the rain is just increasing a little bit. So, good timing. It's been a while since I did any kind of content at all. Been keeping my head down just to go through the winter, do what needs to be done.
That's my bed, you know. My bed.
Hey, nice to see you. You Spanish? Portuguese?
French.
French, oh okay. I was just driving through France a few months ago. I love the country.
Where have you been?
I was going Limoges.
Okay.
You know Limoges? I was driving through to Spain
Okay.
this time, so that went that way through Limoges. But yeah, I love the country. French are good people. And by the way, I've got a little bit of French in me. I'm at 1/8 French.
Okay.
Nice. And do you live here?
Part-time.
Okay.
Part-time. I kind of live in South Africa.
Okay.
You know, have you heard of Huguenots? The Huguenots were people that left France when there were the Roman Catholic Church was chasing people, and they left France and went to South Africa. So I'm connected to France through those people, Huguenots.
Okay.
And about 10 years ago, I came across this information that, you know, if you stand in France and you look over at England, you can see the White Cliffs of Dover.
Ah, yes.
You heard of that?
Yeah.
And that's the White Cliffs of Dover are 300 feet tall, and the distance about 20 miles. Now, when you use the maths for the globe, that 300 feet should be underneath the globe because it's meant to be bending. Like the ship, when it goes from the beach, it's meant to be bending down like this. Well, so too is England, right, according to the globe model. But we've discovered with powerful telescopes that we can see 50 miles. We can see ships that are 50 miles away. They haven't gone over any curve because water, like I've pointed out here, water always finds a level when it's in a container. And the fluid dynamics demand that water or gas, if you want to contain it, must be in a container. Because if you put it on a ball, it's just going to run off the ball. But when you're 7 years old, the teachers taught us all that water is going to magically stick to the underside of the ball in Australia because gravity. You're going to fly and sail underneath the ball, but always feel like you're on top because of relativity. These are theories that they told us to make us believe in Santa Claus and believe that we could live on a ball. But the truth is that the ancient cultures, they knew. The Hebrews, you go back in time, the Incas, the Egyptians, the Mayans, they all said we live in a cave or in an enclosure. The Bible says there's a rakia, God sets out a roof. He separates the waters from the waters. And we live inside of a container, a safe container created by God. But this idea that we live on the outside of a ball, it all comes from the evolution line, that everything just came from a big bang, rather than some divine essence said, I'm going to create this environment for myself to experience through you. God is closer to you than the jugular vein in your neck. And we know that God is in us, but they would rather have us going out to space and believing in aliens and higher cultures and things that are millions and billions of miles away, when everything is actually centered on you. The earth is much smaller than we think. You can sail around the earth. You know, you can sail around England and Scotland. You know, you can sail in a boat around England and Scotland. So we can do the same around Europe and Africa. I've kind of drawn down there like a flat earth conception. This is what people in the ancients believed, is that we have an equator, yes, but we also have a world with 70% water in a container. And the governments of the world have conspired to block us in here so that we don't know what's outside. They call it the Antarctic Treaty. Anything after 60 south parallel, you have to go by permission. And when you do go 70 or 80, you're definitely going to be under a government approved or military control in that environment. So we don't really know what's outside. Back in the 1950s, a lot of exploration was done by the American Navy. An admiral called Richard Byrd made himself very famous, coming back after 10 years with 5,000 soldiers and a fleet of ships. He came back after 10 years and said, I found land that no man has ever seen, bigger than America, with resources that would last lifetimes. And he was only looking down here at the bottom of South America. And he came across and said there's vast land out there. So it could be that there is hidden land on a flat earth, and they've locked us in a ball to make us think there's nowhere else, because on a ball there's nowhere to go. But on a flat earth, yes, there could be other continents that are hidden out here that we've never been able to see. But I come back to the fundamentals. One, water at rest is level, always. Two, if you don't disturb it. Two, we've never been able to prove, and Einstein said it himself, it seems as if the earth is not moving. We've got no experiment that can prove the earth to be moving. Yes, the sun and the moon, which the Quran says are small lights that move over us. They travel over us, these lights, and they stop for 3 days at one time. But they travel over us, these lights. We do not move under them. If you go to the nightclub or the disco, the lights are moving in the roof, the floor doesn't need to move. You just move the lights and it's like, wow. You go to the planetarium to look at the stars, you sit on your back and they just spin the lights around in the sky. And when an aeroplane flies towards you, it seems like it's rising, 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 and then when it goes away from you, it's setting, setting, setting. Right? This is perspective. It makes everything squashed into the distance. And this perspective is what's been used to trick us when we're 7 years old and say that's because of the globe, everything's just running off the edge of the globe. We can't prove that. And fluid dynamics demands that you've got to contain it, and when it's contained, it will be perfectly level. The oil will float on the water, perfectly level. So that's why I come out and tell people, listen, the whole NASA thing, going to the moon, never happened. We can't get out. The moon and the sun are two lights, masculine, feminine, hot, cold, blue, red. They are electromagnetic points of energy in the system that feed us, that nourish us. But in the worship of the sun, then we are doing something that we advise not to do, which is give worship to the sun. The sun worship, Jesus, all of this stuff is worshipping the sun. And heliocentrism worships the sun. You know, the belief that the sun came first, when the Bible, Old Testament says the sun is coming after the earth. God creates the earth and sees that it's good. And on day 4, he creates the sun and the moon and the stars, which are for signs and for seasons. And these signs have been the same for all of recorded history. All of recorded history, going back to the Inca, going back to the Sumerians, they used the same star patterns thousands of years ago as we do today. If they were moving at millions of miles an hour, and if the Earth and the Sun were also moving at millions of miles an hour in different directions, they would never stay the same. There would be a parallax effect that would change the way that they look. Even if they are meant to be billions of miles away. But what if they're close? What if they're less than 1,000 miles away? Everything is small and local and centered on you. The sun centered on you, the stars and everything. It's your universe. And we together are collectively the multiverse in God's creation. That's what it is. But they want you to believe that you came from monkeys, and a Big Bang for 15 billion years ago has just lucky created you on Earth. So you should be grateful. You should think that the oil is going to run out. You should think that you should be less humans on Earth. You should think that you should have a good government that should control you rather than your relationship with God. Because there's truly a man who is good in his heart with God, he doesn't need government. He's going to work with his brother and his sister, and they're going to make a richer world, because nature is completely abundant. If you allow it, just this park here could be filled with fruit trees that would feed tens of thousands of people every year. But we don't do that anymore. We don't let the fruit trees grow wild. Why? Because they want you at Tesco's, they want you at Sainsbury's, they want you buying their poison rather than eating God's unaltered, natural food. So it's mind, body, and soul that we are being poisoned in the water, maybe even in the air, and certainly in the foodstuffs. We are becoming sicker and sicker, and trusting government. Look what happened in COVID. Try how many people put the mask on. The trust in government rather than, no, God has got me. I've got an immune system given to me by God, and if I let food be my medicine, then I can keep myself healthy. I do not need Dr. Fauci and all these poisonous needle pushers that are going around now. I can trust God. I can trust my body, not the TV man. The TV man will sell you a war. He will sell you to sell your children to a war. None of it has to be real. But they want to create the real because they are government. They govern the mental. Govern the mental. And that's what government is doing. Maybe religion too. There is great messages in religion. But the truth is that written on our hearts. This is true. It's written on our hearts. And if we can hear our heart, then we will hear the truth as written by God. No man required. Are there any questions? You had a question.
You said everything.
Yeah, I covered a few bases there. Yeah.
No, you know. I love it. What you said in that is absolutely perfect.
Thank you.
What's written on our heart? For me, it's the commandments.
Well, can I offer you, if I have the golden rule, love your neighbor as you love yourself, or do no harm, if that's the golden rule, and we all understand that, then yeah, we can refine that a little bit to 10 things if you like, you know, or 600 in the Jewish faith of these are the rules, that commandments if you like, yeah.
One based on the law of Moses.
Pardon me?
When I say 10 commandments, I'm going based on Torah.
Right. Yeah.
So that's basically the law that was given to Moses, and that was given to Israel.
Yeah, the
That's the
people.
law.
Yeah, like I see it like a guidebook. It's like learning to drive.
And one thing in that is, if you break a single commandment of them, it's like you broke all them.
All of them. Yeah, but I would offer you this, brother.
But when we say
Okay.
that's basically like we're judging based on our mindset. 'Cause
Yeah.
to understand who God is basically He's perfect, right? He don't make mistakes.
Yeah.
So there's also a Bible teaching where it says do not go based on your understanding, but you go based on the understanding.
I think that God gives us the opportunity every day to review our actions and to decide if we want to do better next time. That's the thing, you know. So like what I feel like religion sometimes does is make me into a bad boy for having done some bad things. We are human. We are going to have the 7 deadly sins. We are going to have to learn. This is what this place is, I believe, is a school for us to learn, to rise our soul, to grow our soul, to find that love, you know? And so we have to, like I say to people, like you have to, as a child, when you're learning to walk, fall over, scrape your knees, such that you might do better next time and walk better next time. And the same is true in adult life, that when we encounter one another, and we're seeking to do the best that we can, we might, after the fact, reflect that maybe we could have done differently. You know? But if we start with the baseline that we are all equal, because I think so one of the things that I find that religion can sometimes do is give me a sense that I'm better than the other guy because he believes a different thing than me, right? And I feel that's divisive to God, because we are all equal, and so, you know, if our beliefs are making us feel superior, then there's something wrong with that set of beliefs, because we should be seeking to be like in harmony with each other, or balanced with each other, not in a race to have the most, you know, the best religion or the most powerful prophet or whatever. That's going to cause what you see with like Chelsea and West Ham football supporters. You're going to see like people rubbing up against each other at the fringes of all of that, right? And harming out the collective, because we are all in this together. If I hurt you, I hurt me, I hurt you.
So,
it's been 6 years I want to come here. I don't have
it's
time.
in a sense of where when it's like there's a situation.
All the Sundays I'm working.
Like we got one. There's a commandment that was given to us about how we should follow we should obey our parents, right?
But when I'm not working on
But it
one
also
side,
says in that there's a limit to it.
there's everything. Since I have one
So
kid, I'm
following
not
your
working
parents
on
to the point
So
where
it's not easy for me to
it
say,
takes you
okay,
away from
I'm
God,
Yeah.
do not follow them.
perfectly on
Yeah.
Sunday and come
Because
here, and it costs
at
me
the end of
money to come
time,
here, and it costs me money to
no
go
one's
work
gonna
on
help us,
Sunday.
not our parents,
But
nor our friends,
think,
no one.
I put
It's
all my
ourselves.
Always, you are the
Yes.
savior of yourself.
So when we go through life and we have conversations and we interact,
time with my wife.
it's not about winning arguments.
But it's time.
You know what I mean? It's about listening to one another.
6 years later.
And the perspective that you gave me is the most beautiful perspective that I also feel too.
The others are
Awesome.
And then one thing, it's about fulfillment. God will always fulfill his promises. And there's not a single person in this earth, in this green land, whether beneath the earth or above, that's going to change. Because it must be done. Time got its own limit.
Yeah.
Even tomorrow is worried about itself.
I like your faithfulness. It is faithfulness that is what this test is, right? A test of faith, actually. And if we really trust God, then we don't need the noise from the
But
outside.
you know what you remind me of? Ezekiel. It's in Ezekiel where Ezekiel didn't want to go when he was away from Israel and God revealed himself to him. I want to reveal himself to him. And Ezekiel didn't want to go, but he was like, "You are warned. Do it." You know what I mean? You gotta go and speak, even though you feel uncomfortable speaking about these things. And people sometimes they will not accept it, but you gotta do what you have to do. What I tell you to do. It's the purpose I want you to do. So therefore, what God wants you to do, you do it. But sometimes a person can lose their mental health or something, trying to save someone, and then, but that's God's purpose. Everyone got a purpose. You know what I mean? That's the purpose of it. And when you get rejected by the world, you know what I mean? Because someone, a Christian person, can come to you, or a Muslim person come to you, like, what are you talking about? But that's not what. Like, one of my favorites is about the spring of water. There's a salty water and a pure water, and what comes out of your mouth, that's your fruit. And that fruit decides on that if you're Christ or not. But sometimes it makes you doubt religion. It's not about, it has nothing to do with religion. It's something to do with the heart. It's about commandments and respect and love. And even though you get, when someone slaps you on the right cheek, you turn the other way. But society teaches us to be like, if someone respects you, you gotta, you know what I mean? Everyone's like, they think they're glorifying God. Even like, a lot of Christians, they'll probably be here. This is my first time being here.
Okay.
They think they're glorifying God. What God says, but they got a camera. It's not about a camera. Because the good thing that you do is for God.
Yeah.
And you don't need no recognition from subscription and likes and double tap and comments.
Well, my journey has been quite interesting because I only discovered this 10 years ago after a near-death experience. I was quite atheistic, and so I got my butt kicked by God, basically. And then I was drawn to this, but also to realize that the system out there is, for lack of a better, and just to make it quick, the system is almost like the devil. The system is Satan out there.
100%.
And I was involved in that. I worked in the system. So I had to step outside of that because I could no longer give my energy to that so directly. Right? And so that led to me not having a home for 6 or 7 years now. And there has been a time where I really needed the support of other people who saw the value of this to kind of come in and back me a little bit. Because I couldn't go to the government and say, oh, can I have a handout for payments or house or whatever, my children or any of that. I couldn't go to them and say that, right? And the way that the Satan has created this is that the moment you step out, like Ezekiel, you become the outcast. You can't work in the system anymore. Your family have rejected you because you're now talking out of turn about stuff that you shouldn't be talking about. And so I did go out and seek support from this community, who are people who have seen what I've seen. And I'm very grateful for that, because there have been many a month over the last 6 years where I would have been on the street with my little boy and my wife, and hungry, without any opportunity for food. many times, many times, hundreds of days in this time. So yeah, it's been great for me. I just wanted to kind of get some questions from some other people. Continue the conversation, but I know there's one or two other people here that have a question.
I have,
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I have just two questions. It's about flat being, the Earth being flat. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Do you believe in what happened in Pearl Harbor?
Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
Pearl Harbor was attacked by the Japanese in 1940.
40
One?
something. Yeah,
42?
yeah, 41 or 2. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe the attack happened.
Yeah.
I believe the Americans knew the attack was going to happen.
Okay.
It may have been even that the Japanese were asked to make the attack.
Okay.
Because when Woodrow Wilson came into power, he promised the Americans, a little bit like Trump, there'll be no war. I won't be joining the European war. That's what he said. And then once Japan bombed Pearl Harbor, they were at war, just like with 9/11.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So I think that it was.
This I agree, okay, for the political view, I mean, but I'm more in the geographic view. And where for you is situated Pearl Harbor?
Pearl
On the
Harbor
map.
would be here.
Okay, and where is Japan?
Japan is over here.
How long it took for them to go from Japan to Pearl Harbor? And which way they
3
took?
weeks maybe, and I think they went past Australia because the
here?
Australia.
And
because-
here, and here, and here, and here,
Yeah,
here,
yeah, yeah.
here,
We
here,
sail,
here, here.
we sail this all the time. Unless you
Okay.
go through Panama, yeah, or you go through Suez, we always.
So
This is
for
the
you,
Cape of Good Hope.
to go from here
Mm-hmm.
to here,
Yes, is about 30,000 kilometers.
but
Yeah.
30,000
But I
kilometers?
have a theory that this
Yeah.
area here, up here,
Yeah.
is often very frozen.
Okay.
So there's if you look at world shipping, you see there's very little shipping that happens up here. Very little. But
took
majority of shipping all travels down here through the Suez Canal, the majority. Or maybe some comes this way.
But it didn't take for them to go to from Japan to Pearl Harbor
Uh-huh.
that time. It
How long
didn't take
did it
that
take?
time. It was not that long. I mean,
How long?
I don't remember. I can't check.
Yeah, I
but-
can't tell you either. So
Okay.
let's just assume, because remember there is
This-
some
yeah.
intelligence that said
Yeah.
the Australians warned the Americans that the Japanese fleet was on the move.
Yeah, but this is a
that-
political view.
That
I
could
mean,
that
I
could have
just-
been seen.
I just want to know
without
the,
them
the
going
time
fast.
it took,
Mhm.
and I mean how long it took, because it cannot be 3 weeks
Uh-huh.
to. If you attack a country and after you want to flee from the country, you cannot flee. Yeah.
No.
Just ask you a question.
Yeah, yeah.
So, like, through this interaction, what is it something that you want to learn? And that's what do you want to teach to us?
I want to learn from him how long for him it took to go from Japan to Pearl Harbor, and it has to be a reasonable answer for me to believe in it. If he says to me it took 3 weeks to go from here to attack a country and then come back, and it's difficult for me.
So another question. Another question.
Yeah.
Let me ask these guys if they got any questions. You guys got any questions on my banner here? Everything that I put here is real world stuff that you can
What is
test for yourself.
I'm just looking at the 5 feet, 30 feet, 100 feet. What's
Yes.
that about?
Well, those are photographs taken looking out at the horizon from 5 feet, 30,000 from a
Yeah.
plane, and from an weather balloon at 120,000 feet. When we if we don't use a fisheye lens, because a fisheye lens will make everything look like a ball.
Yeah.
Then once the camera is stable, you see an absolutely flat. If it yaws over the horizon, it can kind of bend like this. But otherwise, once it's stable, it's flat. And even when that Red Bull jump happened some years ago, when the guy jumps out of his cupola, there's one camera behind him that I've got photos of it. I send it around to friends. It's absolutely flat from as high as he was, and it forced Neil deGrasse Tyson to come out and say, "Oh, you still can't see curvature from as high as a Red Bull jump." Now, when we're at school, they tell us that you go and stand on the beach and watch curvature in effect when the ship goes over the horizon hole first. Now we've shown that it's clearly just about the low angle of resolution that you have on that ship. Perspective will squash everything into the horizon, but the lower you are, the quicker you lose the floor. The higher you are, the further you can see the floor. And so if I put you in a hot air balloon at the same beach and took you to 200 meters, say, now you would see that ship and probably a few ships behind it and go, wow, they're still on the flat. Sea is always going to be level. You're not sailing downhill to France. If you were, you'd have to sail back uphill to get back to England. That doesn't make sense. But what they teach us when we're 10 years old, they say, that's relativity. Wherever you are, you're on the top of the ball.
But why do you think they've told everyone it's a globe or a round thing?
To hide your connection to God.
Oh, connection to God.
Yeah. Well, that. Yeah, I know this is hard if you're an atheist, but it's actually all a belief system. And the funny thing is that people who believe in the globe and the vacuum of space have never been there. They've never been to the moon. We have to believe it because we saw it on TV.
Literally have hundreds of people that have.
12 people have landed on the moon.
Hundreds of people have been in low Earth orbit.
Yeah, it's very easy to deceive. And remember, these are military people, so they have to keep.
The Chinese and the Japanese are not flat earthers.
I can feel your trigger, my friend.
Oh no, I've been
can feel your
just
trigger.
wondering
You're not
why.
letting me answer
The
any
thing is,
questions.
it's always the Europeans and the Australians and the Westerners that think the Earth is flat, and yet I've never had one flat Earth Chinese person come and say, "Well, you know, when we launched those satellites and all those ballistic missiles into low Earth space, low Earth orbit." We see a flat Earth. You know that they would love to debunk. It would be in their country's self-interest to debunk Western scientific discoveries.
People used to use the same argument about Russia and the moon landing. They used to say if we didn't land on the moon, the Russians would call us out. What if, and this is hard for you to hear, the Chinese, Russians, and Americans, for example, are all working together to control us?
Because they're such
Can I
great
just ask
friends.
one more question because I'm going to have to go? How having a flat Earth or a round Earth makes me closer to God? Like, what's the
Well,
why would
a
it
flat Earth is an
connect me?
enclosed system, and it is created. A globe is part of I come from a monkey, 14 billion years ago, Big Bang, all of that. So this is a created Earth that you're perfectly safe in. It's a habitat, a terrarium that God created for us to come and experience ourselves. I think that God is in us.
But what
We
does
are
that
the
matter
expression
about
of
the
that.
shape of it?
Well, the shape is really about, there's a number of things. One is control, because if it is a globe, then we believe in all of these things that make us less than the king. You see, in a created world, you are equal to the king. Here, you're a servant. In this world, we became servants, where we are not the inheritors of the earth. God is not that real like is taught in the Bible. I'm not a big Jesus has to be died for my sins guy. That's not important to me. He may have lived, but that's not important to me. What is that whatever Jesus was is you. Whatever God is in the small form, the microcosm, is you. And we are each of us a universe within this multiverse of expressions of the Creator. But for me, before I could get to any of that, one, I had a near-death experience in 2015. Now, I was atheist at that point. Two, I discovered that water, we cannot prove that it's curving. So once, because I grew up by the sea, and once I realized, shit, I used to see things way far away that according to the maths, the Earth is meant to be curving this amount. It's not there. And we can see with long-range cameras 100 miles. The world record in Guinness is 250 miles. Where they're
I'll
looking
see
at
how
an
you
island,
explain the
250
horizon.
miles.
Thank you.
All right.
How do you
Bye.
explain the horizon when you're on the beach and you see a ship
Yeah,
disappear?
That's the basic one you were given when you were
Yeah.
8 years old. So that is called perspective.
Still a
and
good one.
angular resolution. Well, it's easily debunked if you're willing to. Well, it's actually just going away into the apparent horizon. On a clear day, you will see ships further. And from a higher altitude, you'll see ships even further, which is why the crow's nest is higher up and the lighthouse is higher up, because you've got a much further range the higher you go, right? If you're in a plane, you fly over the Mediterranean, right? Have you ever done that? Have you ever flown over the Mediterranean or anything like that?
Well, I don't think so.
Okay, if you do, I have. You can stand on the beach in the morning and watch a ship sail away over the horizon and then take off in the plane 3 hours later and see it 50 miles off the coast. And it's on a level body of water. We can see things, we can see the White Cliffs of Dover from France. According to the globe mass, there should be 300 feet of occlusion because of the bulge of water in between the two objects. We can see things over, some guy's taken an infrared camera in America and he's gone up in a plane and seen all the way down the Gulf of Mexico and proven that he's looking at points almost 1,000 miles away. Another guy went up into Wales to the highest point there on a very clear day and he can point out 7 peaks of the Alps. 700 miles away. We're making real men, real living men and women are going down to the beach and taking that little childhood idea that it's gone over the curvature and killing it. It's so ridiculous. The moment you look at it for yourself, you go, fuck, how did I ever believe it? Because on a day like today, it's 3 miles. On a super crisp, cold, dry day, it's 5 miles. And actually, if you go on a desert, which is known to be, say, level, like Utah or Salt Lakes in Bolivia, you can see 20 miles. Flat.
That's not actually true.
So we've got one sea level in England, right? Let me just offer you this. We've got one sea level in England that was established in 1905. They measured it at Newlyn in Cornwall for 5 years. And they said, right, this is our mean sea level. We still use it today. They've been telling you since you were small, we're going to flood all of our cities. They've been telling you since you were small that we're going to run out of oil. 1970, OPEC, remember that? Today we pump more oil than ever. Why? Because on a flat earth, oil is abiotic. It's a blood that the earth creates. It's a fluid that is perfectly pure. It's got no bones in it. Dinosaurs didn't rot. That's all 7-year-old science. And you believe it now because if you give me the boy till 7, I'll give you the man. And all of us, my friend, all of us have been indoctrinated from young, but none want to accept it now. I had to have a near-death experience for me to have my ass kicked and go, fuck, my whole reality is fake. This isn't a material world like they tell you. Einstein will admit that Earth cannot be proven to be moving. So if we can't prove that water is curving, and we can't prove it's spinning, how about the disco lights are moving rather than the floor?
But this has all been proven.
And it's not been proven. That's
Everything has been proven. The movement has been proven. The curvature has been proven. It's been documented
Okay,
for
please
hundreds
explain
of
that.
years.
I've been looking at this for 11 years. Right?
And-
I've been
and-
coming here since 2018, and no one has ever offered me any proof
That the Earth
belief
is spinning.
That the proof. Because you see, we've got gravity. Right? We've got the belief of gravity. And so because gravity,
so
all of these
gravity,
things happen.
seasons, observations.
So the Mayans, the Incans,
Hubble-
the Egyptians,
No.
all of these ancient, beautiful cultures, the rich cultures, believed and knew that the Earth was flat. They built structures like the pyramids and the Stonehenge to align with certain astrological moments in the year, and they still align today.
Yeah, they do.
And so if
there's
these
a-
people were
there's a-
doing that based on a flat Earth cosmology in which the lights in the disco are going to follow a known pattern, then why do you have to believe that it's the stars that are whizzing around?
What does the Earth look like
If
from a photograph?
if
from
you're standing-
space?
We can't see the whole
Listen,
Earth from
my
from
friend,
up above.
can I
We
s-
only have a cone of vision down, right? The highest we've ever been is like 200,000, 300,000 feet maybe. And when we look down, it starts to just look murky. There's no detail. But you guys are happy to accept that NASA will never zoom in on the London Marathon in a day and say, look, there's 1 million people running through London right now. They'll never give us a real lifetime thing. When I can
have.
zoom on, on
They do,
craters on the
but they-
moon.
But they do all the time, mate. The
You're in
satellite.
a, you're
the
in a
satellite.
religion.
We
Look at what it says over there. NASA is Disney for adults.
we can
All
log
made
in
up.
right
I
now.
can't help you.
and
Go
you can
measure
see-
water, my friend. Go measure water. Otherwise, go to bed tonight knowing that you are deceiving yourself.
No.
Water is level.
Your
We say sea
near-death
level.
experience, did it
Yeah.
involve a knock on the head?
No. It was DMT actually. Ayahuasca.
As long as we go through life,
I'm.
we know nothing. Like,
Well, I've lost the whole route. Let me see if.
live like I don't know.
Hey, you're welcome, man. Good luck.
Accept the lesson.
To get rather firm there. I don't have a lot of time for flim flam these days.
Ideology that I do not believe in, but I still won't listen. You know what I mean?
How are you
Show
doing?
respect.
I'm good, thank you.
So to love my
Good,
neighbour
thanks.
like I
Did
love
my
myself.
information, any of it strike
This
a
is
chord?
commandment. You know what I mean? Because I wouldn't know who you, I don't know who you are. Because God works in
No.
He can be God, I wouldn't know.
Who do you believe?
No,
He can be God, He can be God.
Me.
For me,
I'm my
from
savior.
my perspective,
Okay.
we
You are
can't.
your savior.
Yes, but it's a
You only save yourself.
Yeah, but I
If you
can't
have a
be-
drug
that's
problem,
what-
I can't
that's-
stop you
I
from
can't
that
be
drug
God.
problem. I can try and help
can't
you.
be
God. No,
Ultimately, it's
I'm-
you
I'm
that's
not
going to
saying
stop that,
There's a
right?
judgment.
And the same is
With-
true
with-
with any behavior that
say
you
that
have.
during the
Let's
day
say
of
you're being
judgment,
unkind to your
someone can say,
children or something like
I was
that.
hungry. This
Only
was
you
God.
can stop that. I mean, in
During
this
that-
world
you-
now,
you-
the police will come.
yeah.
Like,
During
oh,
that-
they're going to
during
stop you
that
now, you
judgment,
know,
I was
because
hungry.
people can't control
Feed
themselves anymore.
Yeah.
But no, I don't need a savior.
that's
I think
from
what
God.
Jesus was trying to say is that you will do greater things than I. That you carry the spark of God
He can
in
be
us.
God. He can be God. he
So
can
we
be God.
don't
These
we
are
don't
not-
need. We want to take his
saying
message
the
here, Muhammad's too. You
During
know,
the
the
day
good
of
parts of
judgment,
these
God
messages
says,
are
I was
worth
hungry, you did not
holding.
feed
But
me.
at the end of the
But I
day,
was
it's like
naked.
I was saying to your friend earlier. It's like if you're learning to drive,
Now we're gonna-
you have to go
now
and
we're
get
gonna-
the highway code book,
not based
and
on
you have to
that.
learn that. You have to study that. You have to pass the test on it, right?
Yeah,
Now
but
you're going to
let me
drive by
finish.
yourself.
Yeah, but-
And now you have to
Not if
decide
I
when you're
don't
driving,
agree.
is this the best way
Oh,
I
yeah,
could be
because
driving
no,
right now?
because
Or could I be driving a
premise
little
of
safer?
your-
Or a little better, or a little bit
point,
more,
I don't agree with it. The
you know.
premise,
Who
like you
strengthens
said
you?
to me,
Who strengthens
scripture
me?
say.
Yourself.
Which scripture I don't believe in.
Well, I mean,
yes,
my
okay.
faith in
100%.
that
I mean, what the
this
scripture
is
says
God's
also,
creation.
it says,
I have absolute
Be
faith
good
that
to
this is
listen.
God's creation.
Yeah.
That is the strength of it, and that I am,
That's
we are
Okay, no,
the
which scripture?
expression of God. We
scripture I
are
don't
the
believe in.
emissary of God. We are a
It's not about
fractal
believing. Like,
of all
for
that
example,
is God.
look,
We are
not
that,
for scripture.
and we are the
Yeah, but my
most
friend
highest
says the opposite
chosen
to you.
my brother,
vehicle
like, for example,
to
yeah,
learn
you know
and to
you were
grow.
talking about this thing.
Yeah.
These are
It
things I
might,
don't
you know,
believe.
it might be like
Yeah,
a pyramid
but I
scheme.
still
It
give
might be
it-
that God
Yeah.
or whatever is
What's the
right at the
reason
very top,
that
and
I
we're
done
right
it?
at the very bottom, and we have to try and
The
get up the
scripture.
pyramid by
My
learning.
scripture. And my scripture
reason-
says-
Not by hiding at
Yes.
home and watching TV
But
or,
how do
or
you
just
feel?
believing what the government
fact
tell
that
us,
someone
but by
actually
becoming a better
We're not arguing.
version of
That's
ourselves.
all.
That's what I think we
What
do.
you mean by listening?
I
And in honor of
let someone
our
finish their
Creator,
point.
and in honor
Okay.
that
Yeah.
we are the temple
Did I
of
make-
God,
finish
that
your
what
point,
you
right?
carry is the
And how did I
avatar
make you feel?
expression given to you by
You felt
God
hurt, right?
to journey through
It's
this
just about agree or
incredible,
not agree.
crazy
If
world
I
that
say,
we're
for
in.
example, at the beginning of my sentence,
You don't need,
so I'm your father.
once you're in the
and
driving seat,
you're gonna
you
say,
know,
wait.
you don't need to be
You're
looking
not my
back at the
father.
book.
Let me finish. But
In
you're
my
not my
view,
father.
should be
The
like,
premise
you
of
learn
your
the book, you
argument
know what the
is wrong.
signs mean, you
But
might
I'm your
see a
father
sign
and
today that you go,
you're
oh,
not
I
my
don't
father.
remember what that
Stop
sign meant.
your
Let me go back and
sentence
check the
right
book,
now.
right?
I'm your
But
wife.
at the end of the day,
you're not my
you have to
wife.
trust
What you
yourself,
talking-
because
but
the
let me
more
no.
you see it
So
in
when you
religions
say
or
to
whatever,
me,
the more you trust someone
my
else, the
scripture,
less you trust yourself.
I
We saw it
agree
with
with
COVID.
you,
The more
but
people trust government, the
to
less they
letting
trust
you
God.
finish.
That's
But
that
your
point is true.
scripture are not my scripture.
It's not bad.
So when you
Hi.
I want to speak.
You don't want to speak? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. You guys, you should look at this though. This is flat.
I have to stop you here because I don't
No. How can you keep water on the ball? When you play football, you play football on a pitch or on the ball. You have to play on the flat. You cannot run under the ball. You can barely balance on the ball. You see? You can barely balance on the ball. But water in the bath, level. In the lake, level. In the sea, level. Sea level, you say. in English. Everything is level. And you Spanish? Spanish. La tierra es plana.
La tierra redonda.
La tierra es... Ciao.
Chao.
Yeah, there you go. It's raining a bit, guys. Raining a bit. How you guys doing? Awesome. What's going on? Squirrel has engineered something very interesting. Very interesting. It's melted my mind. So that's the thing. Tell you what. People think sea level is a conspiracy theory. How are you doing? I don't want to glasses. Yeah, like don't take it literally. Yeah.
if I use your argument, yeah.
Some interesting stuff going on in the world right now. Of course,
You cannot suggest
Isn't
an
it?
answer. You listen. You say to me. You listen to
the
your
rain
kid,
hasn't helped
and you say because
right
you.
now, but some interesting actions going on, and I have to say, can't help but say it does feel like theatre. How are you doing?
Believe in how you know.
It does feel like theatre.
You say to me.
I'm not saying
You say to
you
me.
know, events on occurring on the ground. I appreciate it, so nice conversation. Conversations I have there, but it is actually picking up on my chalking. That's how it's going to waste. You see, I'm getting engaged.
No, it's not apologizing. If you need to apologize about, we leave the park. It's okay. Apologizing is use it for me. I'm not.
I don't want to
No.
You got some questions, my friend?
I was just curious what the debate is or what the topic is.
Feel free to take a photo. The topic is, I'll get straight to the point, it's flat earth.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You saw my little chalk over there. which is
Oh, that's
flat.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, and you guys part of the same group or separate?
No, these guys are just visiting. And
You
just
can
sort of
ask
helping
a question
to work my
by
artwork
suggesting
into
the answer. Yeah, you had a burger.
I see. Okay.
I'm suggesting
you're from North
something.
America?
It's not
Yeah.
a burger. Maybe you can say,
Yeah.
Steaks, one of the steaks.
From California.
Okay.
For lunch,
Yeah.
for food.
I spent a little time in
But an
California
answer,
over
Yeah.
the years.
the question,
There's a guy called Jay
suggest me
Tolan
something,
lives out in
there
California.
is a bias.
He's like a real photo kind of
And
guy, and he
if
took
you ask
a
me a question,
infrared camera
maybe
up to in a plane to about
it's,
20,000
obvious for
feet,
you that
and he
I
took a
would say
photograph all the way
fair.
down
For
to
example,
Baja
you're a guy.
in Mexico,
okay, I'm
right?
assuming
Yeah.
you're a guy
So
or
that's
you're a girl,
hundreds and
but
hundreds of
sometimes
miles
the
down the
answer can be
coastline.
Yeah.
totally
And he was
different.
able to cut through all the smog and the
Especially
atmosphere
now.
because of
Yeah,
his
you're a guy.
infrared
No? How you know?
camera.
Yeah, yeah.
The world record photograph by Guinness is 240 miles across sea to an island. You can see the whole of the island, the beaches and everything as a silhouette twice a year when the sun sets behind the island. It's in the Guinness Book of Records. So when it comes to the idea that ships are sailing over the curvature at 5 miles or 3 miles or whatever, we can easily prove that they're not there. They're still there. On a clear day, we see them further. With a powerful camera, we see much further.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
So we
There's
don't
some
know.
oil rigs, I
But
believe, off the coast
before we getting
of
into
California that are 9 miles and 6 miles off the coast, and people can go down to the beach and take photographs of the whole thing. both
Yeah,
of them.
yeah.
And there's sea still behind that. So sea is level. As far as we can determine that it doesn't curve according to the maths, but the formula that they use is 8 inches per mile squared to say that there's 8 inches per mile squared of curvature. We weren't taught that in school. We weren't taught to question that or,
Yeah.
or measure.
So I actually, for several years, was a part of this like Facebook group for Flat Earth community. So I'm actually very familiar with the arguments.
Okay.
I think I'm mostly curious why it's why does it feel really important? Like, is it about feeling like lied to, or what's like the reason it's like so important to you?
Have you heard the expression, my people die for lack of knowledge?
Yeah. Well, no, not that I haven't heard that expression. No.
Okay, I think it's biblical actually.
And we have
But it
Yeah.
might be Shakespeare, I forget who made that quote famous. And so I think that mankind is dying on the stake of disinformation and misinformation.
Yeah.
And so we keep, I don't know if you have a political view, where you guys are more Democrat in California, or is it?
It's a bit more Democrat, but it's a mix. Yeah.
But you know, we see this with the left-right paradigm in politics, where people are being swung left and right into believing one thing.
Yeah.
And so I think that mankind is lost because we are working on the basis of very smart.
Thank you.
We're very bye. Cheers. We're very smart, mankind, but we can also be
then
misled.
we divert on
We've
something
seen that
else.
with all sorts of things. I
Yeah.
grew up in
Don't
South
even know what's
Africa
the
with the
subject of
apartheid
the
regime.
debate.
Yeah, yeah.
Given
But
that
I know it's getting
propaganda.
interesting.
You see the German propaganda in World War II, the English propaganda in World War II. America is promised by, what's his name, Woodrow Wilson, I won't take you to war. Then
Yeah,
Pearl
yeah.
Harbor happens, I'm going to take you to war.
Yeah. So
Trump,
who do you
the same
think the
thing.
like the lie of the flat Earth? Who do you think it benefits?
The controllers of the game.
Yeah.
Now, who the controllers of the game are is a deep question. It may be much deeper than, say, a Rothschild or a Jesuit or
That says
a Jewish thing, or it may even be beyond human.
similar.
I'm just speculating, but there is a control system that seems
Yeah.
to want to benefit from the enslavement
At the end,
of
we're going to
mankind.
be together.
Yeah.
Because
And
the
whilst we
opposite
may
not
not
together,
wear
and
chains like
together, so
they
everyone is
apparently
together.
did in
So
the
sometimes
1800s,
perhaps
1700s in America and
same,
other
same.
places.
But I agree with you
We have
on
chains
that.
called
I mean,
income
like-
tax, IRS.
So my question is, how does the flat Earth or the round Earth sort of like lie benefit the controllers of the Earth?
A couple of things. So one, from a spiritual point of view, a flat Earth is like an enclosed orange. It's like we're inside of an orange. Yeah. And on a flat plane inside it, with water around it. And that has to be created, whether it be by the tree or God. The orange had to be created, and so the globe is just a random happenstance that, thanks to a lot of things bashing into each other.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So it really diminishes the idea that this was intended.
Yeah.
Intention behind it.
Yeah.
And then that intention, because if you take that a little bit further, that intention must have gone, damn. Or the thinking man will go, damn. So we're being put here, we're the smartest things here that can create out of the land and the animals and all of that sort of thing. What if the Bible stuff is true about us being the inheritors of the earth and the animals and the food and everything is for us?
Yeah.
Not
I
for
see.
the corporation. See, the corporation pretty much now owns, we've given everything away to the corporation. So that's on the spiritual level, I feel like that was a big opener for me, because I was quite atheistic before I started this journey 12 years ago.
Yeah, I see.
And so that was a big thing for me. The other thing is, a possibility is that there is more land. Extraterra or extraterrestrials come from other land that is further out on the plane that we're allowed to travel. All of your shipping, all of the, the cruises and international shipping, all of that is strictly controlled. There are shipping lanes, and to be a captain of a ship, you have to have passed certain things that says, just like with a plane, you're not really going to question this, but you're going to be taught, this is why we do this. We avoid that because of this, and so on. And you just go ahead with that. And you will stay within 1-2% of your lane, and generally you won't stray outside.
So has anybody from the Flat Earth community tried to use a ship or a plane to fly and see what the boundary is?
Yes.
And then what happens at the boundary?
Well, I don't know that anyone's got to a boundary other than possibly Admiral Byrd back in the 1950s.
Okay.
The American Navy guy. He was very highly decorated. But people, and I don't know that they're necessarily flat earthers, have tried to sail. Once they learn, when people hear about the Antarctic Treaty and this rule that says you can't go past 60 south parallel, people start trying to test that, right? So I've seen at least 2 videos of people trying to get their sailboat or their plane further south than we're allowed.
Yeah.
If Australian Airlines uses a route, say, that's south of 60 south parallel, they're allowed to go as far as 70 south parallel without asking for any further authorization.
Yeah.
That's the kind of limit of their extent, and that's a commercial airline.
I didn't know that. That's so interesting. Yeah.
So, but if you're now going towards 80 parallel, south parallel, then everything there will have been authorized by a government-sponsored or military-sponsored tour or scientific operation or whatever. So you can go on a tour from, say, South America and hit the Ross Ice Shelf, sail around for a week, even get off and walk around all day. But you're not going to go more than a few miles from the place that you've landed, and you're not going to see anything more. So some people in the flat earth, you'll know this, say it's an ice ring that surrounds us.
Yeah, I've heard that one, yeah.
I'm not convinced that it is, but it may be. Because if I use the example of the electromagnetic orange, then it suggests a border. It suggests a spherical, like most things, the apple, the orange, most things in nature form spherically.
Yeah.
So I believe that in the ball, but I don't think that we're on the outside more, that we're on the inside on a sort of in a puppet.
Yeah. Very interesting. So I do have some time constraints because I wanted to see the other booths, and then also I have to meet my friend for lunch. So I don't have too much time, but I really appreciate you answering my questions. It was incredibly informative for me. Thank you so much, brother.
All the best.
Take care.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Some flyers here, actually. Very quiet day here. I actually expected to see a few more people. I will be honest with you, but I had a string of conversations, so I'm not grumbling. When you've been out of the city for a while and then come back in. It is rather, it's like jumping on a treadmill that's already moving at a decent pace. So, yep, so this is me. We are in Speaker's Corner, Hyde Park, London. The world is the same. Rumors of wars. And I don't know what to make of all the awful stuff coming out of Epstein. Some people say it's all complete psyop. I prefer the idea that it's true stuff that has been, they've dragged their heels for so many years, decades, even, but certainly since, in the last 10 years, they've really dragged their heels about coming out with it. So, you have to think it was time to, I remember Lewinsky stuff, that was such a noise while they were doing the Bosnia thing. So, keeping people distracted.
Hello, good afternoon, my friend.
How are you?
I'm all good, man. I have a friend of my chat right now. He asks a question. He says, what do you mean by flat Earth? Or what do you mean by flat?
Thanks for the question. It's a catch-all term, and it can be. It was like a term that was impregnated into our minds when we were 6, 7, 8 years old at school, and a teacher said to us, old people, ancient cultures, not very clever, they thought that the earth was flat, and that would mean it was like a frisbee or a pancake where the water was just dripping off the side, right, and the ships were falling off the side. It's obviously not that, because the water would fall off the side and the cat would push everything off and all of that sort of stuff. But that's what we're taught, and that's not what flat earth means to me. But it is a term that I use to catch people's attention. So when we were the same age, we were also taught that we go to the beach and we look over at the ship and we see the ship kind of go down. And we see the ship go down with the hull going first, and then eventually the chimney or whatever at the top of the ship, we see that last. Now that we are grown up and we can take powerful zoom cameras down to the beach, we can zoom in on that ship that you say went down over the curve, and it's still there on flat water. But by the way, there's another ship a few miles further on that you hadn't seen because your eyes are not strong enough. Or perhaps the murkiness of the atmosphere, because our atmosphere is mostly water, particularly by the sea, lower down at the sea level. There's so much water in it, you start to lose the object that's going off in the distance. And remember, when the train comes towards the station, it appears to grow larger, even though it's always been the same size. That's merely perspective. But because we're right down on the beach, we lose the bottom of the ship first. And the teacher taught us, because she was taught the same lie, that that's curvature. Now we try and measure it with lasers, long-range cameras. The Guinness World Record is 250 miles over water, of a photograph of something that should be long down over the curvature. They say it's 8 inches in a mile square. I don't necessarily believe that, but that's what the mainstream scientists will tell you if you never ask the question at school, because none of us were asked to ask the question, how much curvature is there, and can we actually measure that? Can we measure it in Olympic swimming pools? Might only be a small amount, but can we? No, Olympic swimming pool is perfectly level. In fact, in this country or in Scotland, they got a lake called Loch Ness. And scientists admitted 10 years ago, Loch Ness is the world's largest spirit level because it is perfectly level over 30 kilometers, blah, blah, blah. We know that water is level. And Einstein himself said that we have got no experiment to show that the Earth is moving. So if the Earth can't be proven to be moving, then why do we assume that it's moving at 1,000 miles an hour, which is what they claim? 1,000 miles an hour. Yet we can't even make, a plane going that fast has got to be a superjet. And we've got winds some days and no wind other days, and yet we're moving 1,000 miles an hour. And I'll tell you what, they'll bring in the magic of gravity. Now, gravity is meant to be able to hold on to the air above your head, and as the Earth moves at 1,000 miles, it just pulls it along with, and it doesn't even seem to notice that it's just air, and air doesn't respond to gravity. It goes up, especially when it's hot. Hot air rises, cold air sinks, gravity is not involved. Football, Football rises. What do you mean football rises? Well, try pushing it underwater. The football will rise. Why? Because it is buoyant in the medium. We are not buoyant in this medium. That's why we're heavy and we are on the floor. But if we fill the swimming pool up, now we're not so heavy and we will float a bit. That's all buoyancy and density or displacement, like a ship. A ton of steel as a block falls to the sea floor. But if it's banged into a hull and you can displace more than 1 ton of water, well, it's going to float. Gravity is not involved in that. Archimedes, they didn't need gravity. They didn't have a globe back then. In fact, the oldest known globe is 500 years old. And that's held by the Vatican, who invented the Big Bang. That's a lot of science coming out of our church, right? What are the Vatican doing with their hands all over evolution, Big Bang? They shouldn't want these things. These things are not of God. These things are of man, you know, this idea that God can't create everything and it's, you know, God made us perfect and all that stuff. Water is level. You can't prove we're spinning. There's no experiment that proves we're spinning. So that's why I say what I mean about Earth being flat. Now, if you take an orange and you cut it through the equator, right? You cut it open in half, and you look down on the open half of that, and you see those segments of the orange, right? Imagine you're looking down on Earth now. You're looking down on Earth, and the peel is the extent of the system, and that's as far as we can go. Only to the pith. We can't get out the peel, I don't think. And the water around us is either heavy and we swim in it, or it's light and we breathe it. The heavier stuff is at the bottom, and the lightest gases are right at the top. So it's all an enclosed system created by God, and we call it flat Earth. So that's my thing on that. I don't know if your man's got any questions there, any more questions on that.
They saying the Loch Ness monster is flat.
No, the lake, the monster could be real. I wouldn't kick it out of bed, you know. I'll leave it on the table, but I can't prove it. But I can prove that water is level, and so can you. And this is the important thing, you know. You gotta decide: are you gonna test stuff yourself, or are you just gonna believe Uncle NASA? When Uncle NASA says we've been on the moon, I believe it. Why? Because I've seen it on TV. But I'm asking you to go down to the beach and measure curvature. See if you can debunk. I went down to Bournemouth recently, and I was able to see the needles, which are on the Isle of Wight, and they're like 15 kilometers away, 10 miles away. And according to the curvature formula, that's 60 feet. They're meant to be 60 feet below the curvature of the Earth, of the sea. It's not there, guys. The stuff that you see on TV, the CGI, it's all CGI, man. They will tell you. And when you look at the globe Earth, like pictures that NASA provide us, right? Every couple of years they'll give us this globe Earth, and we'll look at it and go, damn, the continents are different. America, it normally faces America. The continents are different sizes, vastly different sizes, you know, because the artist, and we've got an artist admitting to creating the blue marble that went on the iPhone in 2007. The blue marble screensaver was done by an artist called, I forget his name now, but he's on YouTube talking about how he did it. He's a graphic visualizer for NASA. So there's a lot of what NASA provide is just CGI, and we're meant to believe it. No one has ever taken a photograph of a satellite in space, but there's plenty of videos of them launching satellites on helium balloons, where they can float them up in the sky for weeks, months even. They've got little solar panel arrays that can power the thing, but it can't be more than 20 miles high. You know, when it comes to sending a signal, say for a sports match, you're an Arsenal fan, I see. When it comes to the Arsenal game, right, you'll see that if the BBC there or Sky TV are there, they got like big 18-wheelers almost with battery, with like generators and all of that sort of stuff to generate enough power to send a powerful signal back to London BT Tower or wherever it's going to go. And all of our cell phones are working on ground-to-ground towers, point-to-point towers on the ground, these 5G masts that you see everywhere. They're just triangulating off of these. They do not have a powerful enough signal to reach 200 miles or 500 miles or even 1,000 miles, where they tell us these satellites are zipping around at unbelievable speeds and staying up with us, never crashing, never falling back to Earth, all sorts of things that the whole thing is based on. Just trust me, bro, because you've seen it on TV. And there's a lot of like, you know, Neil deGrasse Tyson and this guy and that guy who you see on TV, they wouldn't lie to us. Well, I'm afraid we saw with COVID, it's very easy to get people, pay them off, or they truly believe it, that come on, take your needles, put the mask on, do all of this, do all of that. And it's all bullshit. And they sold it to people, and people bought it, just like they bought the globe. But the thing is with the globe, is that they did that to you when you're 6 years old. Maybe even earlier, if your parents had like one of those things over your cot, like little globes and things all like flying around each other. But with the young generation now, what they did to them during COVID would have been to frighten them about germs. They'll be a generation that's frightened about germs. The 1950s, they were frightened about nukes, you know, the Cold War, and there was going to be this nuclear war. Turns out, guys, nukes are fake. What do you mean nukes are fake? You said nukes are fake. Didn't you see Nagasaki and Hiroshima? Yeah, I saw them. And I also saw Tokyo. Tokyo looked exactly the same after the firebombing had occurred. Firebombing, paper houses, all gone. The brick buildings, they remain. They were firebombed, and they frightened us into believing that they can smash an atom together and create an unbelievable thing. Chernobyl. Here's a few facts people don't know. Chernobyl, when it happened, well, they got a plant B, right? Plant A went up, plant B carried on working for 13 years. Were they robots working it, or was it human beings? Because the same with Fukushima. The property prices around Fukushima are much higher today than they were when that nuke plant exploded. Well, I thought it was meant to be turned into like a nuclear wasteland, everything growing deformed. Not true. I interviewed on my channel, Trinity 4 on YouTube, I interviewed a PhD nuclear physicist, a doctor, and he broke it all down for me. The whole thing about how they create heat from nuclear fission is a con. They have these hot rods and they boil water, it creates steam, yes, but it's not scary. In fact, the grandfather of atomic safety, a guy called Galen Winder, still on record today, he's dead now, but he back in the day, like 1950s, 60s, he used to swim in the cooling pool for the nuclear plant. They mock you with The Simpsons. You know, in The Simpsons, like, have you ever seen The Simpsons?
Yeah.
So the little girl, I think, she's got a green rod and it falls in her back or in her thing. Doesn't die because it's a hoax. Another hoax. There are so many hoaxes. People do not know. We are going to go to war. My people die for lack of knowledge. And this is why it matters that Flat Earth is a gateway to recognizing that, wow, everything that we've been taught by this system is deception. And as much as I love my mother and father, they were also deceived. And so teachers teach deception because they were deceived, not because they are deceiving. Yes, there's some people, as we said with COVID, some people know there's something wrong, but they are getting paid. And if they say it, talk out, they will lose that pay. So it's a tough moral question when you're stuck in it like that, yeah. But most people, most teachers who taught us the globe, they believe the globe. Yeah. Most people who teach that the moon landings, that we've got an international space station, that the Russians and Americans had built together without ever putting it to their part, the Russian part and the American part together on the ground, and making sure when you get up to space it's going to work. Same with a spacesuit, man. They've never tested a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber. Not quite true. There was one time they tested it in the 1960s. The man nearly died before they even got to vacuum. They stopped the test and never tried again. Why? Because we cannot have zips on our spacesuit in a vacuum chamber. You cannot. You know, and if you look back at the 1960s, like costumes that they wore for space, they look like they're wearing Wellington boots, like gum boots, on their, just stuck into their trousers, stuck in the top. But you're going in a vacuum, bro. It's going to rip everything apart. It's going to make everything want to rip open in a vacuum. Anything with a pressure inside of it is going to be trying to force out of that, man.
You say God wouldn't let us go into space.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's like a terrarium. We can't go. We can't go in the material. Once we leave the material, because you're in the avatar right now, once your avatar is finished and you go back, then yes, you leave this plane, this Disneyland. You've been given a ticket to Disneyland. It's going to last you 80 years. It's going to be a moment. When you return, it's going to be a moment past. And the material is left behind. And then, yes, we go out. But no, you can't leave Disneyland. You've got the ticket for the day, bro. You've got to stay. You've got to do the rides. Now, you can decide. You're going to stay on the teacup and be frightened all day long, or you're going to take some of the heavy rides on and grow. So that when you leave at the end of the day, you're like, wow, I've grown from this experience. Or, no, they frightened the shit out of me, so I just got stuck in like Nowheresville, you know, and just went along. I was just one of the sheep in the farm rather than, wow, I enriched my soul. I became better than I came in. And they tried, this is why the tempering of the steel is important. They tried to break me, but instead the fire strengthened me. They want to fuck people up, excuse my language. They want to mess people up. They want to break people's spirit. They want people to want to end their lives. They want women, not to have children anymore. They want to break up the family. They want to break up everything that God intended for this place, for this experience to be. So I see it like almost biblical, where it's like, at the end of times, things get insanely stupid and crazy, right? And so the strongest in the soul, in the faith, will keep their heads whilst all about us are going crazy. And I truly believe that walking through the door of acceptance that the globe, millions of light years and all of that stuff is fake, is a big step towards going, wow, then what am I? Because if that's all fake, it means that they're lying to us for a massive reason, and the reason is your soul. The reason is who you are in this system. Like, you are the center of the universe, and they want you to think you're nothing, just an insignificant speck. And that's even religion does it to people as well. That you're insignificant speck. When I think that you are the expression of God, you are all that, but we've had that light blown out, extinguished or diminished. Our opportunity with truth, knowledge, to rediscover who we are. And as Michael Jackson said, if you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change. And that's really what it comes down to. We can complain at Downing Street all we like. They ain't changing nothing, man. They've been covering up the pedos. They've been covering up all sorts of crimes, wars, the scam of the banking, the birth certificate. The whole thing is designed. The mining companies that steal all of the money from the earth, away from the people. All of this corporation dead stuff, they got us worshipping the dead rather than honoring the living, honoring God. How about that?
Thank you very much, yeah? Cheers, son.
Cheers, brother.
It's a good chat, yeah?
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, man.
Go well, man. Stay flat.
By yourself. You can be able by yourself.
I got a little off my chest there.
Strongly held by his head.
Very quiet here if you've just joined. We're at the speaker's corner. It's starting to, a few people, but yeah, normally this time of day it would be thronging. It's been cold and windy. If you are new to the stream, I have chalked, but unfortunately the rain is not going to play nicely with this. Sunset lights, thank you. I just went over me. Just a bunch of chat. Just JP, nice to see you. Hey, Modern. Vika. Nice to you, man. See boys there. How are you doing? Shorty DMT, yes, you on TV. Hey, man. Hey. Yeah, I was on a good flow there. I had a good flow there. Nice to have that. And yeah, I got a decent spot on the thing here. I said quite earlier I was nearby. I couldn't miss out the opportunity. It's been a while since I made content, and I've been doing self work, I guess you could say. Trying to keep a low profile. Hi guys. Feel free. Please do. Let me just sort my cabling out. How are you doing, Martin? You okay? Okay, we're a little knotted. Give me a second. Looking forward to spring, actually. It's the weather's not as cold today, but it was on the wind. Guys, You must have a question.
So I just don't want to
I'm
be
challenging your paradigm.
I don't want to be filmed.
Challenging your. Okay, I don't have to film you. I'd love to talk to you. I don't need to film you though. The filming is not as important as the conversation. How about I film myself? So yeah. So what questions were there?
I'm just go on. No, go on. You go.
No, I was gonna say, I see all the 5 feet, 30,000 feet, but when you go further away than 121,000 feet,
Higher.
yeah, even higher.
Yeah.
What do you see?
What would you expect to see?
What I would see, like I guess, on the internet, which is like a circle.
Whole thing, yeah. Remember when we were small, they told us that at the beach you can see curvature. Remember
Yeah.
the whole thing about the ship going over the horizon?
Yeah.
So that's only 3 miles away.
Okay.
So you would expect by that logic, when I get a much wider scope of the horizon, I would see even more curvature.
But you can see curvature when you go to a large area where you can see the ocean, like the edge of Australia. You can see curvature. If you hold a ruler up, you can see curvature.
Okay, so what you're seeing when you've got a great, say you're on a top of a mountain or
Yeah.
on a beach or whatever, what your eyes are doing is inscribe a circle.
You can just explain that. Say that
Well,
again.
well, so the atmosphere has a certain
Yeah.
moisture amount to it on any given day, right? So if I can see 3 miles there, 3 miles there, or it's a circle of vision around me. So if I'm
Yeah.
in a plane, I'm getting quite an arc in front of me, but that's because of the occlusion.
What if
by
I'm
the
on a beach,
atmosphere.
not in a plane? Sorry. So I'm on a beach looking at the horizon. Why is it curved?
It's not. Well, look.
It is. I've seen it.
Look.
It's the edge of Australia where you can see there's no other land.
Yeah,
You-
well, I've been to the tip of
If you hold a, yeah, well, I suppose it's the same. You hold a ruler up, you can see
Yeah.
slight curvature.
What if, okay, so if we were to agree that
Yeah.
there was slight curvature,
Yep.
that becomes in science the observation.
Okay.
Now, good science demands that we take our observation before assuming that that's,
Yeah.
it has to be curvature. We go and measure that.
Okay.
Science demands measurement. Science observations is not science. Observation is the beginning of science. We see
Yeah,
something,
okay.
but we go and test it. Now, how are we going to test curvature over water? We would start with probably a smaller thing, like a pool or a lake. Olympic pool, perhaps, because there should be a tiny amount of curvature if you've got a smart enough laser.
Well, you're not going to be able to see. Yeah, you would see it with sight, but you're not going to be able to see it.
So, but what if I had to take like a mile or 10 miles
Yeah.
and then fire a laser across that and receive that laser, say I'm 2 feet off the water or 3 feet off the water, so no waves are going to bump into my laser, right? And I can see that laser from the other point. Then that would beg the question: how much curvature was there? Was there any curvature at all? And so because I believed all of the globe stuff most of my life, and it was only when because I grew up by the sea,
Yeah.
I heard this formula for curvature being 8 inches in the mile squared. And that's, if you Google it, say, how much curvature should there
Just
be?
watch out, listen, mate.
How much curvature should there be if I'm standing at 6 foot high and I'm looking out to a beach 20 miles away? And in the case of, say, looking from France to England and looking at the White Cliffs of Dover, it's 20 miles the distance, and the cliffs are 300 feet high. And if you plug those numbers in, you discover that almost all of the 300 feet should be hidden by
Okay.
water.
Let's
But
draw it right back without all of that. What do you think the curvature we're seeing? We've agreed that we both see curvature when we stand on a beach. What do you think that is if it's not curvature of the earth?
That's perspective and angle of resolution. So there's another factor, which is weather. Because over a desert that's dry and it's cold, you'll see much further than in a moist, damp, stormy day. So I know that if we all go to the beach and say you went up to the 10th floor of a building just behind us, and you went up in a hot air balloon to 300 feet, 400 feet, you would see further than me. I'm on the beach. You would see even further. And when you see further, you'll see, well, say the ship that I say has gone over the horizon is still there, and you can see another ship. Now you're at 400 feet, 500 feet, and you're going, no, there's 5 more ships even further, and no curvature is available to me. They're still on a level, but eventually, I spent a few weeks in the Sierra Nevadas last year, and I was at 1,700 meters, so 1 mile above sea level, overlooking Motril, which was about 30 miles from me. So where I was up in the mountains, Motril at the beach was 30 miles, and I was seeing ships even double that distance further away, still on the super level. But eventually, the atmosphere starts to engulf stuff. But the locals will tell me on a clear day you see Morocco, for example. And you can see the beaches.
I can see your logic.
And so what we know is that as we go the other way, if I put my head right down to the floor, I start to lose people in the distance. And then as I come up higher, I see more and more. And as I go above the trees, I start to see London. If you've been in the London Eye, look how far we can see. Now, the further higher up we go, yes, the further we see, but we never observe curvature. What we observe is this round atmospheric occlusion that's beginning to occur with the atmosphere. I've flown over the Mediterranean many times, and
we have lunch to get to, but I have one last question.
All right.
Why lie to us about it being? Why lie to us?
Because I think that we are the masters here.
Of what?
Of this earth.
But who benefits from lying about it being flat?
The slave master. So we are the slaves because we believe we are.
But why? Okay, say we're slaves. And we're on this earth as slaves.
No, we're not. But we believe that.
Okay, so whatever we are,
we're equal.
what benefit is there from hiding the fact that the world is flat to us?
Are you Christian?
No.
So what benefit is there to creating a religion like that?
What do you mean, sorry?
Well, there has to be, someone must be benefiting if it's a lie.
But what are they benefit from? What are they whatever they are, what are they benefiting from telling us?
I say to be like this, once upon a time people believed in kings and queens, then they believed in religions, and they lost faith with that. And now we've got science. Science is the new religion. It's a form of control. It's no different, to me, it's no different than religion. Because all of what NASA believes, and I believe NASA until I was 45. So I've been through. But I believe that this is they gave us something other than a religion to control us, and the science of evolution and Big Bang is so demeaning to the truth about what we truly are.
Interesting.
Enjoy chewing over that with your lunch.
We will do. Thank you very much.
Einstein said we can't prove the Earth is spinning, and we don't have an experiment to prove the Earth is spinning. So what if it's the disco lights that are moving rather than the disco floor?
Then I'll have a glass of wine and I'll have a great
exactly. I've got one final question for you guys, sorry. So when a satellite takes the image of the Earth, what is that image?
What if I told you that was a U-2 spy plane taking an image from 70,000 feet and making us believe that? If you use Google Earth often, you'll notice that when you're far zoomed out, it's all CGI, and then at some point, about 100,000 feet or closer sometimes, it all of a sudden resolves into real photographs. So back in World War II, they were doing high-level photographic reconnaissance. Well, what could we do in this one day with the technology we have with drones and so on? So all of Google's stuff, all of that stuff is very easily. Even when I believed in the globe, I understood that the maps that we have are stitched together by satellites flying around the globe, and then they have to stitch them together and all that kind of thing. So no, satellites can exist, but on a helium balloon model, much more. We see videos of them being launched. We see videos of them crashing in forests in Bolivia or different places in the world, and they look just like the satellites, smaller than the ones you see on CGI on TV. But we've been using helium since the 1930s, 40s to float weighted things into the atmosphere. And I could float a mirror up there and just use it as a reflector, or I could have a solar array and power a small transmitter receiver and use that for a satellite phone system or something like that. But the data industry will admit that 99% of all data is undersea cable and point to point on the cable.
One last one. We do actually have to get to lunch.
Yeah.
And what's underneath us if we're flat?
Right. We don't know. I mean, the deepest man has been is 8 miles, so we don't know after that. And I don't make any claims after that. But I believe that it gets harder and harder and harder, and this is why we've never been able to drill further. The Americans and the Russians, they spent years trying to get further than 7.5 miles at the Kola Deep.
Okay, what's above us?
Well,
is space still a thing?
No, unfortunately, this is space. We're in space, but outer space, that's all fabrication. It's Disney. You see the relationship between Disney and NASA?
So if I keep going up,
it's
what's
scary.
that?
We've only been as high as the Red Bull jump.
Okay, but if you were, what do you think is, if we went
I think
straight
you
up?
hit a roof. I think you hit an enclosure.
Oh, so we're in a building?
We're in a building.
And where's that enclosure?
Where does it end?
No, where is it? So
say
I'm
going to say about 100 miles. What they call the like the Van Allen radiation belt.
So if we're in an enclosure, where's the enclosure?
Where is it?
Yeah.
Well, we believe that. My drawing over there. We believe that when Admiral Byrd, this American explorer who had 30 years in the Navy, he was a Navy guy. He had a fleet of ships and all the money he needed
Yeah.
to do these explorations of Arctic and Antarctic. He
Yeah.
spent more than 10 years in the Antarctic, and the year after he came back and said on American TV, which the video is still available, he said, "I've stood on land that no man has ever seen, larger than America, with resources that would last humanity's lifetimes." The very next year, all the superpowers of the world at that time signed the Antarctic Treaty. It's never been broken, only new signatories have been added to it, and it prohibits you and me from traveling without permission beyond the 60th south parallel. Now, if you'd won the lottery or got big on crypto, and you could buy whatever super yacht you want, by the time you got to the 70th parallel, the Navy would meet you.
So,
And they
so
would say,
that,
"You've
this
got
isn't
to
answering
be
where
safe."
the enclosure is question.
Yeah, well, he claims to have his planes had to fly below 13,000 feet because we think like the Millennium Dome here in London,
Yeah.
that it's probably like an orange, and eventually the highest would be at the equator and the lowest would be at the sort of extremities. Now, this is obviously theory,
Yeah.
and I can't prove this, but
Ah.
all planes when they fly there have to fly under
Is that because we're in this
13,000 feet.
enclosure?
It may be because we're getting towards a roof. He lost a lot of planes.
Okay, but
and
where-
the claim is they were hitting the roof.
My question is, okay, we say we are in an enclosure,
Yeah.
and there is a roof.
Thermodynamics demands it.
Fine,
by
fine,
the way.
fine. Okay.
No, it's
Okay.
not right. This is real science.
Okay. So we're
Because
in.
can
I
see-
agree
can
with
s-
you.
I can feel the
I-
kind of how much this is hurting.
I
you, but
agree.
Real science demands that pressure must be contained. If you want
I
pressure, you
agree
must
we're in an
contain it.
enclosure. Say that.
All right.
Where's the enclosure?
Where?
Yeah.
We're in it.
Yeah, but where is that
so
enclosure?
well, the floor is one of that. And then if you watch the Go Fast rocket, have you heard
No,
of
no,
Go
sorry,
Fast?
you're still not
We
answering the
can't get
question
out.
where the enclosure is.
Oh,
Where is
I
it?
see,
I know where the O2
I
is.
see. Yeah,
Where is
yeah,
the
yeah.
enclosure? What's outside the enclosure?
That's the unknown.
Ah,
That's the unknown.
it's
But
almost
you know
like
what,
the
in-
universe.
in
And
the
we actually have to
mainstream-
get for lunch.
in
I'm so
mainstream
sorry.
In the mainstream science, 99% of the universe is dark matter. What is dark matter? We don't know.
No idea.
So mainstream
Um,
science.
It was
has
so lovely to
no
talk to you,
idea.
but we are going to be late. Thank you so much. It was really
All the
interesting.
best.
Appreciate it.
All
Thank
the
you.
best. Don't trust the master. You don't have to be the servant.
Yeah, but them know me. I have. Yeah, but we are not looking for. We are both. We have different
I know there's some people in the chat have perhaps the opportunity to. I film all my chest the whole. Oh, I did. That guy didn't want to be filmed.
Oh, it's this guy. No, it's this guy. No, the
I
No, I know better. No, I've seen them.
I just want to say, we do have a Patreon and buy us with coffee on a cold day. If anyone has a little spare, then by all means feel free to top up the tank. That would be gratefully accepted. And we are planning the September event for next year, this year, 2026, in Javier. You may have heard Alex has already sort of opened the conversation and letting people know. We're going to have more details on that soon, but yeah, excited and looking forward to getting involved with putting on an event. He's got like a showcase event planned for the one day, and Andrea and I have got some plans for some of the other days, so that we can make it into a really powerful week for people who've come to Spain. Hey guys, have you guys ever looked into this idea that NASA is faking space?
No.
Space, the vacuum of space was taught to you when you were 7 years old, and you believe it now even though you've never been. And you believe it now even though that they've not been back to the moon for 50 years, and they claim not to have the technology to put a man on the moon now. When our technology is eons ahead of where they were in the 1950s and 60s when they were planning the Apollo missions. So, the idea that they're going to space, when you see, like, they're doing a spacewalk on the International Space Station and you see bubbles leaving the helmet, the question, are they in water, must come to someone's mind when we see them training in water. And it's not hard these days to put a blue screen or a green screen on the back of that swimming pool and make it appear as though they're flying over the globe at 19,000 miles an hour or whatever it is they claim. 250 miles in the sky. You know, people tell me that they can see the International Space Station from Earth. We can't even see Manchester from 20 miles above the
You
ground.
wouldn't want to, though, to be fair.
Okay, maybe not the best choice, but the, you know, the space station is the size of a jumbo jet, and a jumbo jet flying at 6 miles is just about visible. At 12 miles, hard to see. 24 miles, impossible to see with the human eye. But we're 10 times even higher than that, and we see the thing flying by every now and again at 19,000 miles, many times faster than a bullet. We're meant to believe this.
Eye, though, or like a
Pardon me?
Do they see it with a telescope or a naked eye?
Both, actually. I mean, the telescope is much more difficult because it's such a fleeting moment, right?
Yeah, it goes
But I would suggest that if I flew a plane at 70,000 feet, a spy plane with some lights on the wings, I'd get believers to believe they've just seen Jesus fly overhead or whatever they believe was. So the International Space Station was put together by the Americans and the Russians, typically enemies with each other. They built the thing in space. They never put their sections together on the ground and said, let's make sure our section connects to your section. And then when new sections of the International Space Station appear, they're just all of a sudden there. It's like, what? We've delivered a new piece to the International Space Station. We see them moving between the airlock and with a flappy door that wouldn't hold a breeze out, let alone the vacuum of space.
Why wouldn't you believe it? Like, what's the...
Sorry?
Why wouldn't you believe it?
What's the motive to fake it?
Well, why wouldn't I believe it? For me, sort of starts before, because I believed in the moon landings for most of my adult life. So it started for me before that, where I, first of all, like 9/11 came into my orbit, where I was like, oh, hang on.
What's your opinion on that?
Well, it isn't what they told us on the TV. That's my opinion. I mean, there's a lot of detail into that, right? But I believe what they told me on the TV when I first saw 9/11. I believed that they had weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. I believed all of that stuff, and those things no longer hold water. But for me, it was that when I discovered that water itself always will find level when at rest and must be contained, otherwise it will run down any slope until it can pool. And that pool will then overflow and run to the next pool. That's what happens with water. It doesn't sit on the outside of a ball. It must be contained, and it doesn't curve. That's a fact.
That's gravity, though.
That's a fact. That's a belief.
Well,
when you were 7 years old, you were taught about a theory called gravity. Okay. Now, because I lift something up and it falls back down, you could say that was gravity. I could say it's an inverse of the energy that I imparted on it. Because I took it out of a state of rest, I gave it energy, potential energy, and then I released it, and that was an expression returning that. But if I dropped that ball, ball back onto a pool of water, it wouldn't go down. It would float because of its buoyancy, and it's displacing more water than it weighs. That's simply what the Earth is. But coming back to water being level, I believe that the ship was going over the horizon at 3 or 4 miles, which is what Google will tell you, and your eyes will kind of attest to that if you go down to the beach on a regular day. However, if you take a powerful camera after that ship has gone away, a zoom camera, and many people have done this, you can go and research this yourself or go and do it yourself with a camera, you can bring that camera back into view, all of it, bring the ship back into view, all of it. And you might see a ship further away. And if you go into a 10-story building right behind the beach, you'll see another ship even further away. Why? Because you've changed your angle of resolution. Now you can see the whole of the White Cliffs of Dover from France. That's a fact. 20 miles, according to the curvature formula, that should be 300 feet of ocean curve of the ball, according to the maths that they never taught you in school.
So where's the end of the world then?
You're not wanting to hear that, eh? That the water is level, and Einstein admits that the Earth can't be proven to be moving. The Earth moving at 1,000 miles an hour according to the maths, but obviously your senses will tell you on a still day when there's no wind moving that nothing is moving around me. But we're meant to believe this theory that you just quoted, gravity, is holding the column of air for 100 miles above my head into the stratosphere. It is holding it directly above me as it moves at 1,000 miles an hour. Now we know that air doesn't move like that. When you go on a drive, the air that you left around your house when you left is not with you when your car gets to the other side. The only way you can take the air with you is to seal it inside the container, like in a plane or in a car. But people say, well, if the train is moving 100 miles an hour, I don't feel it. Get on the roof. Because according to the globe theory, there is no roof. We've got gas and we've got atmosphere. It just gets thinner and thinner and thinner, and then now you've got a 16 torr, vacuum. Which, by the way, they've never put a man in a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber and achieved vacuum. Never. Now, if you were going, and they used zips in the 1960s where people were easier to fool. They had zips on their spacesuits. How does a vacuum and a zip work together? It doesn't. If you had a zip on your football, would it stay? No, it would not. So what we're taught to believe is when we're so young, because give me the boy till 7, I give you the man. We're so young, we no longer, because all of the authority figures, none of them, Russia, China, America, Britain, none of them are challenging that. Now, I'm not saying, hold on a minute, you guys said you went to the moon, you definitely didn't go to the moon. We can't get out of there 50 years later. In fact, NASA scientists, boys will tell you today, we're struggling to get through the Van Allen radiation belts, a dangerous area of high radiation. We're still working on getting man outside of that. In 2020, they admit that. And yet they went in 1968. Are you kidding me?
If they landed another man on the moon in the next 10 years, would you change your belief?
If they landed on the moon, yes. But I'll tell you what, the best scientists in the world before the moon landings, before the moon landing, the best scientists in the world were on record saying they can't land on the moon. The moon is plasma. It's a light. You can't land on it. And in fact, you can't even reach it. It's like the rainbow. As you move, it moves. You can't get to it. What you see as the moon is a projection, a secondary projection. It's not a physical object. It may have rotundity, but your brain was told to believe that the sun was a star very close to us, and the stars were suns very far away from us. When that's not true. The sun is a sun, it's a hot light, the moon is a cold light, and the stars are stars. They are twinkle stars. When you look at them under a zoom camera and slow that footage down, you find they're just doing this repeating cycling pattern. Some are white, some are rainbow colored, some are red like Mars. They're just lights in the sky. I believe, because it's an electromagnetic Earth now that I've done this research, it's an electromagnetic Earth. I believe that these are just, energy pulsing. If you study cymatics, you can see a similar pulsing. It's like, wow, that looks like a certain frequency just repeating itself over and over again. So no, our world is created for us. We are the center of it. There is an enclosure to it. We can't get out of it. They've enclosed us in with the Antarctic Treaty. So you do not have however wealthy you might be, you do not have the potential to go and explore this Earth as much as you might want to. We've got plenty of evidence of people trying to sail outside of the Antarctic Treaty, and they get turned away if they're not under military escort.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
It's not a globe, what is it? Flat Earth?
Yes.
It's what's the underside?
We don't know. So imagine we lived inside the orange, where the seeds are. Yeah, we've only been able to dig 8 miles. That's the deepest drill humanity has ever had. 7.5 miles. It was called the Kola Super Deep. The Americans and the Russians tried in the 90s, and they gave up at 7.5 miles. They were like, we can get no further. Nothing we got was going to go any further. So mankind, when you were in school, you were told that there's 4,000 miles beneath your feet. There's all this stuff going on. We don't know what's beneath our feet, actually. But if we were inside the orange, I suggest that we can't get outside of the pith or the peel. We can't exit this place, whether it be above, sideways, or down. We're inside it.
If you were to get on a boat, or a car, or even walk, and you had to walk a straight line, an exactly straight line, where would you end up? Keep going, forever.
A straight line. I don't know. You see, I think the possibility is, the way it might work is that the North Pole is like your sort of magnetic center. Think about your watch. The center of your watch, where the bezel is, that's the North Pole, and your hand can go east or west around that North Pole, if you like. So when we take an easterly heading over 10,000 miles, we're going to make a sort of a 90-degree turn eventually over that 10,000-mile journey in order to hold an east or west heading. So we think that that's possibly how the sailing works. We know that we can sail the Vendée, the round-the-world sailing. All of those things work on a flat Earth. In fact, great sailors existed long before the globe.
But if you did go in a straight line, and it turned out that you ended up back where you started, what would that do to your theory?
Why did you go around? Like, I don't know. Well, it's a hypothetical, because we can't do that.
I'm asking you, forget whether it's around or not. If you were to go in a straight line, and then for X amount of time, and you were to end up back where you started, what would that do?
Heading east or west?
Well, any direction.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, and it's a hypothetical one. But what if you were to measure the curvature over water, which you can do, and find that there was none? What would that do to a theory of the globe?
Curvature of water?
Yeah.
Well, that would be very intriguing.
That was what stopped me, sir. 10 years ago, I discovered that there's a formula for the curvature over water. If you live on a globe, it's got to be bending, right? A football bends all the time. Yes? There's no part of the football that's not bending.
Yes.
Yeah? So it doesn't matter that it's much bigger, it's always bending. And so if it's true, and we know we have sea level, but if it's true, that means that when you look out from an island, then the sea must be bending down around me in all directions, yeah? So I should be able to get my friend on a barge to go a mile away, 2 miles away, 3 miles away, and say, let's see if I could still see you at 3 miles away, because according to the formula, you should be 5 feet below the waterline now, or below the bulge, you know, you've gone over the hill, as it were, yeah? Now we can see that I can see you 10 miles away. Good God, that's meant to be 60 feet of curvature. I can see the White Cliffs of Dover from France. That's meant to be 300 feet of curvature.
I would need to see the mathematical formula that you base those figures
Well,
on.
it's yeah, you can Google it. The curvature formula for Earth, and they've even handily put a curvature formula calculator, so you can adjust for your own height, the observer height above sea level, all these things, and then the height of the object that you're looking at. But you also find when you look into this that scientists admitted, you sound Scottish, that the Loch Ness is considered to be the world's largest spirit level. You know, it has a very tiny sort of tidal movement of a few millimeters, right? But it is otherwise, on a calm day, perfectly level for 30 kilometers. Now that's, you know, in science, when we were young, they said, well, you know, you can obviously only test things at a sort of your scale, but if I can test things at 3 scales up, and I get the same result, why wouldn't I expect the same result at 4 scales up or 5 scales up? Or what if the whole of the Earth, 70% water at the 10th scale, was completely level, at the same sea level? Britain takes its sea level from Newland in Cornwall. They took 5 years or 3 years in the early 1900s to measure the mean sea level at Newland, and then that's used on all topography, the sea level, yeah. And so we have one sea level from, you know, John O'Groats to Land's End. We have the same sea level. Yes, I might go up and down. If you take a cross section of that walk or that cycle or whatever you do, you'll have a flat baseline. You'll come up into the higher mountains of the Scotland, the Highlands, and you'll go down into Cornwall from the same baseline, from the same level point. You can do the same across the North America, from the east coast to the west. You'll go up to 2,000 meters high or whatever, and you'll come down 2,000 meters. But it's from the same baseline sea level. With the admission of the USGS, the government survey says that there's a 9-inch variation between the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. That's a flat Earth, my friend. That's not a globe. The globe doesn't work, and it's a control system designed to control your mind from young, so that we all become good slaves and we have no idea of our connection to a creator.
You were mentioning the airspeed revolving at 1,000 miles an hour.
Correct,
in
yes.
sympathy with the Earth, allegedly.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
I tend to agree that it does do that, and the reason I say that is because if I was to get a sealed container, right?
Yeah.
And I was to get a food mixer, put the food mixer paddles into this sealed container, and I was to spin the food mixer paddles. Do you think that the air trapped within that sealed container would start to revolve with the paddles or not?
Yeah.
It would?
It would, yeah.
Is that not then the same as, bearing in mind we've had billions of years, the Earth spinning, possibly, and start to drag the air around with it?
What's the one big difference that immediately comes to mind with your example and your theory? What's the one big difference?
I don't know.
Well, let me point it out then. You offered me an example with a container.
Yes.
There is no container on the globe.
No, but it is a kind of self-contained unit.
No. There's no container, and we can't say the theory of gravity is my glass container.
So why does the air that's round the Earth not float away?
Exactly. If it's not contained, it has to be contained. That's thermodynamics. So we say there's a fixed container. We're inside of a bubble. We're not on the outside of it.
But isn't...
And in that, sorry, because I like your example of the two spinning paddles, yeah? Because I think it's an electromagnetic Earth with a north and a south pole, if you like, and each one is turning, perhaps in opposite directions, but they're turning and creating our Coriolis, that we have, winds that form more clockwise in the south and anti-clockwise in the north. I believe that this is what's possibly underlying that. But the claim, because when you asked the question when you were young, what stops the atmosphere from just getting sucked off? Well, it's gravity, and gravity is not a container. Gravity is a theory.
Do you believe in gravity?
No, I don't need to believe. That's for religious people.
Well, okay. Wrong word.
No, but that's it has to be believed on. You can't prove it.
Do you subscribe to the gravity theory?
No, no. Well put. But we can take a boiled egg and an unboiled egg in salt water. One will float and the other will sink. Gravity is not real. That's displacement. What we're looking at is displacement in a medium. So a football will float on water, but it'll fall in the air if I lift it up off the ground. That's all. Helium, hot air, these things will rise. They're not concerned about gravity at all. But we're told that even though helium can't be held to the ground by gravity, once it gets to 50,000 feet, it's going to grab hold of it up there. That's a lot of pseudoscience, my friend. It's a lot of things you've got to believe on. I think that it's much easier. I could demonstrate to you that I could create a closed container, a closed system, in which I put heat over here and cool over there, and the difference in that temperature will create air movement. It will create flowing up and drawing down, flowing up and drawing down. And I can create hydrology process, the wind-rain cycle. I can create all of these things inside, like the Eden project. I can create all of these things perfectly inside of a closed system. Now, if it's electromagnetic and it's a torus, a spinning electromagnetic system, then this explains some of our northeasters, southwesters, and all of these sort of things, which you will know that, because Scotland obviously has some decent wind. We get winds in different parts of the world blowing in completely different directions. If you're here, it's a northwester. If you're there, it's a southeaster. This doesn't speak to everything spinning in one direction. And actually, I offer you, with respect, that if you had to take your bicycle wheel when you were a young boy and turn it upside down, your bicycle upside down, and spin that wheel as fast as you could, and spin it for 1,000,000 years, the air would not be following the tire. The air is going to do what it always does. There's a little bit of drag and resistance, and then the air moves away. And that's what happens in reality.
I think the air would follow
and
the
the
tire.
trees would also be pushing themselves through the air. They're resistant to air movement. So
I think the spinning wheel example you gave, the air would follow the tire, albeit microscopically. It would follow the tire.
Microscopically, but most of it's going to be be replaced, get left behind, move away.
You scale it up, get it slightly bigger. You would follow that, slightly bigger, and then if you've got an entire earth and you spin that, any gases that are surrounding that earth would spin with.
And what
that
about
earth.
the water?
Well, everything. Well,
wouldn't the water spin off the ball?
That would be best explained if you were to suddenly stop the earth. What would happen to the water then? It would all slosh away. That would happen.
Have you ever tried to carry a plate of water?
Yes, probably. Yeah.
Very difficult. Think about it. It's very difficult to carry a plate of water. Now try and carry a ball that's got water on the outside. The only bit that'll stick is a little bit of resistance. It'll be a bit damp or whatever. But in reality, the water's going to fall down, other than religion called gravity. Let me show you a few things that are real.
I gave him Luke's gospel.
This is, we're told the sun is going over the horizon. Do you think that these streetlights are also going over the horizon? Of course not, no. No, but that's just the compression into the distance of anything that is, these streetlights are the same height. But this is the example I gave you earlier. Look, this is North America, all right? This is North America, this is mainstream. I'm not making this up, I'm not using CGI. That's mainstream, cut through, cross-section of North America. Where's the ball on that? This is almost 3,000 miles, which is 1/8 of the way around the globe. If this, imagine your clock face, and I say to you, well, you're going to take 1/8 of your clock face and cut it out, and it's going to have absolutely no curvature to it. You'd say that's ridiculous. Of course, it's going to have an element of curvature to it.
That's how you slice it.
Same with this. This is our abyssal plain. Is a vast, flat underwater plain, and they're flat plain, and they're generally located between the foot of the continent. So we've got flat water on top. We've got some crenulations and mountains in the sea, but ultimately everything is pretty flat down there.
What is the practical result of the flat of the Earth being flat? What practical results can we see?
The control of mankind.
The control of mankind?
Absolutely. And we are completely controlled. You must have seen it in 2020, right? Mankind is so beaten down that when fat, ugly Boris Johnson came out and said, stay home, shave lives, or shave wives, or whatever he was saying, I don't know. People believed it, and they did it.
Why would
that is weak?
Why would the Earth being flat give whoever has the control?
Well, remember, the flat is just an expression. Remember, it's much more than just a flat Earth. It's an enclosed system. It's a created system, and therefore God's hand is all over it. Yeah. Whereas the Big Bang is evolution, billions of years. Just let things happen, and then if you're lucky, you will scrape out of the cave as a monkey, and eventually you will learn how to write. That's bollocks. We were created as intelligent as we are now by a creator, and that happens to be how it is on a flat Earth. In fact, the Hebrew cosmology is all about this enclosed system with a rakia or a firmament that closes it all in. The Bible boys now are so brainwashed. They say, no, well, when the flood happened, it melted, so there's no firmament anymore, so you don't have to ask that question anymore, right? No, it's an enclosed system created by a creator. Here, where monkeys evolved, and we need kings, we need popes, we need governments to rule over us. I agree with you.
Right, okay.
I agree with you. But on a globe, we are the serfs. On a flat Earth, we are the inheritors of the Earth, and we are meant to be as valuable as the king, or more.
I get the impression from what you're saying that the fact that the Earth is not a globe is secondary to some bigger idea that you've got. What is this bigger idea then?
Absolutely, that we are the divine spark of the Creator. We are it, and that your soul is borrowing this avatar for a short time, which is 80 or 100 years. It's borrowing for a very short time to come and have an experience of itself, of all that is. It's been designed for you. Let's just say I've sent you to Disneyland for the day. I've designed Disneyland for you to go and have an experience, but at the gate someone lied to you about what you're doing here, and you spent your whole day on the teacup ride when you were meant to go out. You were meant to go out, and I saw Keir Starmer the other day at the train station. They had a whole lot of guys with him. You're meant to be having an amazing experience, free to use all of the rides that are here. But Daddy government has said, no. If you want to go to the next ride, you'll have to pay me a little bit extra, and you're only allowed to stay there for a few weeks, now 3 months if it's Europe. Now you can only do this, and by the way, when you go to work, you're going to give me 40% of everything that you earn. That sounds like a criminal enterprise to me.
If you could wave a magic wand in society is to act the way in which you would like it to act, what difference would we see?
It would take time. It would take time. Like Michael Jackson said, if you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change. And the thing is that if you put puppies in a cage for a year and mistreated them, how hard is it going to be as adults to straighten that out, right? Yeah. So the same is true with mankind. Mankind has been wrought to war with itself for generations now, and to give fealty to these royalties or governments or whatever. Vote. We've given away our power to an external authority. So these puppies are so broken, they can't go and hunt for themselves. They can't go and care for themselves. They're going to bite each other the moment you give them the chance, right? So at the moment, you're almost in a situation where you have to treat those dogs like they were damaged puppies, not like they've been loved on animals, right? They're street dogs, or whatever, they're feral maybe. And the problem is that until mankind starts to sort out his own shit, he's going to be stuck in this relationship, master and servant, with those who control him.
So sorry, thank you. So you're a flat earther, if you don't, you know.
What, human man?
Sure, man, sure, I get you. Believe in the earth. What I don't understand is there's still no explanation, right, for example, see this image here, right, we're looking at here.
Yeah.
Now, here, and I can see the earth itself. Now, but how does flat earth explain how deep that goes, when it ends, and what we're actually, if we're not on a globe, then what is it? Flat, how long is it flat for before it becomes to an end?
Some of these things are maybe difficult to answer because I don't have the power to go and test all of those things, but I'll give you an answer. When it comes to what we believe in the mainstream, when I believed in outer space and all of that, I believe that there was 14 billion years of distance between us and the extremities of outer space. Most of it being dark matter, 99% of it being dark matter, and we do not know in mainstream science what that dark matter is. When it comes to drilling into the earth, the deepest mankind has ever been is 7.5 miles. And after that point, after years of trying to get any deeper, they said, we're getting the Americans and the Russians, we're giving up. We can't get any deeper. So we don't actually know, even in the mainstream, really. We've got these cartoons about this gobstopper earth where you've got the mantle and the crust and the inner layer and the molten core and all that. We were given that when we were 10 years old. That's not smart. Those are cartoons. We've only drilled literally 8 miles in. So we don't actually know what's beneath our feet, whichever model you like. My model, if I can offer you that, is that we live inside of the orange. So so we can't get outside of that. We're inside of a container. It might be spherical, like a ball, but we live inside of it. And if you had to take a balloon, put sand inside, water inside, and then blow air into it, you'd see what would happen. The settlement would be earth, water, air. And that's what we've got here. We've got solid beneath our feet. We've got water filling some of the crevices and cracks like Mariana Trench and all of that, up to a sea level that is the same sea level. And then above that, we've got craggies and rocks and things that sit above that. England, not very much. Antarctica, the highest on Earth, above the sea level. But it's one sea level, and it was given to us in 1905.
But even with what you're saying, can you not see, though, that at some point you have to reach an end, right?
Yes, that's right. So if
and
we
beyond that, and it's like, because you're taking away, from the sound of it, you're taking away the belief that space exists.
Yes, I'm sorry. No, I don't
be sorry.
No, I believe in space.
You believe in space?
This is the space.
No, but I mean out of
the
there,
space around us.
As we're looking
what
at
we call outer space. I learned about outer space from Disney. I don't know where you learned about it.
No, fine. But what I'm saying is, are you saying that that's not infinite?
Yeah.
You're saying it's not infinite?
Yeah. Just like inside your cup. Imagine we lived inside your cup. But the orange is a better example. Let's cut the orange open through the equator. And imagine where the seeds are right at the center. The seeds are the continents. And then the water, the fruit, as you move away from the seeds, is now the wet sea. The heavier stuff is called water at sea level. The lighter stuff we call air, but it's still water. Very thin water, yes? So we live inside of the orange with the seeds. When we get towards the edge, let me answer quickly. Let me just say this. When we get to the 60th south parallel, which is still before the pith of the orange, we have a thing called the Antarctic Treaty, which all governments have signed up to and stops us, average man, from traveling there without permission. If so, we only go on government-approved routes and where we go in under control. That's the Antarctic Treaty. It was signed the year after Admiral Byrd, having had 10 years.
I know about all that.
Admiral Byrd comes and he explores Antarctica for 10 years with like 5,000 men, a fleet of ships, American money behind him. He comes back and says, on American TV, he says, I stood on land bigger than America. No man has ever seen it. And it has on it resources that will last lifetimes. The next year, America, Russia, China, they all signed the Antarctic Treaty, which is still in force today, and means that all of that area, 60, even commercial airlines have to get permission to go into the 70th south parallel. So we don't know. So yes, towards the edge of the orange, it might be that there is proof that there is a barrier that we can't get out of.
But wouldn't that be the...
You fly over the Antarctic. You can fly from Australia over the Antarctic to South Africa.
No, you don't need to go over to
You
Antarctica.
do, you do.
No,
You
don't.
fly over Antarctica.
No,
So
you don't.
you're saying that
You
they're
fly,
flying off
maybe
the
as
edge.
far as 70th. And
No,
when
no,
the
no, you
weather's
don't.
bad.
You fly over. You
I
go
come from
over.
South Africa. and
Yeah,
I know
I
that the
come
flight to
from
Australia.
Australia and
Okay.
I'm an air traffic controller
Okay.
and I control
Okay.
flights that go over Antarctica.
I'd like to see.
So is that
I'd
where?
like-
So I shouldn't go visit down there because I'll fall off the edge of the earth. Is that what you're
Okay,
saying?
now you're wanting to be stupid because
No, but
I'm not happy with your answer. Is that you look at a globe? There's no reason for you to go over the South Pole. What
But
they
you
call
can
the
do
South
it.
Pole.
But you can do
There's
it.
no, as far as I know, no one's ever walked 180 degrees out and come out the other side. No one's ever flown 180 degrees because, by the way, do you fly under Antarctica from Australia to Peru?
Johannesburg.
To South Africa, South America.
No, they go from.
Why not to South America? If you
it's
take
not
a,
over.
if
You
you take
go-
a globe
you
and
go
take a
left or
piece of
right.
string from Sydney or Melbourne and you take that string under the globe to South America, it's the quickest route. But we never fly that route. We never fly any route that goes all the way out and comes out the other side. What you're doing, and I've looked at the Australian flights, what they're doing is they're skirting at about 70th parallel. And in fact, I saw an Australian pilot say we had bad weather and I had to go to 71, but I had asked for permission to do that. A guy wrote a book called 15 Landings, Emergency Landings That Prove the Flat Earth. A guy was flying from Hawaii to California and someone died on the plane. They had to make an emergency landing in Alaska.
So is that the same
In
North
Alaska,
Pole?
that is nowhere near, but on a flat Earth projection, which is what pilots were using in Europe during World War II, there was, there's no need. So, Carol.
So what does the map look like in your theory?
Here's a rough idea of the map. This is very rough. Yeah.
So it's kind of like.
Here's Australia.
All right.
Here's South Africa, and over here is South America.
So my question is, if this is how it looks like, did Pearl Harbor happen like this?
You also got that same question. No, they came past Australia.
So like this?
Yeah.
So they attacked and then they came all the way here again
Yeah,
without
yeah.
being intercepted?
Now you've got to realize that America knew that the Japanese were going to attack them at Pearl Harbor. You know that.
Right, but it's irrelevant.
They wanted, it is relevant. They wanted them to attack them. So,
So
they didn't need to
No
to destroy the fleet.
other power in these areas ever found out it was going near
The Australians warned the Americans that they were coming.
Okay, but
Okay, so I'll answer that question. Anything else? The whole thing, listen, this is just a possible projection. There are well-known maps from the 1700s, 1600s, 1500s that look similar to
By the
this.
way, what's the source for them
But they
knowing?
look similar to this. But let's not get lost in something that we can't prove. Water being level, you can prove. You can prove that water is level.
What do you mean by level?
Flat.
Okay, yeah.
Flat.
Sure, yeah.
And you know what? If I took another body of water and held it at a different level, I could show that this flat and this flat are parallel.
Of course, from this area, yes. But if it was a large enough area, then it would become a curve.
Right.
We're talking about like miles and miles, though. We're not talking about like a millionth of the circumference. For
What
example.
is the formula for the curvature or the circumference?
No, I'm not sure.
You don't know?
No.
So you're defending something you don't know?
I don't know all the details, obviously, but
Wow. Well, you seem so sure about this. Really, you should go and check this, because what stopped me being a globe believer like you was that I found out there's a formula for the curvature of a globe. Because obviously, a ball, a football, any ball you like has an amount of curvature to it. No matter where you choose on that ball, it's always bending. So I found this formula very fascinating, and you may do too. It's 8 inches in the mile squared. So if you go 8 inches, you go 10 miles, you're talking about 800 inches of curvature. If you go 100 miles, you're talking about 600 feet, hundreds of feet of curvature by the time you get to 100 miles. And yet the American military, they've got a powerful laser that can point at a ship 100 miles away and shoot it with a railgun. And it's line of sight. 100 miles. So there's meant to be 66,000 feet of curvature, or 6,660 feet of curvature in 100 miles. And yet we're seeing line of sight. So yeah, I've gone from scaling it in my bathroom to my lake. You know, there's a lake in Russia called Balaton, which freezes over once a year. It's 400 miles long, and they tune it into an ice rink. Perfectly level. So we've got the Suez Canal, 120 miles long, perfectly level. At what point do you want it to start curving? Because in science, when I can only measure things at the small, I don't get to jump out of like, well, it's worked like this when it's 1, 2, 5, but when it gets to 10, it's going to be something different. That's magic. You've got to prove that.
At what point did you start to suspect that the Earth was not a globe? And why did you start to suspect that?
Okay, quickly, I'll tell you that I wrote a book about being in a war in Angola in 1987. I wrote the book in 2012, 2013. And when I was getting my hair cut to go to these, like book launches and stuff, the Kurdish barber, I said, what's this with ISIS and you guys? ISIS is funded by America. I said, no, that's fucking ridiculous. And yet when I was in Angola, Americans were funding the same people that we were supporting, Jonas Savimbi, and lying to the American people about it. No, we're not in Angola. But we saw the Americans on the ground. We saw the American equipment, the Stinger missiles and blah, blah, blah. We saw all of that. But they were lying about that. Then the guy tells me that 9/11 wasn't done by, Osama bin Laden. It was the Americans. I'm like, I can't, that's too much. But I started looking into these things. And then a guy came to me on a book tour and he said, your battles were being choreographed by the Americans and the Russians, by the way. Did you know that? I didn't know that, so I started thinking about that too. And then I had experience with DMT, or ayahuasca, in 2015. And it was like a near-death experience. And I'd already heard about Flat Earth, but I thought it was ridiculous. Well, after my near-death experience with ayahuasca, I went and looked into it. And the first number that I saw, because I'm a numbers guy, I saw this formula for curvature. Now, I grew up by the sea, and I know that I saw things more than 10 miles away at the coast, up the coast, 10 miles away, street lights, things that are meant to be hidden by the curvature, but clearly they're not. So we try and understand, well then what is it why is the ship going over the horizon? And you start to research what is angle of resolution, what is, like everything compressing in the distance with perspective. All of these sort of things can start to explain why the ship got smaller and why it seemed to go over the edge. And then I started making other observations from higher up, things much further away.
There were ancient scientists way back when. They were able to calculate the circumference of Earth.
Have you just looked that up? You just looked that up?
Yes, I have.
You just looked that up.
Because I know
you're going to tell me about Eratosthenes.
No, wait, hold on. I'm not sure. I didn't know the name. I have to know the name, so that's
you
why.
don't even know his name. Come
Dude,
on,
I haven't got the whole thing. I haven't got a whole
it's
thing
like
memorized.
A Catholic coming to me and telling me they don't know the Pope's name.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes. 2,500 years ago, he put 2 sticks in the ground. One here, one 500 miles away.
All right.
And you're meant to believe that him and his pal, 500 miles away with no phone,
yeah,
they determined that my shadow is longer than your shadow. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. And when our maths is so good, we can get it right within 2% of what they claim the globe to be now.
So wait, what's the problem with their argument? That they can't calculate shadows?
Because on a flat Earth, we say the sun is small and local. And so just like I can walk and stand under a street light, one step this side, I've got a little shadow. You have 5 steps that side, you've got a long shadow, yes? Mm-hmm. You don't need to be, bamboozled by this. And by the way, if Eratosthenes being 2,500 years ago is before all the Greek, all the amazing stuff that Archimedes did and all of that, they didn't bother to make a globe until the year 1500. 500 years ago. So a guy discovers he lives on a globe and all his people around him believe that, and for 2,000 years they didn't bother to make one projection of a globe. And guess who owns the globe?
I'm not sure if
Guess who owns the original globe? The Vatican. And they own the patent to the Big Bang Theory. Why? Because it was invented by a Jesuit Catholic priest, the Big Bang Theory. Georges Lemaitre. That'll be another name from your religion you don't know.
I'm not religious.
This is a religion, guys. This belief that water can stick to the underside of a ball and that monkeys can evolve into God's perfect creation is religion. The idea that oceans in Australia are holding themselves underneath a globe.
You said that we evolved from monkeys?
Religion. We do not.
No, I know we do not, but that's your theory for their theory. You're
Yeah.
saying that...
So are you Muslim?
No.
Oh, because anyone who says they do not believe in evolution but they believe in the globe is lying to themselves. Because the globe is an evolved ape from the Big Bang, you know. And
Right, right, but the theory isn't that we evolved from apes, it's just we have a common ancestor.
No.
Are you
No, I'm not from the Flat Earth Society.
Are you a flat
But I'm
earther?
not from the globe religion. I'm here to tell people that water is always going to find its level. And the sea level is one
Have you
thing.
studied?
I just want to ask, what?
This is an appeal to authority.
No, I just didn't have a degree or do you have
do I need credentials
No,
to
no,
learn
you
something?
don't, but I'm
do
just
I need
wondering, you're
professor?
obviously- no,
do I need
no.
professor to tell me what to study?
No, I'm just wondering,
Is
you're
that what you're
obviously
saying?
a very
That's what you're saying,
intelligent
sister.
individual. No, you're a very intelligent individual that you're very passionate about.
I'm
this.
very passionate
Yeah, and
about
I'm
it. Why?
just
Because I
wondering
do not
whether or
like being lied to, and I do not like that mankind is harming themselves. Did you walk through COVID just believing everything they told you, man? You didn't? Good. You did? You did, didn't you? I got an Australian flat Earth pilot friend who flew commercially for 15 years. Loved flying. Started at age 18. When it came to them putting a needle in his arm, he said, "I'm walking away from my job." And he's no longer flying. He's a flat earther along with many other pilots who are on record. You can see them on YouTube in their cockpit saying, "No, the Earth is flat. We treat the Earth, we fly as though the Earth is flat. We do not make any account for the Earth spinning." You know, and if you did, then this whole thing of it moving faster than the plane moves, the Earth spinning faster than the plane moves, wouldn't make it work. The whole aviation, flying anything other on a north-south thing, a runway where the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, less fast arguably in Australia, but still at the equator, 1,000 miles an hour, we would have to make allowance for that. I was a long-range gunner in the army. You know, I was a tank gunner in the army, and I had to make no allowance for Earth spinning, only for windage. Yeah, only for windage, not for Earth spin. And yes, there's a rotation that comes if it's a rifle barrel. There's going to be a drift in one direction. Yes, but that's not to do with the Earth spinning. There's no planes could exist on an Earth that was moving at 1,000 miles an hour. And Einstein admitted himself, you know, back in the 1800s, the late 1800s, the best scientists in France and England, Michelson, Morley, Gale, these scientists, you can look this up. These scientists were doing experiments using a device called an interferometer, where they fire light in 90 degrees from each other and measure the time that it comes back. And if the Earth is moving through space, they would be able to detect that movement. They were expecting to see 30 miles a second, because that's how fast we're moving through space, let alone the Earth rotation. They could not prove the Earth to be spinning. And Einstein said, "We have no experiment to prove the Earth is spinning." Is the Earth a sphere? Well, it's a nuanced answer. I think that the Earth may be a sphere, but we live inside of it.
If you stand on the beach, you can see a sphere. You can see a horizon that's slightly curved. So there's the physical evidence for you.
Well, actually, what you're seeing there is the extent of your vision. So when you're in the beach, is a great opportunity to test this, because let's say I can see 10 miles in that distance, or 5 miles in that distance, right?
See the curvature.
That 5 miles is going to remain as I turn left and right. So it infers a curve, because I'm seeing a round.
Right. So
I'm not seeing curvature. Look here, my friend. Let me bring you. This is real world evidence right here. Right here.
Rockets that have gone up, those are fake videos, and they show the world the sphere.
Yes.
Are they fake videos?
Yes.
The rockets that have gone up into space.
None have gone into space.
The shuttle hasn't gone up into space.
No, that's all fake.
I've seen it myself go up.
I've seen it go up, but I've also seen it come down.
So when they take the video of a sphere, that's
Hard
fake.
to hear.
That's fake.
Do you have a collection of Star Wars figurines at home, sir?
Is that fake news that they take a video? Okay, right.
Absolutely. Will you believe
The
everything?
Bible actually says it's a sphere. Did you know that?
No.
In the book
Bible
of Job.
says
No,
that-
in the book of Job, and he talks about the world being a sphere.
Circle.
A circle.
Don't lie.
No,
Don't
I
lie.
actually know that.
It's a circle in Job.
I think
Looks down on the circle and he presses it out like a seal. These are not spheres. And God put a firmament. He separated the waters from
Correct,
the waters.
correct.
You are so deceived that you do not even know the earth, the creation that God made for you. Yes.
I just want to know, what would be the motivation?
Control. Just like in religion. Religion is all about control, bro. All about control. And this
What's the
religion of the
control?
globe is a control mechanism.
How? In
Keep
what
it
way?
simple. But for me, because I'm not into religion of any sort, whether it be the science religion or the church religion, I think that it's designed to rob the truth of who you are.
But what's being hidden? What are we not knowing from So if they're trying to
Well,
tell us
the
that
globe
the
is like,
Earth is flat,
well, the globe is part of the evolution and just comes out of happenstance. It's not important. Blah, blah, blah.
but like why would they lie about it?
Why?
Why
would they lie about Jesus? Why would they lie about Muhammad? Why would they make up these stories to try to control people? Right?
But
are you a religious guy? No. So that you must believe that religion or Christianity or Islam or Judaism, these things are misleading people because they're not true. If they were true, you would go with them.
Yeah, but
So
what
what
difference
makes
does
you more special than any of the other people here? You're brainwashable, just like the Jesus people.
So what do they get out of what do they get out of telling us?
Control, because you know what? No, because you know what? We will go to war. We will go to war. We will go to war with each other if we do not realize that we are actually all God. We are the expression of God. You are my brother. You are my sister. But you do not want that.
Hang on.
Because
I'll say one thing. What difference would it make for just give me like an example of the world was flat compared to a sphere. What difference would it make for control?
Yeah, control of your soul. Control of your soul. It's the soul.
But how? But like, why would I think differently if the Earth was flat compared to a sphere?
I used
What
to be a
difference would it
globe
make?
believer, atheist. I didn't believe in any of that stuff.
No, but why? What are they trying to control?
So I'm just going to give you my testimony. Is that I realize that I am just like you. I'm no different. But I realize that I am the reason that this thing exists. Everything is here for me, and we have given away that power to government. Now government, full of pedophiles, government is controlling your life and your sense of who you are. So yeah, I do not think we would gang together and go to war with other people if we realized that this whole world was ours to share, not to be hived off into little camps or concentration camps like Australia they claimed was,
That's irrelevant.
Yeah, that's not really relevant.
That's not relevant to the question that was asked.
No, because you could not tell me where I could go if I was a master of this earth, and I could not tell you where you could go.
What
But in
difference does that make
2020,
whether the
when in
globe is
2020 people said you can't breathe freely anymore,
But that wouldn't-
90% of people went along with it. Why? Because we've been so cuckolded, so broken by the
Yeah,
series of
but what
lies
difference
that
does
has
it
us
make if
believing
the-
we're insignificant.
What difference
if
to
it's
my life would
round
it
or
be
flat?
round flat? What difference would be going
Well,
to create
I mean,
my
it's a
life?
journey, right? It's the flat Earth is really a gateway, and it's really the basics. It's really like the bottom of the pile. You've got to move through this idea of me being insignificant, and that this whole game here,
forget
let me
about-
finish. This whole game here has been designed to rig, to mislead us about the truth of who we really are. So then,
don't
once
think
you
I'm
discover that,
insignificant.
once you discover that, you can begin a journey of truth and go. Because I say to people like this. Think about it like this: if you were born and you were a ship, and as you came out of the dry dock, I dented your hull ever so slightly. And every journey that you ever took, you were slightly off course. You wouldn't know why. You probably wouldn't even know that you were off course. Now I'm trying to say, well, there is a dent in your hull, and if you right it, your journey forward, well, the mankind's journey forward would be better. I think that they lie to us about religion to control us. I think they lie to us about the nature of this earth and where we are and what we're doing on it in order to control us. And whether that's just on the material level or on the spiritual level, that's another longer conversation.
But why? Like, I just don't. Like, for example, so say, like, they COVID lockdown, for example. Like, you say they're trying to control us. That makes sense because they're like keeping us.
You in Australia?
Yes.
Oh my God, you guys got it there.
And so, like, say some people, I'm not sure if you believe this, but some people say that they vaccines to like put a microchip in you. I'm not saying that you believe that. I'm just saying that some people say that. So that's a fair motivation, right? You can say like, oh yeah, that's an understandable thing that they would do to try and control. I'm not sure why the flat Earth something reasonable that they would do to try and control.
I mean, there's another school of thought that I can't prove, which is that on a flat Earth there's other continents. There's more land or extraterrestrials come from more land on a flat Earth, and that would be very reachable. You know, mankind is quite smart, so if you knew that there was a way to go and live on other lands where there was good weather and good food, wouldn't you go and check that out? People
So
would.
you're saying there's land further across and they want to keep us.
That's definitely one of the possibilities. There was an old Hawaiian map that turned up in a monastery, like meant to be 1,000 years old. It was published in 1815 in a newspaper in Hawaii, and it showed 30 other continents that were sort of further out from where we are. So I don't say that that's real in the same way as I don't say for sure that the vaccine was delivering a microchip into people.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
But what I can say with the vaccine is that if you follow any of these vaccine injury groups, then you see countless people, whether they be in the nursing profession or regular Joes, who are saying, wow, my health or my loved one's health tanked days, weeks, months after the vaccination. They were super healthy, out running every day, dropped dead on a hairpin. They were going to pick up the kids from school, dropped dead. They were off to work, no one saw anything wrong with them, and they've dropped dead. So I know that there is some harm that has come from taking that. Whether or not the stories about it, because people talk about there being some micro technology in there that can assemble itself in your body and stuff like that. I don't know about those things, but I don't trust the people that run the world. So I don't use the microwave. I distill my drinking water because I don't want the fluoride and all that stuff in my drinking. I try and eat like organic or clean food as I can because I don't trust the food supply system either. I try and avoid the banking system because I know how controls that and what their agenda is and how it ends up costing me rather than that. So there's a lot of things that kind of go with it. But for me, the flat Earth is like a gateway truth. That is like if you can walk through that one, and it's not even understand because we don't know exactly how the world works. Yeah, we understand seasons and talk about how the model might work, but we don't know exactly how it all works, and nor does the mainstream, quite frankly. But what we can do is we go, shit, so if that's true, that they lied about Russia and America, pretended they were going to the moon, and they did, etc., what if they're in the same club? What if the Russians, Chinese, Americans, and then even Ahern and the people in New Zealand and what they call the World Economic Forum kids, all these ones that are sort of placed in power, and we see so much of that where people are placed in power. And they are placed in power because they are useful to the system. They're going to continue an agenda, whether they know they're lying about what they're doing or they're just a yes man and they'll go along with it, whatever they're told to do. But your government is not operating on its own recognizance. I met a vet who said, I'm friends with the Australian, one of your provincial medical people, and he was saying to the government, this COVID thing is not right, we've got to stop it. And he was shut out of his job. There's so many doctors, top doctors, who said to their professional organisation, particularly, there's an Australian professor called Clancy. I think his name is Clancy. And he talks extensively on how he used to treat his cancer patients with a particular drug. And then one day, the day of the COVID lockdowns, the health authority, TGA or whatever they call it out there, or THA or whatever, in Australia, they said, no more, you can no longer give that. They're only going to be able to get the vaccine for the COVID. They can't take what it used to be in the past. So no, I think that when you come through this gate, then you no longer have to pay royalties to the Pope, to the King, to the government, because you know that all of these are organs of some kind of control system that has been in place maybe thousands of years and designed always to control the projected future or the possibilities for mankind.
When do you think? Actually, no. Let's ask one thing first. Just quickly, the sun and everything else, are they flat as well? Do you believe that they're flat?
No, I think they're light. So you can take infer any shape you like. I see a round. Is it a ball of round? I wouldn't argue that it isn't.
It's just
but it's a light. And the crazy thing is that the stars aren't silent. The stars are twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. If you zoom in with a powerful camera like a Nikon D100 and you slow that footage down, you're just seeing like this cymatic display. You know what cymatics is? When you take a plate, put a frequency through it and shake the salt, and it takes up these different frequencies, it takes up these different patterns. Well, we see these different repeating patterns in the stars. And I used to believe that was, atmospheric distortion, blah, blah, blah. That's what I believe because that's what we're told. But now I realize that, wow, Mars is a red one, Capella is super white, some are rainbow colors, but you can go back day after day and they will be doing the same repeating musical note, if you like. They're all frequencies. The moon is a feminine energy. It's blue, it's cold, and its cycle lines up with the feminine cycle. The sun is a masculine, it's hot, it's red, so it's the blue and the red polar opposites in the electromagnetic system. So we live imagine we live on like a bar magnet. and you've got this kind of spray, electromagnetic spray all around you, and it forms various things at different frequencies. We can change. You can even see, like you must have seen a young man like you, where they take big bass speakers in a car and they can get the windows to wobble like this. You seen that? That's using frequency. We can do the same with water. We can shatter glass if you get the right frequency. Yes? Everything in our world is actually frequency. And Nikola Tesla is a very smart guy. He said, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of sound, frequency, vibration, light, frequency, vibration. Everything is energy. Everything is energy being encoded. It's being slowed and encoded by your brain to look like a tree or a man or whatever. But everything is just frequency, not material. And I think that's why, because I studied a bit of quantum physics to try and, on my journey, to really try and understand what I'm seeing. And when I listened to the best professors in the world, there's an Australian channel called 60 Symbols on YouTube. And there's a Fermi Lab in America, and you can listen to the best British scientists talk, give lectures to their universities. And I spent hours and hours and hours with all of their information, doing drawings, and trying to understand what I was seeing. And I feel like if they knew that the atom isn't a material, it's an electromagnetic signature or vibration, if they interpreted their world using that basis, they would make a lot more sense of quantum physics than trying to do it as like there's this tiny little speck, which you call the atom, and it's kind of, there's electrons flying around it. We don't know where they are, we can't touch them, but we can predict with some accuracy they're going to be here and here and here. But we can't see the atom, we've never even seen it.
So just...
By the way, I interviewed a quantum physicist, sorry, not a quantum, a nuclear physicist, PhD, doctorate, got his doctorate here in the UK 20 years ago, and he said nukes are fake. Nuclear energy is not the frightening, expensive thing that they tell you it is. They just make it so expensive so we can get free and cheap energy. The guy who was the head of safety in the 1950s for American nuke plants, a guy called Galen Windsor. His interviews and lectures are still on YouTube, where he talks about how you can hold this radioactive material in your hand. It's not going to make you sick. I used to swim in the swimming pools just to annoy the health and safety people that were coming in the 1960s, and all of a sudden they slapped a whole lot of controls on it and shut it all down. So any child coming through university today will be taught a certain version of what nukes is, and we'll never touch it and we'll never get to test it ourselves. So you want to ask me a question?
Yeah, just with the stars, what we were saying before, you're just saying it's light. Does anything emit the light? Is there is anything physical there that emits light? Or is it just...
Have you heard of the star and a jar experiment?
No.
So where they do, there's a mainstream science. Mainstream science where they fire a frequency into a test tube of liquid, and it causes cavitation. And that cavitation erupts into a star. It's called star in a jar. You can Google this, it's fairly mainstream now. So I believe that it's all frequency creating in the medium called ether that Nikola Tesla said we existed. Einstein had to get rid of it so his theory of relativity would work. But we live in an ether, and if you perturbate or disturb that ether, you can create this implosion, which I believe is the star force. Now, these stars have been monitored by mankind for 6,000 years, arguably longer. And they've held the same zodiacal positions and arrangements, constellations, for all of that time. And yet we're meant to believe that everything is traveling away from each other millions of miles an hour. All sorts of whirling. This Earth is meant to be moving on 4 different vectors right now, and yet everything else is also moving. And they can still line up the Orion's belt with the 3 Giza pyramids today. They had a thing called the Georgia Guidestones up in the 1970s in America. It was a big, like 10,000 pound weight concrete structure, and it had a hole that lined up with the North Star, and it remained lined up for the 40 years that this concrete thing was up. And then when flat earthers started pointing out, then where's the movement? How come this one hole all the way out there has been lined up with the star all this time? Where's the movement? All of a sudden one day it got demolished. It was a massive thing, the Georgia Guidestone.
Thank you for your time. I'll just say one thing. There's you can say a lot of stuff to prove flat Earth, but there's also lots of stuff to prove around Earth. Everything we're told, for example, stars moving away. They say redshift, blueshift, moving away. Yeah, that, that is fair enough.
Okay.
and you say that the flat Earth, you can prove that in
Choice at the end
yeah,
of the day.
exactly.
Yeah.
You can prove that in whichever way you want.
I find, I mean,
What
red
you'd
shift
like
and
to
blue
believe,
shift
what
is
you-
something
what
that we have to
information you
accept
choose
from
to-
them,
to
and also we
believe.
don't really know
Yeah.
what's going on. I accept there might be a Doppler effect. There might be things that are moving away from us, and they look blue or come towards us, and we look this what they call this red shift. But mainstream science acknowledges that 99% of the universe is dark matter, and they don't know what dark matter is. So that's a lot of our belief system that we have to take on for granted. And then the idea that we're spinning, but we can't measure that spin or detect that spin, the body doesn't detect that spin. They had to start when you were 6 years old and say, you're spinning, don't worry, it's just too big, you can't feel it. It's there though. Now you believe it, even though you can't prove it, and Einstein said the same. We have no experiment that proves it to be moving. None. They had the Aries failure, which is discarded by science today. He was the astronomer royal. He was the primary astronomer in the 1850s. And he came up with the experiment of putting water in his telescope to determine whether it was a star or the Earth that was moving. It showed that the star was moving. So they discarded and called it Aries failure. But he was like a big twig. Then they come up in the 18 numbers with the interferometer. Let's prove that the Earth is moving using this clever technology. They still can't prove it. So why does Einstein say that? That it's, we can't show the Earth to be moving. It's a matter of almost philosophical view as to whether or not you choose the Earth is moving or not. And if I go to the disco and I see the lights moving on the roof, I'm not going to start believing that my feet on the floor is moving around. I'm going to assume that somehow there's a light pattern. And by the way, it comes back year after year after year after year, and it's exactly the same. When you're in the southern part of the world, like Australia or South Africa, you won't see the same stars pretty much as I can see here. But the same applies to if I walk up to Wembley. I can see Wembley Stadium lights, but I can't see them from here. So if the stars are in 1,000 miles high or less than that, then my range of seeing them will be limited to about 1,000 miles. And by then, after that, like the plane eventually, like you'll know, the plane eventually drops into your horizon, even though it's at 30,000 feet. In the distance, you can see far enough, it's just going to go away and meld with, like the clouds do when you're standing on the beach. But the clouds look like they're touching the sea, but we know they're not. They're still 500,000 meters up. But they appear to be touching the sea. That's only compression of perspective. So there was one other point I wanted to make on that, is that we're meant to believe that the ship has gone over the horizon, and now we have powerful enough cameras to go and test that for ourselves. We say, okay, ship's gone, let me see if these guys are right. You can actually still see it, which debunks the main evidence you were given at 6 years old to say you live on the globe. Ship's going over the horizon.
What about the visions that we get from satellites in space of Earth?
So we can take, we have been taking satelloons, helium balloons. In fact, Google Loon project, right, which they closed down, which I think is now Elon Musk's Starlink. What they did was, in the 50s, is they already started putting big, massive, hangar-sized helium balloons into the atmosphere. And now we see from Sweden and other places in the world, they have launching sites where these balloons are being launched every day. They are monumental, and they can carry a car weight up into the sort of stratosphere. And I believe that they have the satellite, the solar arrays on them. They can keep them up there with a fan. They can keep them geosynchronous, so they can give you a satellite phone link up, say in the bush, in the forest, where there's no towers, because our tower technology has increased so much in the 25 years since we've had.
But going back to my question, what about the photos that we see that are taken from satellites?
I missed that. Yeah. So the photos that we see from up high are stitched together from high level, like U2 spy plane level, 70,000 feet, top down photographs, and then they get stitched together.
So they're not from satellites?
No. The highest, like I say, the highest we can probably put something up there is about 20 miles. So
there are no satellites in space?
Google it. If you can find a single photograph of a satellite in space, you'll be the first person in mankind to ever see a photo.
What about when space junk falls to the ground? Where has that?
That's a great question, because we see people film, like in jungles of, far from jungles, people with a basic cell phone, and they'll walk up to what looks like a satellite, and it's got a little solar array. It's not very big, not even as big as a washing machine, but it's got a big ass balloon hanging on the end of it.
So you're saying that we've been lied to about satellites
That's
in
why
space?
flat Earth is important, because you realise that everything that you've been told is a lie.
So basically, when we when we say something to you that could actually prove you wrong, you say we've been lied to about it.
Well,
That it's
no,
fake.
the
That-
data
yeah.
industry, the data industry admit, and you can Google everything I told you. The data industry admit that 99% of all data traffic is undersea cable. Australia only got super fast cable internet when you guys got cabled up. Same as South Africa. It was about 20 years ago, and they went from basic dial-up to all of a sudden high-speed internet. Why? Because the sea cables had finally been brought ashore. All data is going to a mast on a building nearby or on a street lamp somewhere nearby. It's going there. It's being triangulated between those three places to tell me exactly where I am, and then it's going underground on a cable over to Australia.
What about the when over the ocean?
Yeah.
Where you don't have.
You should know this, that there's very little.
different satellites.
How did we lose the Malaysia plane?
But that. But
No.
I
Answer
don't
that.
know.
Well, if
I
we
don't
have
know.
satellites, ma'am, over the Earth, over all of the Earth, like
no.
this
The
plane,
satellites can't see the planes. They can't see the planes.
but people claim they can see the satellites.
Well, no, it's the technology. You
That's-
need ground-based. You need
LORAN.
ground-based.
Yes, you need
You need
LORAN.
ground-based to see
Exactly.
planes.
So we have buoys.
But we do
have
use-
buoys around the ocean, but the Southern Ocean is notoriously poor.
But we do
right?
use satellites to communicate.
Yeah, you're
with
saying
planes.
we use satellite because we were told that. But I believe
No,
that.
so you're
I believe
once
that,
again you're telling me when I give you some sort of information, you're telling me that I'm being
So
lied
when you
to.
look at Flight Tracker, and I watch follow channels who watch Flight Tracker,
Yeah.
and they will tell me consistently that once you get 200 miles offshore, you lose the plane.
Yeah, you do. I will agree to that. But we don't lose communication with them. We
Yeah,
don't
because
lose
you
because
have,
we're using
because they're
satellites.
only 6 miles up, and they got buoys on the ground. But I wouldn't argue that, as I said earlier, that we can fly a geosynchronous balloon for months and months and months. And then if you know that it's going to last 3 months, then every 3 months you put a new one up, and it provides the Australian flights across the Atlantic or wherever, or the Pacific. wherever.
Can you see how it can be a bit dubious as whenever we ask you a question that could debunk
I'm offering you
this?
another way of thinking about it, because remember,
That's fair.
you
Yeah,
haven't
yeah.
built built
Yeah.
the satellite, and even satellite engineers I've spoken to have not been at the thing watching it get pushed onto the nose cone, and even if you were, you see the rocket go up and you can see it for 50 miles. And then we see it starting to parabola and starting to track down, and then the camera cuts away from it. But then when people photograph that, we see it continuing down, and they'll tell you, because you believe this, that it's needing to go down to catch up speed to get out of the Earth's gravity. Bullshit. It's landing in the Bermuda Triangle, where it'll either sink or be collected back up again. That's what I'm offering you as an alternative to the storyline. that we've got. And now, so what happens when you speak to these satellite engineers? Because I've been doing this nearly 10 years, right? I mean, I've been talking about this. I've met people in every part of this industry. And even ESA, European Space Agency. And when I asked the lady, I said, "What's your proof that the Earth is spinning?" She said, "Sun rising." I said, "Well, that could work on a flat Earth, right?" So if that's all the European Space Agency can give me. But the satellite engineers tell me that what happens is when they want to put a satellite, even a university, they want to put a satellite in space, they have to hand the entire schematics to NASA. Everything gets checked off by NASA. It then gets shipped to NASA, and they will never see it again. What they will see is a stream of data coming back from their working satellite. Now, I met a man who's a scuba diver for NASA in South Africa. I'm like, well, what is NASA doing in South? Never heard of this. Why are you in South Africa? Well, I have a little black box stuck on the bottom of the deep dam there near Johannesburg, and I have to go down every day, plug in a device, go back to a computer, send that to NASA, and they pay me extremely well. Why? Oh, it's for weather.
What if he's lying to you?
Well, I never even mentioned that.
He could be lying. Just like everyone else is lying to us.
The conversation came up without me talking. I was looking for I locked myself out of the car. I was looking for a locksmith, and the locksmith starts telling me the story without me talking about that. So no, there was no reason for that.
Or do you? Yeah, and you interview people on your these people you interview. Okay, yeah.
I could give you a little flyer to take home, something to think about, because there's Huckleberry Finn or Tom Sawyer. It's easier to fool a man than convince he's been fooled, or a woman. And I think we are all in that. And I had to have a near-death experience to go, hang on a minute, everything I got taught by school, and I'm reasonably intelligent, and I'm claiming high intelligence, everything I got taught by school was designed to mislead me. I know that. And now I come out to share that because it would be wrong. Because evil prospers when good men say nothing. And that's the world we live in today. We saw a lot of people get harmed during COVID because good men said nothing. A lot of good men got shut down for trying to say something. But
Do you think your talk here is helping getting your message across? Do you feel like you could do better by actually getting involved with the, I suppose, I don't know what you call them, but these establishment that are telling us the lies? That you think, do you feel that what you're doing is working?
There's a doctor called Nassim Malhotra in this country. He is one of the most acclaimed heart surgeons in the world. And his father suddenly died after taking the vaccine. So he began his own journey started his own journey of discovery into learning more about the harms that it caused. And he will tell you that the establishment, the British Medical Association, whatever, they will lock you out if you try and talk about this stuff. They will rubbish you like they did with the guy with the MMR, Andrew Wakefield. They will rubbish you and make you look like a complete idiot. And I've seen that happening. Now I listen to doctors who are, like the Australian one I mentioned earlier on, or Dr. John Campbell, who are at the end of their career or already retired. And they're interviewing all the people because they've got nothing, no skin in the game. They can't be fired anymore. So no, the Royal Institution of Science, Space, all of these things are designed as control mechanisms. Even the Flat Earth Society is a control system to make it look stupid. To make someone who says, hey, I think the Emperor is naked. Shut up, boy. Do not speak. Do not speak. And not only that, but
You're absolutely saying the truth.
Sorry?
You're saying absolutely the truth. I agree with you.
Thank you. That's what will happen. You will be ridiculed. You will be embarrassed. They say at first that the truth is mocked or angrily rejected, and then eventually just accepted as, yeah, okay, we knew all along. You know.
I say to you that I had been at the edge of Earth.
Yeah.
And I had looked over the side.
Yeah.
And I know what it's like. Would you believe me?
No.
Why not?
There is no edge. As I said to you earlier on, sir, I think we live inside of an orange or a bubble. You can't get out of the football. You're contained in it. So you will eventually hit a wall. If you're allowed to travel far enough, you will hit a wall.
That wall.
Huh?
If I tell you...
I think you can go through the wall when you die. You can't go through the material. I think all material breaks down. From the little bit I've heard is that once our machines get to that extremity, this is a little bit like this, for example, trying to take an engine through a minus 100 degrees centigrade. It's going to fail.
It sounds as though you don't believe me.
About being on the edge of the earth.
I've been through that wall. The wall
Yeah,
of the
there's a lot of good Guinness in Scotland. I think that might be where we're going with this, right?
You don't believe me, but you believe the South African diver.
Well, what evidence have you? Oh, well, yeah, because I'll tell you what, when I was saying about the South African diver, he wasn't annoyed that his belief system was being challenged.
I'm not annoyed, I'm just asking.
You wouldn't make up stories. You wouldn't make up stories like the one you just had. But if you... Okay, have you got a question, my man?
Yeah, so you said that the Earth looks like a bubble, yeah? So why do you think it's different? Why is it special than other planets that you can look through a telescope and then can see you look at them and you see that they are globe? Why is it different? Why are we special in your review?
Okay.
What makes it special?
There's a lot of assumption in your question. So I'm just going to try and quickly give it to you.
So
like
you don't believe that
understand.
other planets are globes? I mean, this is
So
something
you're
that we
going to
can
have
see.
to stop talking so I can give you the answer. So I believe we live inside of the bubble that God created. And inside of the bubble are the stars, the sun, the moon. Everything that we know is inside the bubble. Everything what we call the universe in mainstream science is inside the bubble. The Milky Way, all of the stars that you see inside the bubble. What's outside of the bubble, I have absolutely no idea, and I make no claims about that. Yeah? In the mainstream belief, we're floating, we're on a bubble, on the outside of a bubble, a rocker ball, and that's floating on space and time. Nothing. Yeah? Just an idea. So I'm not making that claim either. But that's your belief, if you believe you live on a globe, is that we're on a blanket of space and time. We all got shown that ball going around the trampoline, and that's how, no. That's a trampoline. If I hold a ball in the air and I let go, it falls on the floor. Rocks don't float. So the idea that Mars and Venus are rocks and that Jupiter and Neptune are gas balls holding together under their own weight and so on. That's all what you were told when you were 10 years old.
You believe that's true?
No. Well,
What
we
do you
can
think they
observe. Well, we can observe that they are stars.
They are stars, but they're
they
not
are
stars.
stars, and these stars are created by frequency, and the frequency in the ether is creating a particular vibration. We call it cymatics.
Did you get this
At
idea
different-
from?
Building all these things together, and
So
also.
no, did you come up with the idea with your own self, or did you go through something? Do you have evidence to back this up, or you just?
Yes.
What is your evidence? Which
Okay,
book?
so let me start. Let me start with sonoluminescence. This is a mainstream scientific experiment called Star in the Jar, where they take a frequency and they fire it at a test tube of liquid. That liquid
Was
will
the evidence
cavitate.
behind
Let
that
me
that
finish.
they're right?
Let me finish. The liquid will cavitate and form a star. You can Google this. It's mainstream science.
So you believe that Mars is a star? Mars is not a planet. You think Mars is a
red-
cloud of gas and dust, just burning?
No.
Because you
It's
said
not
that's
that
a
he
star.
believes, he thinks. He
Well, it's a
assumes.
belief. It's a belief because
No,
it's not supported by
believe
evidence.
and assume and
So
thinking
when
is
we-
What is
completely
Mars?
different.
Where's
When
Mars?
He doesn't believe it.
When we zoom in
Nobody
on
has no
Mars
belief.
with a powerful camera, we see that it's a flickering red light like this.
So you think it's fire, like it's a ball of
No,
like sun?
no. So I was explaining, but you interrupted. The Star in a Jar experiment, which
I
is
have to
not.
ask you because I had to ask what is your evidence behind this word?
So Star in a Jar experiment is not mainstream. It's mainstream. You can look it up, and you'll see them make a star inside of a lab. They can create a star. Then we can take a vibration plate with a speaker and put salt on it, and we change the frequency, and the salt takes up these geometric patterns. Have you seen that before?
No.
Okay, so there's a lot of things that I looked at to go, okay, if it's not the fiery ball of gas in the sky, or the moon is not reflecting the sun's light, then what else could it be? And I started to look into electromagnetic universe theory, and that everything is electromagnetic. It's all frequency, like Nikola Tesla said. It's all frequency and vibration.
Is that what you think Mars is? Because you still haven't answered my question.
Yeah, it's a frequency. It's a vibration.
So is it different than the rest of
They're
the stars?
all the same. They're all, pretty much all the stars are the same. The sun and moon are different. The sun and moon is feminine, cold, blue, sun, red, hot,
Okay,
masculine.
no, I mean, in your explanation, I still didn't understand. What's the difference between a planet, a star, the sun, and Earth?
Okay.
What are they all different?
Okay. So Earth is the center of the universe. Earth is the center of the universe. It's not moving. And then what we have in our sort of domed roof, if you
Everything
like,
else is moving.
everything else is moving.
I have a question. So if the Earth is flat, right? So you know that the days in winter they're obviously shorter.
Yeah.
But that's not true everywhere in the world. So
That's right.
if the Earth is flat and in the center of the universe, how do you think the sun is moving around us to create this thing? Because I mean, if we believe that the Earth is round and moves around the sun, then it makes sense because the Earth spins on a different axis as it spins around.
Yeah.
So
I know the theory is amazing.
So how does it work when the Earth is flat?
So just to say that the globe is, what they've had is hundreds of years to refine the globe model and say like, well, the reason it's longer here now is because the Earth is tilted 20 degrees that way, and then later it's going to turn back this way, even though you can't measure that movement. But what we can see for sure is that the sun in the summertime, say we're on the equator, the sun is directly over my head, yes?
Yes.
In the wintertime, it's gone that way. Summertime it's over my head. In the European summer, it's gone this way, and in the South African summer, it's gone this way. Yeah. So we know for sure that the sun's position is moving over the land. But if I had to take like go to Wembley Stadium, for example, and take a very powerful light and take it down the center line of the football pitch, yeah, everyone who was right underneath it would feel the most light. But those people that were at the edges by the goal mouth, yeah, they would feel the least amount of light. But as I move towards Cancer over 3 months, and I move it towards Europe, yeah, I move it to this side of the football stadium, they got more heat, more light. And the people on the other side, they got even less light, yes? So that can explain quite easily how we get these differences. the anomalies come in when you consider, like, if you're in England, right, in the summertime, you got the sun goes down at like 9 o'clock, 9:30 o'clock, something like that. But at the same time in South Africa, it's already dark. And the sun goes down within half an hour. It's like at 8 o'clock, gone. Like very quickly. It's all
In the
gone.
UK, in summer. In England, in summer.
Summer in England, 9, 10 o'clock, it's still, and you get this long stretched out kind of period of going eventually into darkness over that time, yeah? Whereas in other parts of the world, it's like instantaneous. And then when you look into time zones, you find that there's 19 time zones at the center, like right at the top. Above England there's 19 time zones. Then when you get to like our area, there's 24 time zones. And then when you get into the southern part of the world, there's 36 time zones. They have to break things up into half. They're much further apart from each other. There's a lot of anomalies with the globe that you're never taught to think about when you're being given these ideas about how all of this works. But the highest cultures, it comes from, Islamic culture, African culture from 1,000 years ago. Very smart people. And they all understood how these seasonal things work on a flat earth.
Sorry, one question. What exactly did you mean with the time zones?
Sorry?
What exactly did you mean with the time zones, more time zones? In the southern
They have to segment the time zones in the southern part of the world into 32 different time zones. So you get like a half-hour time zone coming up, and the spread of the distance between them is much greater. So it's a little bit like, imagine a spider's web. Imagine a spider's web. Each segment of the spider's web from the center, as you get towards the outside, has to get wider and wider and wider. And so this is why maybe a little far down the line, but this is why we reckon that the Earth is like a spider's web, with like a North Pole at the center of the spider, and Australia and South Africa, they're far out at the further side, which is why sailors, when they sail from South Africa to South America, it takes them much longer. Or when you take a piece of string on a globe from Johannesburg to London is one length, and then you take it to Buenos Aires, it's a shorter length, but the flight is longer. None of these things start to make sense once you start to question the model.
Sorry, can you repeat the last thing again? What you said about the flight lengths?
Okay, so if you take a piece of string on a globe, because we're flying on a globe according to the model, right? You take that piece of string from Johannesburg, South Africa, to London. That's one length. Let's say it's 10 centimeters, depending on the size of your globe, right? And you take that same piece of string from Johannesburg and now go to Buenos Aires in South America, and you find the piece of string is not 1 unit or 10. It'll be 8. It's not as far. Yeah, it's a shorter distance from Johannesburg to Buenos Aires than it is from Johannesburg to Heathrow. But the flight is longer to Buenos Aires. So there's something wrong with our maps. And in fact, if you ask any African who's done their own study, they'll tell you that the map of Africa on the globe is completely wrong. It's way too small. Africa is way bigger. And Russia is way smaller than they make you believe.
Yes,
that's established and everybody knows
Yeah,
this.
that's because
Everyone knows this.
That's because when you have a ball, you
Because
can't make
when-
the ball a flat shape.
Exactly, because you can't flat it out on a flat surface. Of course, there are going to be distortions, and that's normal.
So let's say you believe in satellites, right? I should be able to fly my satellite over your globe and give you a 3D perfect representation of this. Yes?
If you have a globe, then it's going to give you the exact dimensions. If you have a globe map, but if you have a flat map, it's not going, there's no way you can get the right proportions, because imagine that you have a ball and then you split it to half and you try to flatten it out on a flat surface.
It's not going to change the size of the land.
At some point, you're going to change something.
No, you would just, if you were doing that, you would have to sort of fill in. I get that. If you had to cut a balloon, I've seen Brian Cox and all these other stupid tools, trying to brainwash you guys into believing this shit. But actually, what you would have to do is, yes, you would have to squeeze in a whole lot more water, because once you cut a balloon out, it's going to have big gaps between.
So you know that there's more projections of the Earth than one, yeah? So on a map, the ones that you usually use, there's like multiple ones.
Different projections.
And depending on which projection you use, they all have the same like if you move around the center, so the world is centered on Europe and the normal map that we use, but if you would use a map with the same projection centered on like Australia or something, you get the same proportion of the landmass being like different sizes, just with a different center.
So what you're arguing for is that when they take the globe and cut it down and put it onto a flat map, they have to shrink Africa to make it work. I would say it would be unnecessary to shrink Africa. You would just make it the size that it is, and the distance to, the distance you could say, well, if you're flattening it out, I mean, this is what blows my mind. Is it, there is a distance. If you go on a ship from Cape Town and sail to Australia, there has to be a distance to that, right? And that distance should be the same whether I'm looking at it on my globe or whether I'm looking at it on a flat projection of the globe. I would argue it went the other way around. They took the flat projection, wrapped it onto a globe, and therefore because when you take something flat and wrap it onto a ball, now you have to cut out large sections of oceans, shrink certain things down and swell certain things up. You know, Greenland on the globe, not the map, on the globe is 5 times larger than it is in reality.
No, it's
Russia
much larger.
on the globe,
It's much larger on the map than it is on the globe.
That's right. It's in both.
Have you ever travelled on a plane? Have you ever gone abroad on a plane? Have you ever travelled on a plane?
Plane?
An aeroplane.
What's a plane?
An aeroplane.
You know, air over plane? Is that what you mean?
A plane.
That flies over a plane?
No.
A plane that flies.
Yeah, we're using a gyroscope to keep the level.
I've travelled all over the world. When I go up on a plane, so it's going to be about 3 miles up, you'll look at the
6
horizon,
miles,
and the horizon will be like that. Not like that.
You mean like that? From 30,000 feet?
No.
Not like that.
Well, that's
well, that, you see, you know, what people don't realize.
I've seen with my own eyes on a plane looking out the window, the Earth has a curvature on it. Once you get past a certain point, this what seems like a flat surface becomes a curvature. Explain that.
So you've made the observation. Have you measured that? Because science requires measurement.
No, you're like someone who believes fairies at the bottom of the garden. It's complete nonsense.
Requires measurement.
Absolute nonsense.
What you see may not be measurable.
You can't measure it. I don't argue with Muslims, Christians, or Jewish religions, or flat earthers.
Because your global religion is really not worth arguing for.
Because you just brought this up, the sightlines. I assume you know the thing when you stand on a beach and you see a boat in the distance, yeah? Have you ever seen that personally?
Yeah.
And then the boat disappearing?
Yeah.
How do you explain that on a flat
I grew up by the sea. My dad's in shipping. He's a harbour pilot. So I spent a lot of time down at the sea. And then when I heard the formula for curvature on the globe 10 years ago, I was like, hang on a minute, that doesn't stack up. I've seen things much further away than this formula accounts for, right? So when we go and check this ship going over the horizon, we find it's very easy to debunk. There's a number of ways to do that. One, on a clearer day, you will see the ship go further. On a with a more powerful binoculars or camera, you will see the ship further. Or if you go 20 meters up into a tree or 50 meters up into a building at the same beach, you will see the ship for another hour.
Yes,
so you
with
can't
going
see, by the
up,
way,
that makes sense.
That makes sense.
That you will see the ship for longer.
But wouldn't you see more curvature?
What do you mean?
Well, if it's gone over if a 20-meter ship has gone over the curvature at 3 or 4 miles, then by the time it's 20 miles away, there's even more curvature. But when I'm 50 meters up high, I still see ships behind that ship that I was looking at, and they still seem to be on the same level.
Yeah, so if you can do that if you like draw a circle and then you draw from different heights and you just draw a line down, you can see how much you would be able to see each time. So if you just take a piece of paper and draw it, so that makes total sense. Sorry?
Do you know the formula for curvature? Because this man here, who was here making his noise about being in a plane, was not willing to hear this. That if you see something in science, You have to test your assumption.
Yeah.
You're assuming that it's curved because you think you've seen curves. So I'm asking you to test it. And how do you test it?
Yeah,
Well, you have to measure it.
You know the what's it called? Bedford Channel experiment with the
Yes,
satellites?
Bedford Levels, yes.
So what do you think
You've
about
researched
that?
that.
What do you think about that?
Research that. Well,
A little bit.
I think it's proof that there is no curvature. In fact, I was just the other day talking to a man on a lock near Bedford, well, up that way. And he opens the locks for the barges and stuff. And I'm talking to him and I said, look, these bodies of water in between the locks are level with each other. I said, well, there's a little bit of height on the one side because of the pressure of the water coming in. But otherwise, they're level. And then, of course, each one is horizontal to the next one. So look at this cross-section of America here. See this? This is California and this is New York, one side to the other, right? Now imagine if you were a lock boat, you would come down in parallel steps, parallel. But the most important thing is that any lake in America is parallel to this baseline. And that this is a 3,000 mile cross-section, which is 1/8 of the journey around the ball. So if I cut out 1/8 of your football or 1/8 of your clock on the wall, if I took out 1/8 of it, would you expect to see some curvature on that?
I mean,
yes or no?
The
Yes
question-
or no? My question is, I'm cutting out 1/8, which is about 10 minutes of your clock. Yeah? The clock is around.
Yeah, I know that there will be
so
curvature.
there's going to be a curvature. So why is there no curvature across there?
But are all the lakes 100% perfectly
Parallel.
parallel to each other?
Yes. Now, obviously, don't be like, oh, well, what if the wind's blowing? Or what if someone's pushing the water? Because, of course, once you disturb it, you are changing the experiment. We're talking about water at rest, being perfectly level, and parallel to, if you come down the Swiss mountains, down the Alps, every lake that you come to is parallel to the one above it and parallel to the one below it. And all of these parallels are going to stack up to eventually you get a sea level and the water runs into the sea. There's no allowance for curvature in any of that. In fact, even our maps, if you had to break London down into a grid map, show me every property on London, across the entire 1,000 square kilometers of London, there would not be any allowance for stretch because we're on a curvature. Everything is done in squares.
Yeah, that's because London's quite small compared to the
I could do it across the whole way. Same.
Can you? So we're back to the map projections then. But they're not correct.
No. I mean, I don't know exactly what the right map projection is, so I'm not going to pin my flag to anyone. But you guys are having to hold onto like, no, our maps must be right, and yet, there's so many things that are amiss with the maps. Greenland, Russia is nowhere near as big on a globe or a flat map. Nowhere near as big. The need for them to stretch it to make it look like it's, this very long, but it's about 6,000 kilometers, 4,000 miles across from Moscow to Vladivostok, something like that.
Probably, I mean,
And
I'm
whilst-
fairly confident we can figure out that things are globe-shaped, and there are numerous debunkings of flat Earth, science, of videos from Premier Flat
I'm glad you
Earth.
mentioned science. Science wants measurement, my friend. One wants measurement. Now, if I can measure my bath, 1.5 meters long bath to be perfectly level, and then I can take that same experiment and apply it to a lake that's 1 mile long, and then apply it to a 10-mile lake. At what point do I have to then forget that in science they taught you this, is that you can scale things up.
I've seen curvature. I mean, you can go up to, that pool, that lake of water between, what would it be, Hull, is it, and Scotland or something like this?
Oh, yeah.
You can live in plenty of places around the world you can do this, and boats disappear behind the horizon.
Yes,
and
but that's not
always
true.
Disappear
That's not true.
behind the horizon.
Well, we've been debunking this for decades now.
It really does depend on how high your camera is from the ground, right?
Yes.
Because this does compute to quite a lot of distance if you're taking something from up here or on the top of, say, a cliff or something like that.
All right. So what if I was to take you and we were to go to a known level field, like a bowling green, something like that, and we were to make that bowling green, say, 5 lengths long. So it was a very long bowling green, but
have to be
perfectly
the
level.
right length, yeah, sure, but you will begin
now
to see
listen
that
to me
curvature.
now. Listen, I'm here to teach. You're just repeating the old dogma. These are experiments that I've done. where I can now do the experiment that you were talking about, get you to walk away from my camera, and I can assure you that the lower my camera is, the quicker your feet will disappear from my shot. Does that make sense to you?
The lower the camera, the quicker my feet will disappear from the shot.
Yeah. You understand that as you're walking away, as you're not getting this. You've got to really interesting.
I get it. I understand what you're saying. Did you see that? The documentary.
What is that saying to us? What is that saying?
Further, the quicker my feet will move from the camera.
The lower the observer,
yeah,
the quicker he loses the thing being observed, and not only that, but he will lose it from the bottom up. So he'll lose the ankles before the knees.
Sounds like there's curvature.
That's reality. No,
sounds like there's curvature.
Well, that's why I often go to something that's provably level, and we can do this. A guy took a frozen lake experiment, right? And a lake had frozen over, and he put lights at 3, 4, 5, and 8 miles, and he was able at 4 inches off the ground, and he was able to see them from that distance.
Yeah.
Now, if there's curvature, according to the formula, not there.
I think there's a documentary called Behind the Curve, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a disinfo thing put out by the
but
government.
what did they do it towards the end of that documentary? You saw that flat earthers were conducting an experiment with a laser and 2 cardboard plate things, right? And the guy shot the laser through what he thought would be straight through the cardboard, and what happened? It didn't hit the parallel hole.
That guy's not a flat earther.
So that
he's
guy,
a government agent. He's already left the flat earth.
see, I don't
know that
believe
guy's
that.
name. I've been on his show.
I don't believe that.
And
what about the?
Okay, so let me offer you this. You're smart enough to think about
I need to say this.
What is? I'm shooting at a target 2 miles away, right?
Yeah.
With a gun. I have to be, in order to put that bullet through an eye hole, I have to be extremely accurate. I need to practice
it was hitting the board. He had it in the board, and he made sure they calibrated that so it was going to very finely calibrated, so it was going to hit straight through that thing, and you hit. And what did it do? It hit the board at a different level, right? That shows you. I can only say the guy was a flat earther. He was looking to prove his theory, and at the end he goes, "That's interesting. That's interesting." Okay, so there are a couple of other things.
So what,
you know, they funded.
Did you take the vaccine?
You know they funded. No, I didn't.
What was the experiment?
Sorry.
What was the experiment?
Well, the experiment, the
Behind
idea
the
was
curve
that
is
if I can point a
documentary.
laser, at a point, then the Earth is flat. If I can't get it through that point, then the Earth must be curved. But that's a very difficult thing, trying to put it through a single hole. So what we've done, many
What do you
people
mean?
have
What
done-
put it through a single hole? What?
Well, they were trying to fire the laser at a hole in the target, basically. Well, what we've done. What we've done is.
So what was that experiment? That he said, like he was saying about an experiment. You're saying it was like somebody who.
Yeah. Someone who's come out is, I'm not a flat earther. Well, what it was more of an observation. It wasn't really an experiment. It was like, let me see if I can fire this laser through a hole over the lake in a piece of cardboard or target over the other side of the lake. But that added a layer of complexity, because over water you've got moisture in the air, and that's going to scatter and disturb
Is that experiment he was just talking about?
Whereas
he said a light. He said a light.
Light.
A laser or
It was a laser they were using. But the point is, we can take a flashlight, a powerful flashlight, and put it 6 inches off the lake on a still day, and go 2 miles to the other side of the lake and see that torch. We know that the lake is level over 2 miles. I mean, a ship is not a rowboat is not going over the bulge. It's not going downhill to the other side.
Why do it over a lake? You're just saying that was affecting the moisture. Why do it over dry
The reason
land?
we do it over water is, people have done it over like salt flats and things like that.
Yeah.
But water is good because Earth is 70% water, and it's the Earth that is the water that is meant to be curving. We can obviously say this body of this land, we can measure it to be flat, around us, whatever. So we can do that quite easily. But water is meant to be curving according to the globe at a certain amount, a certain rate, just with the blue marble, right? We can't measure that curvature. Those are the short distances that we can measure, 10 miles, 20 miles. People have done a 30 mile point to point. See if you can see my flash.
30 miles over water.
Yeah.
Where was that?
Lake Balaton.
Where's
Lake
that?
Balaton. I think it's in, let's say Romania, but it's somewhere else.
Okay.
But other people have done experiments over from Blackpool and other places where you've got one guy can be on one end, one guy can be on the other. Tell me if you can see me. I'm going to hold
So would
a
it
mirror,
have to be on a
flash
lake
it back.
or not over the ocean?
Sorry?
Would it have to be on a lake?
On a light?
No, you said over water. It'd have to be a lake, or could it be over the
Oh,
ocean?
you can go to Liverpool up there. That way you can see Wales. Yeah. So you can get, or people can see the White Cliffs of Dover through France. Very famous observation. Yeah. And that's 300 feet of observation over 20 miles, and according to the formula, it
They're
should be
pretty
invisible.
high though, aren't
300 feet. Yeah, but
they?
the
No, I
20
mean,
miles,
what I'm saying is the cliffs are quite
they're
high.
300 feet high.
So-
310 feet high.
So shouldn't you
320
be
feet
able
high.
to see that anyway?
Well, according to the formula, it's 8 inches per mile squared. So 8 inches times 20 meters, 20 miles squared is somewhere in the region of, 300 feet.
So what was the? So if they're doing that over water, what would be the maximum people
The
have
maximum
done?
we should ever see is the top 20 feet of the cliffs, but we can see all of it. And I know on a super clear day that I can see a beach at 20 miles. You know, when I was in Spain recently, I was like, oh, you can see Morocco on a clear day. Yeah. Well, that should be over the curve, if it was curvy like they say. But we're meant to believe that even though you can't measure it over 1 mile, 2 miles, it's there eventually.
What do you mean eventually?
Eventually.
Well, so if what if you're in Hawaii, you can see California?
Well, obviously we can't see infinitely far, because we've got moisture in our air, so eventually, and everything reduces in size, right? Like the train, as it goes away down a straight track, gets smaller and smaller. If you do that for 50 miles, well, one, the train is infinitesimally small and to your eye, what do they call it, your annual resolution, or your ocular, whatever, so it gets smaller and smaller, and then you've got atmosphere that interferes with that, so we're never going to see that far. However, the world record photograph in Guinness Book of Records is 370 miles, 340 miles, something like that. 250 miles, something like that. It's 400 kilometers in that region. It's very, very
What's
far.
it?
It's called the Pic Gaspard Mountains, where you can stand on one place, and 2 days of the year the sun sets behind the mountains, the island, and the whole island is silhouette. So you can see the entirety. You can compare a close-up photo of it. Right, that's the whole silhouette is in show there, and that's 400 kilometers away, which would be over a mile over the bend of the bulge of the. And of course, our logic is robbed from us when we're told to believe that the ship is sailing down to France. Because if it's sailing down to France, it's got to come back up, and that's not happening. Because the guy in France is saying, no, it's going down to England.
Who says that? I've never heard that.
You've heard them say, everyone here say, the ship is going over the horizon. That means it's going down.
Over the horizon?
Yeah, going down. Down off the edge of the ball.
Over the horizon?
Huh?
You say that over the horizon?
It's going.
You say it's going over the horizon and down the other side. Like,
how if you live on a ball, is it not going down? Well, if I was sailing from England to South Africa, am I sailing over flat sea level?
I would say you were going down because to south.
I'd be going south, yes, but am I going down off the edge of a ball, down the side of a ball? That's what we're taught to do. And because you're realizing you can't be coming back up. You ain't sailing back up.
What do you mean not sailing back up?
Well, if we've sailed down, because this is the main belief.
You like saying like you're going up a tree. It doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense. We can't be sailing down, can we? Because we can't sail. The only way you can sail
from
up
whatever
is
point you're at, if you're in South Africa, you're not, I'll look up there, England's up there somewhere, are you?
Where is it? It's across the plain. Yeah. So we're on a flat earth.
I doubt it.
Well, how can it be across there if it's not flat?
How can it be across there?
What part don't you understand? How can it be? How can we can go to South Africa, but I'll make it simple. How can France be directly perpendicular or parallel to me, or at the same level to me, if we're on a ball? According to the ball maths, 8 inches per mile squared. So like I said to other people, if I took out 1/3 of your clock, if you got a wall clock and I cut out 1/3 of that, you would see the second that I remove have a visible curvature to it, yes?
Yeah, because it's about that big.
So here's 1/3 of the globe. I've shrunk it down. So this is the mainstream cross-section of America. There's no curve there. There's 9 inches difference between the west coast and the east coast in terms of their sea.
Surely it would look like that.
If it was flat.
That scale.
If it was flat. Hey, how you doing?
You nutter.
I am. I'm kind of crushing people's balls here.
Come on. Hey, how you doing? Lovely to see you. Perfect dress.
Yeah.
How are you, mate?
Good, man. Good. Excellent. Aaron Bart. Alive, yes.
You know, Matt Brunig, 33-degree Freemason.
Oh, totally. That the
33-degree Freemason. You don't know that. They give you some clues. There's a clue that I was talking about earlier on in Simpsons. It's interesting. I mean, they also do put a dome over us. They put a dome over us in The Simpsons.
Oh yeah, in
they
the
smash,
movie, yeah.
They smash it, right? But one of the ones
you know, that wasn't a documentary, by the way.
Have you seen the COVID one? Have you seen the COVID?
No.
COVID, no.
Let me show you the COVID
I was
Simpsons.
looking that up. You know,
predictive programming.
You know, the daughter has got like one of them green nuclear rods at the opening credits.
Oh yeah.
And it drops in her shirt or something.
It goes in Homer's, back of Homer's shirt.
That's right. They're giving you a clue there. Nuclear energy is safe. They make it unsafe so we pay what we do for it.
They don't make it safe at all.
Galen Windsor.
One of the most famous animals in The Simpsons is the fish with 3 fucking eyes.
Yes.
Oh, that's not a documentary.
So it's not.
You told me.
Yeah, but you're just saying it's. They try and tell you it's safe. Well, no, they're not.
He just referred to Galen Windsor, who was the grandfather of safety in the
Galen Windsor is the man to see.
He used to swim.
He's the man to watch his lectures, Galen Windsor. And he installed half the infrastructure for the nuclear industry in America. He speaks lucidly about he would swim in the cooling pools every day.
Is this live?
Hey, Chris, yeah. It's extraordinary. They would carry around lumps of plutonium like
stay off camera.
Like Homer Simpson does. Carry around lumps of plutonium. They were just there was no issue. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Nobody he died in his 80s. But here's the Simpsons. Do you want to see the Simpsons?
Yeah.
Right. This is just brilliant. Right. The eyes are useless if the mind is blind. Oh, you can't hear it, can you really?
You're going to get a copyright strike now.
That's fair use.
We're live.
That's fair use, I think. But it goes on to predict that basically, without naming COVID, it like shows right. This is we need to work something out to keep the Americans back in line. And it's like, and it's like something that's a little bit spooky that people are already a little bit afraid of already. I know, cat flu. It's brilliant. But I haven't got the speak. Otherwise,
the whole world is created.
It's projected.
Have you seen the Epstein files? I don't know if it's the missing photo, but Gates and Epstein were talking about a coronavirus pandemic back in 2016. They were like, how do we bring this about?
No, I haven't seen that one, but it's like, it doesn't surprise. It's clearly planned a long time in advance. I mean, industry experts say there's no way you could roll out vaccines in that quickly. I mean, Mike Yeadon, who's the man, and he's such a hero, and has gone through the whole journey. And he says, I mean, he was a vice president of Pfizer. 20 years. He was, in charge of international research and development, the head of science for Pfizer. I mean, for decades. And he says, like, you know, it takes years to roll those things out. Just the production, let alone all the testing and everything. These were on the shelf already.
Some people say a bioweapon.
Yes, that's actually the legal term for it now. It's been accepted in the court cases that it was a bioweapon from the start. It's always under military auspices. They controlled everything. In fact, the NHS is under military. So it's
BBC, also military.
It's it's the defence. I can't remember. There was this legal woman. She was not a lawyer, so she's not bound by oath or anything, thank God. But she did a lot of cases in America. I think she was on the Delingpod a few years ago, and she was talking about, because she went there was a what do they call it, a case suit, where they have all a class action. Class action against Pfizer for the fraud of their tests, because it was blatantly fraud. They entered that. Pfizer's defence to that was that tests were irrelevant. The government were going to buy our shots regardless of the tests, fraud or not. They got the government to endorse that and say, yes, we were going to buy it anyway. So the suit failed.
Right. And the government,
because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they were using fraud. That was just for the public, not for the government, not for the customer. The customer already, which is the government, already had the contract. The testing was was irrelevant. It was a bioweapon all the time, and that was the term that they used.
And then, if it was a bioweapon and designed on purpose, then there must have been a desire for it to have a certain attrition. Like,
yes.
You know what I mean? So, because some people said, well, within 2 years, everybody's going to be finished.
Some people did, yes.
Some people have died suddenly, very suddenly.
Yes.
But a small fraction, a lot of people, but relatively a small percentage.
Most people are still alive, yes.
And many will still walk past you and say, oh, I'm fine, mate, yeah, I'm all right.
Yes, didn't call me.
Yeah, and given that they've been doing sort of germ warfare in the military for many decades, they've been trying to perhaps refine something that would give them a certain outcome, and that the bioweapon was meant to do more than just, let's randomly just stick it in, and if 1 in 1,000 or 2 in 1,000 we get, that's great. No. I think that it's so cleverly designed that whatever is coming down the line is still ready to sort of be shown.
Well, it's because that they changed, those who took the vaccine changed their own DNA.
Yeah.
That's it.
I don't believe that now, actually. I think all this spike protein technology, that's all fake as well. That's what's been coming out. All, the labs, the La Quinta in Spain, and verified by other labs, is that all that supposed spike protein technology is fake. You couldn't find any of it. There was genetic material. There was graphene-based materials. Now that should never be any injectable. That is seriously
leaving aside
but it was the nanotech. There was plenty of nanotech.
That has been in the plan for a long time.
And that's the thing.
Leaving aside any of that, the actual purpose of the thing was to change your DNA.
Right.
And that can't be reversed.
Right.
See, I don't buy that now. Cause actually, looking into the science of DNA is bullshit. Some of it. But it's like, the human genome, for example. That was, the dimethyl nucleic acid, or what? I can't remember how to pronounce it. But the actual DNA is a reality. But all they claim for it,
it's like viruses. They see something in a petri dish, they're going to give it a language, they're going to say, if we see this, we'll call it A, if we see this, we'll call it G, these are the string, so I think there's an element of that. But what is interesting is about the nanotech you were talking about, the graphene and stuff, in terms of altering your DNA or altering your
control
system. There's some interesting theories about how this can assemble itself under magnetic sort of stress in your body. and therefore be a sort of conducer, a conducer or something, which can be later used. Hello, how are you?
Hi. Thank you, how are you?
Good, thank you.
What are you talking about?
Sorry? I'm talking about the Earth not being the globe that you were taught in school. That the whole
We're talking about other things, but that's his main
We're
thing.
currently talking about, vaccines. But people make mistakes because they are so caught up. My people die for lack of knowledge. This is where I think you are. When you ask these people, do you guys believe you live on a globe?
I'm not taking part in this conversation.
You don't? Well, read my banner and see if you've got any questions for me. Or repeatable observations. Well, good luck to you, my man. You're not an evolved ape, and don't take vaccines.
We feel like we could help, so stop.
Don't take vaccines.
So much that contradicts it. I can't believe in the globe Earth. I'm just open. I don't know. I could see that it would take a lot of work to actually prove it for myself definitively. But I've heard too much now to sit with the received wisdom of those.
Doesn't part of you just think there's enough problems in this world that it's a real distraction?
Well, that's often a rebuke, but I don't buy that. It's just like, if you got to see, like, for example, in 2020, I did the deep dive on viruses, virology. That collapsed as a science, and I've just got a sort of like hobbyist interest in science. But when I actually start to see the basis of the entirety of virology, it collapsed as a science. I was shocked. Absolutely, that changed the paradigm for me. Modern medicine was on the brink. And that's pretty much, I would never go into modern medicine for any treatment now. Maybe a set of broken bone or something like that, but I would never take any of their injectables or pills or potions willingly, never.
And the NHS is completely broken, isn't it? NHS. But also, a friend, I met someone recently, and he said, "Will you come over for a coffee in Reading?" So
Let me just finish my point, though. About just the point is that having gone through that and seen that, the impact of that is total. And like, if I saw that actually we've been deliberately lied to about the shape of the Earth for generations, that shifts things. That's not insignificant. So I'm, like I say, I'm not convinced either way, but I could see the magnitude of the importance of it. So, and what it's revealed is such a staggering level of lying.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hello. That beggars belief.
When it comes to like the vacuum of space travel, all of that stuff, nothing you and I have ever done. We've been on an aeroplane and we can talk about aeroplane flights and stuff, but we cannot go to space. And we cannot now. Just like with biology, it was brought to my attention that we can't actually measure curvature over water, and yet our water ball is meant to be bending all of the time. So I started looking at space. I started looking at some of the other truisms that I just took from the authorities, and I said, yes, we go to space, yes, we've been to the moon, yes, we can do these things, because they told me, not because I can prove it. So when I discovered that I can't prove that water is turbine, that it's more likely level in every time whenever it's at rest, then I say, oh, is the Earth really spinning? What's the evidence that I went to a European Space Agency staff and said to them, what's your proof that the Earth is spinning? And the lady looked at me for a few seconds and said, well, because the sun rises. I said, that's it? Because, on a flat Earth, it's just like the plane rises as it flies overhead, it rises and then sets when it goes past me. Could the sun be doing the same thing, just be tracking over my head and then going down when it goes past me? So I started looking at all of these things and discovered yet none of what we're taught is true. And so for me, I give people
He's
flat
a
earth.
reformer. Yeah.
I give people flat earth as a gateway to realizing that everything that we're given, including politics, is designed
But
as a
can I
control.
just ask, what difference does it make whether it's flat or what you're saying, you're challenging? What difference does it make to our
Okay, so it
world?
matters to me if I'm being lied to about something
Oh, right,
significant.
okay.
That's a starting point.
Yeah.
And I think that just like with religion, that people are given a belief system designed to control them. Now you can control them in the material world by the kingdom and the serfdom and pay something to the church and all that stuff. You can control them in that way. But and also like in the Catholic example, like I can get you to behave in all sorts of ways because you're so frightened of me, the vicar or the preacher or whatever. Yeah. So that's the one thing. But I think that it's more than material. It's actually that we are something spiritual, and that this spirit essence that you carry is in a school or a test, and that test is going to mislead that spirit as much as it can. Some people, the religious people, say it's like the devil or Satan or whatever. It could just be that, could be that, could be man, it could be like David Icke says, some kind of archonic energy from outside or something like that. But its design, it seems to me, is to put a lot of misinformation your way so that you will always be lost and never attain
And
to
that's
the
in
soul
religion.
journey.
You talk about, and that's in religion you're talking about.
Well, I'm touching on religion. I don't have a religion,
no.
but I have.
But for
I
me-
understand that there is something in religion.
Yeah, my understanding, for me, I mean, I was brought up as a Catholic. The whole point of religion, I think, was that it kept the world, it kept order. People learnt right from wrong, they learnt the moral compass, they had the basics laid out so that society could function. Nowadays, religion, Christianity has just gone down like that and people have got no values, no moral compass.
What if I was to say that it was the corporation, that just say that the Catholic Church is a corporation, and that it uses its mechanisms of control, and the corporations today are the things that control us. It was Sainsbury's who said you couldn't come into the shop without a mask on. It was the corporations that got in the way of God's creation. So I wanted to offer you this thought on this I think is useful. God writes the truth on your heart. You know right from wrong. You don't need me to teach you right from wrong. Yes, your mummy daddy will show you right from wrong. A book like the Bible is really helpful to maybe show me right from wrong. But just like learning how to drive, I read the book and then I put it down and I learned how to drive by driving. Yeah, and that's the same as like mommy, daddy teach you love your neighbor as you love yourself. Treat each other, the golden rule. Do no
Ten
harm.
Commandments.
Sorry?
Ten Commandments. They're the basis, though, aren't they? Basis of discipline of right and wrong.
I think
lack
obviously
that
a moral code can be skewed. If you take a puppy and you love on it from day one, it's going to be quite a nice dog. If you take that same puppy and hate on it, hurt it, starve it, it's going to be a terrible adult, yes? So what's happened to mankind over generations is the starvation and the hurting of our forefathers. In fact, the Catholic Church is quite involved in some of this hurting. They called it the Crusades. And they came into places like England where people were living simply on the land by themselves, venerating the sun or venerating things. And they got beaten to death and burned. The witches got burned. The ladies who could see stuff were burned and they were drowned. So no, I don't believe that we now are puppies that were loved on from day one. I believe that the system has created suffer the children and bring them unto me.
I want to understand. I want to understand why it's so important to you to know whether you've been lied to about things like
who we are. Because you see, on a globe, that is part of evolution. The globe is an evolved product of a lot of Big Bang and all these kind of things. Also, Catholic convention. So that is not God. That is throwing a grenade in a scrapyard and hoping a Ferrari is going to drive out the other side. That is not what happened. God intended for your creation. Perfect as you are, as you came here. God intended for that, not for you to evolve slowly over billions of years and wait for the dinosaurs to get wiped out by some horrific meteor. which if we live in an enclosed book, and by the way, when I was 12 years old and getting a lot of Bible study, I used to joke with the preachers and say, why is the Bible a flat earth book? Because the truth is Genesis is flat earth. Job talks about a circle of the earth. God presses out like a seal, you know, and a clay seal has got a round upturned edges with water you could put inside of that and continents, right? God looks down on the face of the earth. All of these things refer to the firmament. You know, there's so many verses that strong Christian flat earthers say, yes, look, it's here. You know, and if you haven't been blinded by the religion is saying, oh, the firmament, God washed away in the flood, and blah blah blah, then you will believe the stuff that they tell you. But for me, the globe is anti-God. It is anti-Christ. It is of the devil, if you like, to use that language. But whereas the flat earth is an enclosed terrarium, like an Eden project that has been designed on purpose to keep us safe and to provide nourishment, oxygen, all the things we need to thrive. It was designed on purpose by what we call God. And it was designed on purpose by what we call God, as God said, for us to be the stewards of the land, for us to be the inheritors of the earth, for us to enjoy the fruits of the earth, whether it be the fruit on the tree or the oil beneath it, or gold beneath our feet. But the corporations own the fruit trees and the corporations own the gold and the oil. And they charge you an awful lot. Then they go to war with your neighbor and then charge you even more to pay for that war, which is why you give up 40% of your income, if not more, once you finish paying VAT and everything else. So no, I feel like, you know, this is not a call to go and stand at Downing Street and demand that our jailers do differently, because they're never going to do differently. You know, that Jesus gave us the example. You know, he was telling us that the world is corrupted, and the corrupted world wanted to shut him down. Yeah? So is that not the way it is today? You will tell stories about how great doctors in our world today have been shut down for trying to warn people about the harms of the vaccine. And the same is true with this. So for me, the globe is like a vaccine to the brain. It stops your connection truly to God. Because if you believe on this, they created the life for a reason. I didn't create the life, but they created it for a reason. And it's not only to take your tax. I think it's to take your soul. It's to control your soul journey through this life. That's what I believe in. That's why I think it's important.
All that could be true. If you prove that the Earth is flat and it's like, and that we're living under a dome, I mean, it becomes mad. It's like, my God. Whoops. Who's this? Oh God, Rachel Reeves. There you go. Bloody hell, Rachel. What are you up? What are you about? My God. Oh dear. Talk about bring the tone down.
Politics. It's all politics. Politics. It's all theatre. It's a theatre of war. And wasn't it Dominic Cummings who came out in that interview and said, well, let me tell you how it works. And when the cabinet sit down, they get given a script. Everything's been agreed beforehand, and they just speak the script. And they get the cute. They haven't had to do the work, but they get the kudos of being the guy offering the new story.
Wow, that's what Dominic Cummings said. They actually give them the script.
Yeah, the decisions are made before. Well, you know there's permanent secretaries. You're Secretary of State, you're Secretary of War, you're Secretary of this. There's a permanent secretary who's your boss. And you don't know who they're signed up to. And the truth is that by the time that you're the Secretary of Defense or whatever, you have already given away your soul. They already know that you are going to agree
the only way
to whatever
that they
you're
get
told.
there is when they've got compromise on them. They are compromised individuals prior to taking office, so that they will do what they are told.
Thatcher loved the homosexuals.
That's the way.
Thatcher loved the homosexuals because in the 60s, 70s, it was easy to squeeze them for their homosexuality. So yes, there has always been that.
Said very much. I know you can't get
He's a wise man.
Yeah.
This one. He's a wise man.
You can't get a word led to it for these two, can you?
I think there's a well-worn saying to the effect that something along the lines of those who are of lesser intelligence are wise to remain silent. And
with less
those who don't know that they're of lesser intelligence don't follow that edict.
But it's Mark Twain said, it's easier to fool a man than it is to convince him he's been fooled. And I think Hitler said, just keep repeating the lie often enough and eventually it'll sink in, it'll become true. And so I think that with the globe, we were banged with this globe idea from very young, and there was no alternative. In fact, the alternative was this ridiculous idea of water spilling off the edge of a flat plate Earth. That's the only other option. And of course, there are other alternatives. If it's an electromagnetic world, like Nikola Tesla said, then there's other alternatives that we can look at that work with an electromagnetic system.
Okay, well, you've said quite a lot, so I need to reflect.
Please do. But for me, my wife took 2 years of me talking about this before something.
Are you from South Africa?
Yeah, something connected for her to do with us being this, like something spiritual connected for her. It was she's not interested in the maths, the formulas for curvature, all of the left brain stuff that us men keep pounding out. It's far more spiritual. And she studies the stars, and she studies them from a flat Earth perspective, and it makes a lot more sense to her now than it did from the globe perspective. And of course, if we're in a flat Earth, these stars are very close and very personal, which is why they have a bearing on us. I used to believe if they're millions and trillions and billions of miles away, they have no bearing on me at all. But if they're all inside of an enclosed system, and we're like those Dodgem cars that from the 70s that had a little pole touching their electric roof, yeah? Well, what if we're that? And every time you drive past a particular node or star, then a certain effect comes into your carriage. Food for thought.
So was your wife outside looking at the planets yesterday? They were aligned, 6 of them were aligned yesterday?
We were totally clouded in yesterday.
No, because there were 6 of them that were aligned,
wow.
So which is it won't happen again until 2040. So
yeah, 2040.
I was out there trying to
Did you say 40? 2040?
2040, yeah. So
isn't that the same alignment? My wife has been talking about an alignment that's come up now, and last happened at Pearl Harbor. So we look at these sort of big alignments and see how historically, because yesterday they went to Iran, right? And so it's an interesting. We see the day that the COVID lockdown was called was on a particular alignment. We look at these alignments and go, wow, it's prime. And this year, 2026, is prime. But my ears pricked up when you said 2040, because a friend of mine who does a different kind of isometric research claims that 2040 is a big, massive, let's say, seismic moment in history. For America, that comes a few years earlier in 2033, 2034, but by 2040, something, he was just telling me about it last night on a phone call. So that's an interesting alignment.
What's going to happen in 2040 or 2033?
Well, one of the things about flat Earth research is that we realize that the buildings that we live in today, a lot of them were built in a previous epoch. What we call prior to a mud flood event that occurred on the earth that has hidden a lot of our history. So we believe that, like God's Noah's flood, is a thing that might be happening not every 6,000 years, but actually every 500 years or something like that. And 2040 may be a big moment like that. I don't want to say that this is for sure, because I'm really speculating. And when we look at mud floods, and I've been looking at this for 8 years, this research, I think that these events can happen in different places, and as God said in the Bible, there's going to be 4. There's the water, fire, air, and earth. Mud being the earth. Fire we've also seen evidence of. So we believe that this one is etheric, partly because we're in the age of Aquarius, and Aquarius is the air. So we think that there's going to be like an ether shift that cuts down. This is just, I'm really in the speculation, far off in the weeds here, right? But that it changes the air. Something is going to happen in the air. I will say this, because I trust God absolutely, and I have absolute faith, that I don't mind if the Noah's flood happens. I'm trying to alert people that I think a Noah's flood is coming. Sodom and Gomorrah, if you look around you, the world is very messed up. And I'm saying, and others are saying, that there is something coming, and they're keeping us distracted with bread and circuses so that we don't notice the thing that's coming, and we continue to play the game up until it's too late to do anything about it. Now,
do you mind if I take a video? Can I take a little bit of a video?
of course.
Is that okay?
My YouTube channel is called Trinity 4, the number 4. So go and check that out because this stream will be on there. But if such an event was to happen, is your soul in the right place? You know, it's the soul journey. Is your soul, is your heart, if it's going to be weighed, is your heart right? And I think that's the most important thing for all of us, is to have our heart in the right place. Earth, by the way, is an anagram for heart.
Well done.
So I believe we are at the heart of the creation right here.
Right. I'm just going to turn around. You might. I am listening to you, but I'm just trying to turn around as well.
I've shared so much with you, so
I know.
I don't want to overload you. I'll give a flyer to take away, given that you've got my attention. Oh, my legs are cold. I hope you guys are not too cold out there. I do this once. Not to bother too much with flyers.
Oh, I've got another one to let. I've got all
They're
the stuff to
always
read. I mean, blimey.
Don't.
Thank you so
These
much.
are really,
Why the line?
really
This
the
is
most
interesting.
important flyers you might ever read.
So you have a pretty big development. Like they took out
God
the
is
main
within you.
guy.
Okay.
See, that's the
Do you
Hebrew
know what? I'll
cosmology.
tell you, do you know what? I've actually got some Muslim books actually. I've asked for them because I have never read it.
Yeah.
And I'm sick to death of people telling me what you can and can't do, and I want to read it firsthand to understand what it actually says.
I think it's worth reading.
I think so, yeah.
And in the Muslim texts, actually, they say the sun and the moon are small lights that travel over us. I've had a Muslim preacher tell me the same thing here.
But you know,
and I think one of the things I like...
passing judgment on Muslims or Islam, you know, and we don't know what we're talking about. We really don't know what we're talking about most of the time.
I feel like the next 10 years are really going to see the expression of Muslim-Christian conflict.
Oh, yeah.
I'm afraid. And I think that Muslims have this lovely saying, which is that if you seek God, you'll find him closer to you than the jugular vein in your neck. That's what the Muslims say. I like that. And I think what I like about Muslims is that the idea is that they have a direct relationship to Allah, or God, rather than preacher of God.
Yeah, but Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, they're all offshoots of each other anyway.
They're
So I
cousins.
really don't understand why we kept getting
They're
into
cousins
fights.
because they were designed for that. I hate to say, but I believe that the religions, look what they did to people, you know, in the Crusades. They got good people to go to war with other good people based on a master who said we have to. And I see the same thing happening in the Middle East the last 20, 30 years, maybe since before. Palestine. So, you know, I think that this is by design, and I choose no side. I don't say, oh, well, I've got to sit with the Muslim, or I've got to sit with the Christian. I think both of us, Jew, we're all being misled by a power. So for me to be like, oh, I'm Jewish and I'm the chosen one, and so, bullshit. You know, the Muslim guy, we got the last prophet. You know, we've got the best mission. Bullshit. You guys, we're all in this together and we're equal in this.
Exactly. That's you know.
But they will use that division, white, black, German, French, whatever, they will use that to get us to beat each other up again. And then pay for it for decades after.
But at the moment, I think it's more about Islam, though, in this country, doesn't it? I've had call-outs from people simply because they just don't know what they're talking about. They really don't know what they're talking about. It's just another form of racism, isn't it?
So what do they say?
Well, I had some people over for dinner. I've known them for about 5 or 10 years, and they came into my home. And whilst we were at the table, we were talking about Palestine and Gaza and everything. And they support the Israelis. And then this guy sat there with his hands rubbing his hands together, saying, you know, every time a Muslim dies, I cheer. I'm so happy. And I said to him, cut it out. If you're in my home,
A
cut
little
it out.
donation for the hours in the cold here today, that would be very nice. Oh, there's Keir Corbyn. He apparently wanted the police called on me the last time I yanked him out there, maintaining the lie.
Oh, the Pierce's boys, that's what
I knew I'd seen you before. You're Pierce's, one of Pierce's guys. Hello.
Well, I'm
Pierce.
not one of his guys. No. I went to.
I've seen you with him.
Yeah, I went to university with him. Obviously, at very different
Did you?
times.
Yeah.
Very different times. But when I was at Imperial, he used to come and give speeches on climate change, so I'd sometimes listen in.
You know
I don't agree with him on everything,
Right.
but he offers an interesting perspective on the climate because of his weather forecasting background. So he had a business running weather forecasts.
Right. Well, you see, this is what one of the things that kill him about flat Earth is that climate change isn't real. On a flat Earth, we don't have. climate
He's
change.
against man. He doesn't believe man-made climate change exists.
Well, then we're on the same page with that. I don't believe.
I think the jury's out. I do think though that the Al Gore stuff was completely false, right? When he was saying, when Al Gore was talking about the ice
Yeah.
age, and
Yeah,
well, make up your mind. I mean, we're either intensely overheating or we're freezing.
Yeah. Inconvenient truth, they call it, isn't it? I remember, and I kind of bought it at the time, but you know, they've told me many things. Like when I was a youngster in the 70s, they said we're running out of oil. Now we pump more oil today than we did in the 70s. Where does that come from? On a flat Earth, it's abiotic. It makes its own oil. The Earth does.
Right.
And in the case of climate, it's like a self-cleaning biome. Like
So you don't believe in the fossil fuel theory, or
No,
you don't?
Not at all.
So then
You
how are
can't-
people? How are people extracting oil then with oil rigs and fracking? And
Because
well, fracking's for gas, I guess, rather than oil.
is,
But anyway.
you know how your body, I can drain a pint of blood out of your body.
Yeah, if you cut my arm.
No, I can do it every week. I could take a pint out of your body, will make more.
Well, people do blood, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the oil is the same. The empty a well, you can come back 10 years time, it's full again.
But it doesn't take 10 years to replenish.
Maybe longer. But the thing is, that the oil is being grown. Earth, in the same way your body is growing all sorts of things, right? The Earth is a living organism, and it's growing all sorts
Is
of
the
things.
Earth a living organism?
But not for a globe.
I always thought the Earth is a terrain on which living organisms
No,
live.
the Earth is a living thing. We're given all of these tectonic plate movements because of subduction and you know undersea hot magma rising and all of this. But that's one possible explanation. Another possible explanation is that it's a living organism and that yes, it's moving. That you know the panspermia and all this sort of stuff is part of its own movement system.
But so then
same with
under your theory then, so if you were to drill, keep drilling into the Earth,
Yeah.
just keep drilling,
Yeah.
where would you end up?
I'll probably get as far as the Americans and the Russians did in 1997 when they gave up at the Russian super deep, what they called Kola super deep.
And what's
Look into
interesting,
that.
I mean,
Wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
Do you know how deep they got?
No, I'm just going to put this out, I'm listening.
The Kola super deep. After 2 years of making no further progress, the Russians and Americans announced that they were giving up trying to go any deeper than 7.5 miles. So no one
Not very
knows what's more than 7.5 miles.
What you could do though, I mean this would probably be a very bad idea, but if you were to set off a really huge nuclear bomb in the base of the Pacific, in the middle of nowhere,
Yeah.
just detonate it
Yeah.
and see how big the
You
crater
would
is.
crack. You'd still want to start at the Mariana Trench, right? Because that's already 10 miles down, or 10
Yes.
kilometers down. However, I'm going to really, one more thing to annoy you is nukes are fake. Nukes
Well-
are used as a weapon, just like whether you believe that whether this climate change is a fake, right? And it's being used to tax us. Yes?
Yeah, but when you say nukes are fake, I mean nuclear bombs definitely exist.
No. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were firebombed. You need to look into it. They started rebuilding those cities within 3 days
So
of the end
what
of the war.
about then Tsar Bomba, which was that, I think it was 50 megatons, probably bigger, huge ass bomb that they dropped in one of the peninsulas, I think in the north of Russia and Siberia, and you could see the footage of
You're
the...
not talking about,
So Tsar Bomba, I mean...
I don't know about that. I know about...
It's huge. A firebomb would not be able to create that amount of energy in such a short space of time.
No. But what's important, I'm not saying they can't make what Trump called the Moab. Do you remember in his first... He went and dropped a Moab on somewhere in the Middle East. Mother of all bombs, he called it. This is the biggest bomb, right? Moab. And I believe that, and I've been to war myself, so I know big bombs exist. However, the idea that I can drop a nuclear bomb and make London a desert or a wasteland, not true. They started building Nagasaki and Hiroshima days after the war began, and we do not have any history of problems. when Chernobyl blew up.
Yeah, I was about to mention Chernobyl.
Plant A blew up.
Yeah.
Plant B continued operating for 13 years.
Right.
Next door.
Right.
Right. So according
But
to
were
what I
people
was
actually
told-
allowed in the
Yeah, well,
Plant
who-
B
who
though
was
because
running
of
it?
contamination?
Who was running it?
Well,
People.
it was in Ukraine, wasn't it? So
Well,
presumably the Soviet Union at the time.
Well, people, human beings, were going in there. And Elon Musk he's a fake as well, but people believe that he has robots. There were no robots running it. People were going in there and running it. Fukushima, that blew up. The property prices around Fukushima should have dropped. They're much more expensive now than before. So no, and you know the whole thing. There's people that are smart scientists that have gone with the Geiger counters into these places and say, listen, it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
The background radiation is normal. You know, it's none of the stuff that you believe.
But isn't the idea of a nuclear bomb that you split the atom and then it sets off a huge chain reaction? But because it happens in such a short space of time, there's a huge release of energy and it just causes
you
destruction.
know the science. However, I interviewed a PhD.
I mean, I
physicist.
have a first class honours in maths, not physics.
Okay. So I interviewed a PhD physicist from Guildford University. He's a doctor, English guy. He studied 20 years ago and got his PhD in nuclear physics. And he realized after a few years, he's like, I don't know how it really works. And he went and looked at it and he's like, no, there's no splitting of the atom going on. I won't bother telling you the full story, but I've done the interview on him. And then of course there's a guy called Galen Windsor, who is like the head of safety for most nuclear plants in America.
Look, I'm not going to say on the spot that you're 100% wrong, but I'd have to do my research.
Please do. Galen Windsor.
Okay.
You know, he was the godfather of safety in back in the day in nukes. And he's like, I used to swim in the cooling pools. It's not what they tell you. All right, Earth is flat. Sea is level. Have a nice day. How are you doing?
Absence
right?
makes the heart grow fonder.
Yeah, it does.
Earth is not a globe.
Nope.
Is that you? No.
Yeah.
Oh, is
Ni
it?
hao. Yeah, it's not a globe. I mean, it might be a globe like an apple, but we can't be on the
Teach
skin
me
of the apple.
secrets of Kung Fu.
Everything is inside of the apple.
Fist of flour is power.
And water, of course, will find its level. Water finds its level when it rests. It will run downhill, cool, and be level.
Right.
And that pool will be parallel to the next pool down the lake. And the next pool down will be parallel to the one before. We find this everywhere in nature. We never find...
And the most sophisticated technology known to man has never discovered curvature of water,
No.
as far as I'm
And Einstein
aware.
said we've got no experiment that'll
Never.
prove the Earth to be moving.
It's unbelievable. This is like
I'm open to
really
I'm open to
unbelievable.
everything, so I'm
Sorry?
open.
Say again.
Gravity will curve water.
Gravity.
Well, where's the evidence for that?
Gravity curving water.
Yes.
The fact that the lake is there and it's down at the bottom and not flying in the air.
No, there's no
That's
curve.
gravity.
No,
Who
it's
says there's
completely.
no curve? Who says there's no curve?
Sorry?
Who says there's no curve?
Well, it's not been measured anywhere that I've ever come across.
Talking about.
Look at the
I'm
mainstream
talking about
description
you
for
find
fluid
that you
dynamics.
show me any evidence that water is curved.
Oh, forget it.
Are you a religious guy?
Well, no, I'm just saying.
religious
Yeah,
at all,
well, he's
no.
got, no, he clearly is.
Well, you've got to believe that we live
He's
on a...
inventing it.
No,
Nonsense. Nonsense.
It's just
You've
nonsense.
You've never even bothered to do a search on the question you're raising. You've never bothered.
That's not-
You've never
what's
bothered
the-
to search
What's the
it.
formula
You've
for
That's
curvature?
You've never bothered to search it.
So I've never looked at this at all. I'm just making it up for my tummy.
Yes. What you are saying, yes.
Great, that's
exactly what
great.
it is.
That's
What
the
you are saying-
prejudice
what you are
that
saying,
you deal
you
with.
just
know
made
the
up.
formula for
So when
curvature.
did you look into it?
You won't know how fast
So-
it's spinning.
So, okay,
How fast are
so
we spinning?
what let me ask
Depends
this
on
question.
where you are on Earth.
All right, how fast
yeah?
is it spinning now?
About 800 miles an hour. or
All right,
something
and
like
what's the curvature formula?
So, I haven't looked at it for about a
doesn't
year
know.
and a half or so.
You don't know what the curvature formula is, and you're defending something you don't know.
I'm not defending something I
That was
don't
why I left
know.
the
I
curvature.
didn't say
You are.
I know what the curvature formula is. I
you
didn't say
should know.
that.
If you say
You're
this
implying
curvature,
I have to know it
science
because
demands-
that's what you do
science
when you
demands
wander
measurement.
around with your silly arguments.
Science
You go around and say challenge
measurement.
people questions that they may not have the immediate answer to in front of their brain.
claim
I could look it
curvature-
up in 2 seconds and answer you,
why don't you
right?
Find out what AI
Because
says,
you're
yes.
not interested. You're not interested. Because when have you done that?
I'm not so angry.
You're,
Why are you so angry?
because it's annoying
It's
talking
annoying that
nonsense.
your religion is
You don't
nature.
need to
What
talk to us
religion?
like
You
that.
said you live on
No,
a
no,
ball.
you are arguing.
Gravity
You are
is
arguing.
real.
Yes, the gravity is real. Yes,
no,
yes.
gravity is not real. Why does the helium balloon
There
go
you
up?
go.
Why do you need to say?
Oh,
fuck
for
off
Christ.
If you're not so angry, because
So you are religious?
No, because I don't know what you're on. I don't know what you're on. It looks like you're on something. It looks like you're on something.
Just hang on. Yes,
It looks like you're on
please,
something.
Spread the
'Cause
love.
Those
Spread
pin
the
eyes don't come
love.
from nowhere,
Spread the
yeah?
love. Come on.
They don't come from nowhere.
Earth is flat. You don't evolve from monkeys. You don't evolve from monkeys. But you can believe that if you want.
So I couldn't hear what it was that you were discussing. Like, what is
Well,
it?
so it was specifically. It was
Take that off.
specifically.
I've got.
All right, yeah. Can I hear that? Like,
Yeah, sure. Well, my perspective from what I know now, and as I began to say to Heiko, I haven't looked at this for over a year. Okay, so it's like I haven't got all that. I've just turned around. Dave's here. It's like, hey, and so hanging out, and that conversation's happened.
Yeah.
And now, but I looked at several documentaries. Conducted where there was teams. So, for example,
certainly. Thank you.
there was a team of South American scientists who it's about 30. Actually, Dave, you should know this. Who was the team of South American scientists? They devoted a year or 2 years to investigating flat Earth or the shape of the Earth. Do you know?
No,
Maybe you don't know this.
anything.
But anyway, I came across this documentary. It's about an hour and a half long documentary. They measured water, frozen or moving, in so many places around the globe, around the world, around the planet, and way beyond anything that should be accountable on a spherical planet. They could never find anything but flat. That water is always flat. Now I put this to Piers, who just reacts unbelievably, so you can't actually have a conversation with him. And he will say, okay, so it's that's refraction. Now, that's a refutation. Fair enough, I'm willing to engage in that. I say, okay, so let's test it, find out. But actually, I don't think that holds up. But maybe it does if it can be proven. But the evidence that I came across was that, using all manner of scientific equipment, there was various methods used. Theodolites being an extremely accurate measurement, but also lasers and various others. There were various methods that this team of scientists employed, and it was a broad discipline of science. I have to find that video because it's extraordinary.
Can I counter?
And he just dismissed it. He just
I'm not dismissing your claims at all, but obviously I don't have the evidence in front of me to be like,
Yes.
oh yeah, okay,
Yeah, I understand.
1 + 1, equals 2,
Yes.
whatever. But just from what I know, if you're in a plane and you see the horizon, right? Why can't I see
very good question.
What's the argument against that?
That's good. Well, basically, there's a density to the atmosphere.
Okay,
So optics have limits, right?
Yeah.
Our eyes have certain
And there is perspective as well. It's like, there's a lot that deceives your vision.
Yeah.
These come into play.
So if you're in a plane at 6 miles high and fly over London, you won't be able to see any cars, right? They're too small from 6 miles up, right?
Yeah.
So the further we see things away, the less clear. And then, as Malcolm says, we're looking through atmosphere, we're looking through water, and so we lose clarity. Within 100 miles, unless you're over a desert or something super dry, you're not going to see really 100 miles. But the Guinness
As an
World Record,
amateur astronomer, you could see that. You account for that with using telescopes as well. I was just an amateur astronomer.
So there's some ways we can trick that, right? If, for example, a light source is behind an observed object, you might silhouette that object and be able to see it further. So Guinness World Records records the longest photograph line of sight being set 240 miles. And they're watching the sunset twice a year behind the Pic Gaspard, a French island. And they can, from the coastline, 250 miles, they can see the whole of the silhouette of the coast of that thing. That's Guinness World Record. Now a guy in America took an infrared camera which can cut through a lot of that atmospheric haze, and he's from California in a plane, admittedly, from a high altitude, taking a photograph all the way down to Mexico from California.
Wow.
They believe it's 1,000 miles.
Wow.
Another chap went up into the highest point in Wales, and on a clear day with a very powerful camera, he snapped a shot which includes 7 peaks, and they've been able to measure the distances from each other to confirm that they are the peaks they believe they are, and the range is 700 miles. So we're seeing far too far when we really stop to look at it. Then our curvature formula, which is 8 inches per mile squared, allows for. Even most of the White Cliffs of Dover, if we lived on a globe, most of the White Cliffs of Dover from 20 miles should be occluded by this curvature. But we see all of the
So
White Cliffs.
for me, that's not definitive, but it's pretty. That's a damn big challenge.
It's a good starting point.
So, if the Earth was flat, surely it would always be daylight.
So,
not at all.
Not
at all. So
sorry.
what happens? I hear this a lot.
Well, can I just say?
I didn't hear what you said.
So
if the Earth was flat,
if the Earth was flat, surely it would always be daylight, like relative to where we're positioned in space.
Okay, so this is one, because we're importing globe ideas into a flat Earth. We imagine this 90 million miles away super light that's going to illuminate the entire plate or disc or frisbee or whatever you're thinking, right?
Yeah.
We don't think like that at all. I think like if I had to put a lid over the top of Wembley Stadium and create a light source that was only pointing at one part of the stadium and take it 24 hours to turn around, I can create my day and night scenario. So it's like, then I can move the light towards one goal mouth to create summer on that side of the stadium and winter on the opposite side of the goal mouth.
So it's a bit like that Jim Carrey film when he's
exactly,
Yes.
exactly, and not only that,
there's some revelation of hidden hand in that.
It's probably
Truman.
Really
Truman Show.
fucking weird.
And the
Through
Truman
the
Show
looking
is
glass.
interesting
Yes.
because there are obviously actors who know that they're tricking Truman, right? And I believe that in our world there are a tiny handful of people who know that they're tricking, but the rest of us, because we've been taught Islam, Christianity, or whatever it was, globe, you're a Jewish boy, this is what you believe, this is what you know. As an adult, you go and repeat that stuff to your children, truly believing that to be the God's honest truth, right? The same is true with gravity.
Why would a set of elites want to convince people that we're submerged in, in a vacuum and the sun isn't what the sun? Like what exactly
It's
are
a
they?
really good question.
What are they
That
getting
merits a good. I mean, that trigger a whole exploration. Because that's you can't answer that you can't. It's like it's like why it's like it's not my crime.
Yeah.
You can't account for. They are psychopaths. But you can go back to sort of like into like Galileo. It's like and Copernicus as well. It's like these are. It's potentially these are psyops.
I don't know if it is Galileo. Wasn't he the one that got the 2 sticks in 2 different
No,
locations?
that was Aristophanes.
Aristotle.
Aristophanes.
And
2,500.
They figured out like the circumference of the Earth, like 24,000.
That's what we were told, and that was so for me. It was like as soon as I heard this nonsense about the Earth being flat, these God botherers. It's like I know I can just get a couple of sticks. Get a mobile phone, call my mate, and say measure the thing.
Shadow,
Measure the shadow. It proves a flat Earth as much as it proves a globe.
I see what you're saying based on the refraction.
You could take a couple of matchsticks and stick them on your dining table, right? And take a torch over those like that, and then you would get a longer or shorter shadow depending on the street light. There's longer or shorter shadow depending on how close you are to the street light, right? And so in a flat Earth, we're like, well, the light is local to us. So obviously, if you were standing 100 miles west of me, so sort of further on the track, the shadow would be different for you.
Yeah, it'd be slightly different.
So no, the Aristophanes. I'm not saying to someone earlier on. It's interesting that.
I mean, it's a fascinating. It's a great. Basic practical experiment that you can do. but it's like
doesn't prove
it doesn't. It's like
one or the other.
yeah, to actually take a look at what the conclusions
But
have
of yourself
to be.
this. If Eratosthenes proved that the Earth was a globe and came up with a circumference before designing the first globe.
Yes,
the
that's
first
a very
globe, according to the best information you can find on the internet, the oldest globe is 1493, and it's held by the Vatican.
Although there is the what is it called? The discovery. Well, that's the recent discovery. The the last 10 years ago, was that the Cathra object, the device.
Archimedes, or
It's like mechanical astrolabe.
Astrolabe, yeah.
Or it's not an astrolabe, but it's what do you call those?
It's found in a ship.
It was found under the sea. It was calcified and stuff. Antikythera device or something that's called.
Was that like a Greek
Yes, it's supposed to be a Greek thing. They reckon that it's possible that Aristotle designed it.
Like a mechanical computer.
Which forecasted perfectly all the movement of the planets and the moon, and it was very complicated. Yes, sort of and it was
And they were doing that based on a flat Earth. They built the pyramids to align with 3 stars, the Orion's belt, and they still do now, 5,000, 10,000, whatever years later.
Funny how it doesn't move.
Yeah. And yet the Earth is spinning through space at 1 million miles an hour if you count the sun's movement, and we're chasing the sun, and all the moons are chasing us. Everything's moving at millions of miles an hour, and yet the stars are the same for thousands of years.
It is a fascinating question.
Yeah, I can understand like that guy, like people are going to come up to you and go, that's bullshit. NASA's taking pictures of the Earth like we know it's spherical, but then you have to have trust in the evidence that picture is actually
trust
real.
NASA.
Yeah,
NASA who brought you the 9-manned moon landing.
If I told you about the Grand Canyon, right, and this was 1800s, if I told you about the Grand Canyon, and I said, there's this incredible Grand Canyon, right, and you'd be like, bullshit. I say, come, I'll show you the Grand Canyon for yourself. I can't show you the moon landing. I can't show picture, yes. I can't take you into space. We have to believe on these things because a few men claim to have done it.
Yeah, so when you see the moon, you think that's there.
Yeah.
You think that's the moon. You think it's a spherical object.
Yeah, but it's maybe a projection rather than a rock.
Complicated. It's a really interesting. It's another fascinating thing. I've seen some very fascinating things about.
So I don't just. This would imply like the vast amount of energy it would take to create a projection. Like what on earth? Like you're saying these are leads. Like how on earth? Like
have you studied electromagnetics?
I mean I know.
Okay,
so I'm going to go over to the other way.
Yeah, you go.
I can start it.
Thank you very much.
You look into like how magnets can work or power things. You know, we got maglev trains that can do like. You know, we got incredible things that we can do with electromagnets, right? So I believe that the Earth is an electromagnet, and so when you've got an electromagnet torus, you're going to have a butt end and a top end and a bottom end, like an apple. An apple's got the stem end and the butt end of the apple. Well, I believe that we live inside of the apple, and it's a spinning torus, and at the input to the apple is like a black hole, and at the output is possibly a white hole. What they talk about in science is a white hole. So I think that once you compress light like that, you get vast amounts of energy, yes, which is causing the magma effect from beneath our feet.
Like convection current.
Yeah, and so all that convexity is happening through electromagnetic conduction rather than material things pushing against each other, and then they're projecting through that. This is my hypothesis. They're projecting through that onto the dome above us some kind of secondary light source. Now, what I say to people is that you can follow the moon. It will follow you. Like if you're on a train and the moon's up here on the side, you watch it, it'll just follow you as though it's following you. So the moon, I believe, is a projection you're interpreting. It's not a physical one point in space. So when your friend says to you, like on a cloudy night, right, go outside, and on a full moon, you'll see that the moon is creating like a halo near your house.
Yeah, like a rainbow or something.
Yeah, kind of. But that brightness on the clouds bank near your house will dissipate within miles of your house, and you'll look dark down there.
Yeah.
But your mate who's down there 5 miles away will walk outside and say, no,
see the same.
I've got a bright hot spot here, but it's dark where you are. If I was illuminating a sheet
Yeah.
with one big light, the whole sheet for the ants sitting beneath it would be illuminated. Not, oh, it looks dark over there.
But could that be because of atmospheric difference between the 5 mile? I don't know if it would be that different, to be honest. Like, you know, shit being pumped out, cars, like, you know, there'd be different densities of stuff in that.
Think about this question, because obviously I've been thinking about this for 11 years for myself, rather than repeating or coming up with reasons that I can hold onto the model that I was given by the government.
Okay, yeah.
So you've got to go and look at these things for yourself. And
Yeah, I
you know,
think I'll
here's
have
an
to.
observation I only made a few years ago when I went to South Africa again. I've been watching the moon roll in the sky like this for years since I started really watching. It's like, wow, as it travels through the sky, it's actually turning the bunny ears or the man's face or whatever you see in the moon. It's actually rolling like a clock watch, but it's half the speed of the clock watch, and it's clockwise. And when I went to South Africa, I was like, hang on, it's going the other way. It's going anti-clockwise. Now I'm watching it from South Africa, and the image is inverted. So the bunny is this way or this way, and it's going that way. Make sense. So I have some theories about that, but it doesn't fit the models that we've been given.
Yeah, I'd have to do more studying to say
Really
why you'd see, you know, the moon moving anti-clockwise as opposed to clockwise in two different.
Now,
you know,
our scientists, our schools, for the last 150 years, 200 years perhaps, have been taking the very brightest minds who have chosen science as their subject and said to them, look, this is a problem that we have in science. And we're going to come up with you're going to help us, or we're going to talk about how that can be explained. So the very best and brightest minds in the main have been applied to how do we solve this problem? Obviously, we live on a globe. Obviously, we come from monkeys. But how do we solve the gaps? How do we fill in the bits that are missing?
So there are actually departments like established universities debating whether or not we're flat earthers. Like, are there actual official departments?
But there's a degree you can get at one where I studied, the university I studied in Hertfordshire. They sent me a brochure a few years ago.
I went to University of Hertfordshire as
Did
well.
you?
Yeah.
Okay. They sent me a brochure saying we're offering a science class for science. I'm going to butcher it a bit, but it was for science imagination. We want people to come in and imagine what space imagination. So we want people to come in and imagine what space travel is going to look like in the future. So we're sort of using we're giving you a degree based on your ability to theorize about how we might travel through space and so on. So when I interviewed this PhD nuclear physicist a few months ago, he said to me, my study, he's a doctor, studied in Guildford, and his study was very academic, very theoretical, never touching on the real world atomic physics stuff. And it was only 15 years after he finished the degree. He's like, I don't really know. People ask me, how does a nuclear power plant work? And I don't know. I'm a PhD in nuclear physics. How do I not understand that process that's happening in that little pellet?
From a quantum level.
You know, so well, it's actually so much simpler. You know, I won't go into it now.
Yeah,
I've got to, but the point is that most people in our sciences are segmented. So one doesn't know what the biologist doesn't know what the geographist and the other person does. So you can't see them all together and go, well, hang on, that doesn't fit with what we understand about weather patterns or pressure systems or fluid dynamics or aerodynamics. Even we've seen released NASA documents saying we treat the Earth, we're building craft for a flat, stationary Earth. Or pilots tell me that their handbooks treat the Earth as though it's not moving. Well, what if that's true? And we don't have to come up with, ideas about how the atmosphere has been dragged.
Can I ask you something? What about someone that just lights an air balloon? I could light an air balloon, connect a GoPro to it, right, and then let it go up into I don't know what section of the atmosphere, and I'll be able to see a curvature.
Would you look at this photo for me? Would you mind?
How's it going? Yeah, it's good, man. It's good. I didn't put my
Only because this is where the balloon is shot. And it's perfectly level there. What they do in the universities and so on, they'll put a GoPro on.
Yeah.
And then, did you see the Red Bull jump ever?
Yeah, I remember that.
So the exterior cameras were all GoPros, and they made everything look round, even when he was on the ground. When he jumped out of his cupola, there's a flat camera, that sees a flat horizon outside of his cupola. I got a photo of that on my camera actually. And Neil deGrasse Tyson was forced to come out a few years later and say, even when you're that high, Red Bull height, you don't see curvature from that height. He says, he's got it famously, he's talking to university or whatever, he says, he's got this big beach ball, and he says, you're on this beach ball, you're this high above the surface, you cannot see curvature from the height of the Red Bull jump, but people swear they've seen it from their plane, and that's their proof. Or they swear they've seen the ship going over the horizon, and that's their proof. And if we can't see it from the plane, the beach, and 120,000 feet, are we sure it's really there, or are we being given this occlusion of perspective as our explanation for curvature?
Yeah, I guess that is an interesting one. If that is a valid argument for round Earth, that you can see the curvature from an airliner.
Oh yeah.
You know, but like you couldn't see it from this dude that was a lot higher.
Red Bull, yeah. He was like 200,000 feet up. Higher than this hot air balloon, but flat earthers have also put regular cameras up, and they find that if they put a regular camera up, if it yaws, then they see the horizon do this. It'll bend this way and that way. It'll go concave down, convex. But when it's on level and flat, it's level. In fact, there was a Frenchman called Jean-Luc Picard who went up in the 1800s, and he said in a gondola up to 10 miles high. Yeah, and he went up, he pressurized gondola to 10 miles high, and when he came down, he famously said the Earth looked flat with upturned edges from that high. But and then there was a scientist, one of the brightest minds in America, is before the moon landing, said they can't land on the moon is plasma.
Oh yeah.
But of course he becomes like a quack, and a little bit like me saying to people, listen, I think Corona is a bit of a scam, but eventually the noise from the TV and the community is so loud, they're like, shut up. We're going to take your channel away from you. We're going to take it. We're going to take it away.
So what about someone that so I'm pretty sure you can see the American flag on the moon. Yeah, what do you think that is?
Or they told us you can.
You can. I mean, there must be someone out there that's just an average Joe that's got no particular agenda, and he's like, oh yeah, I can see the flag.
Is it possible that I could AI a flag in and say, look, there it is? Because at 250,000 miles, with respect, I think that we do not have if it was really 250,000 miles away, I don't think we have the telescopes to really see that.
So what? I've never actually met someone that's told me I can see the flag from telescope. I just assume that's possible. But
what they tell us they do is they left mirrors behind, and that they flash a laser, and then they get one photon. After about a Jodrell bank, they'll get one photon come back, and the machine will go beep after about a minute or two, and they'll say, "Look, it's made its way back." So that's the proof.
Okay,
now, I could build a machine that can do that.
What you said, a lot of it, to me, I don't think you're being unreasonable in your thinking, at all. And it's something I can neither confirm nor deny. But
test yourself.
There are some you're sowing seeds in me, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to investigate a bit further to really be like, oh, okay, this doesn't quite fit like that,
Brilliant.
I just would I know that other guy. I don't know what his name was.
Okay.
What is the overall? In my head, I'm just thinking, why on earth would a set of people want to brainwash us into thinking that we're not in the world that we're living in?
One is it robs us of God, because a flat Earth, which is an enclosed system, it's like an orange. We're inside the orange. If that, then God, and if that, then you are the center of creation. You are the center of creation.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So we are far more important in a flat Earth than we are on the globe. The globe is happenstance, random. We need all the government. We need all the control.
So you think this is like a satanic attack?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Satan's world in a way. I mean, and they've been misleading us. But Satan, I don't have a biblical kind of fear of that. In the old world, they used to call Satan Satan, and Satan meant opponent, and the opponent is meant to make you stronger. If you and I both play tennis, and I'm a little better than you, you're going to raise your game to meet me, right?
Yeah.
And the same is true here, is that if I give you turn up and I go, well, here's $1 billion, you're never going to have to work for anything, you'll just sit on the sofa and be probably a lazy sloth, right? So you need to be tested, you need to be put through fire, and this game is that. It's a fucking hard game, you never die. die, when you leave this avatar, you go back to whatever is this, whatever God is, whatever the thing is. But you've come in here with an express purpose. And the Satan has got a game that he's playing on you, and that is to deceive you from cradle to grave. And in the main, it says in the Bible, actually Matthew chapter 24, says that in the end of times, the majority, even amongst the elect, are to be deceived. And I come out and say, listen, it doesn't have to be everyone. You know, if you hear this information and you go search for this information, because Flat Earth is just a gateway. It's only the beginning, because it doesn't make Monday any different. You have to still go to work maybe on Monday, but you start to have a different relationship to the earth, to yourself, and to the authority figures that should not be.
You give me a lot of energy, so I'm in return, I'm going to show you a picture. I won't give you too much context just because it's because it sounds like you're already a believer. This was a Jesus candle, and my dad took a picture. Look at the bloody cross in the middle of the halo. Okay, come on, man. Like, and there was also a cross burnt in the actual candle, like after and the door kept opening, like my dad locked it and it kept on opening, like something was there, like trying to distract us. But yeah, he wasn't a believer, and I feel like it was more for him.
I think that Jesus was trying to tell us that God is within us. That's my summary of that.
Jesus is real. I know he's real.
Yeah, but the earth is the macrocosm, and you are the microcosm, or Jesus is the microcosm. And the center of the earth is the center of your body. Earth is an anagram for heart.
Okay.
The heart is the center of everything. So I believe that this is the heart of God's creation. The oceans might be breathing twice a day, what we call the tides. That might be some kind of breathing system. This sun could be like a pulse, once a day, heartbeat or something like that. It's a long and deep conversation I like to have over coffee, rather than in the kind of confines of we're still trying to work through some of the basics. But I think that Jesus was trying to warn us that there is the devil at play, and he is going to deceive you in every which way. And today, just because most people don't believe in religion or Christianity,
I don't know how true it is. I really don't. I mean, so we're told. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, if I don't know. Like, I don't know how many people are. Apparently, there's a couple of billion people that are Christians.
Yeah.
I mean, like, they might not be they're believers, but they're not followers.
They're Sunday Christians. And I think the thing is all the greatest respect to. I grew up Christian, and as I was really studying the Bible, and as a 12-year-old, I was saying to the preachers, your book's Flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
It says that in the book. So, but I believe truly that what our faith is here to be tested, and the testing of the faith. I use the Corona as an example. Like, people are given the choice: do you test God? Do you trust God? Or do you trust man? If you trust man, you will listen to what he tells you to do and do everything he tells you to do. If you trust God, God will say, let food be thy medicine, and trust the system that you've got. If you look after the temple of God, it'll take care of you.
100%, mate. What legend? What's your name? Dave Lewis.
Lewis, lovely to meet you.
What's your name, man?
Ed.
Ed, nice to meet you, Ed Lewis.
Nice to meet you. Can I send you home?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll have a little look.
I've got a YouTube channel.
Okay, cool.
You can check out this live stream.
Nice.
Your leisure.
Yeah, all right, mate.
I've got to go now. I've got a long drive to Cotswolds.
Cotswolds. Okay, all right. Well, I'll be heading back to Hertfordshire.
Okay. Oh, right. Yeah. I can't remember the name of the campus I was in. It was only a 2-year postgraduate.
So Hatfield's bloody depressing.
Hatfield, that's it. Hatfield, I think it was Hatfield.
Shatfield.
Yeah.
But no, it was good. It was good meeting you, Dave.
Yeah, likewise, Lewis.
Thank you
All
very
the
much.
best. Cheers. I'm going to pack up. I've got to get going.
Absolutely.
But I've enjoyed having you.
It'd be good to keep in contact.
Yeah.
You're Dave.
I'm Dave.
My name's Ed.
Ed, yeah. Would you send me an email?
I'd rather do a telephone thing.
Okay.
I don't use emails, and so I'll just do it.
Yeah. I'll
give
put
you
my
the
number in your phone. I don't want to say it because I'm
I
on a
see.
live stream.
Hello. Yeah. and before you do it, I'll say that. Hold on. I'll do one thing first.
Hi guys, thanks for any support that's come in today. I could do that, and that would be nice. Hey, Run Boston Bear, nice to see you. 750 miles, I assume that's the long range stuff. Yeah, it's been fun. But I've got I've got a few things I've got to go and do. Guys. Yeah, I got it. All good. Well, for some reason, now since I took that phone call, it's changed my rotation.
Oh, so I'll send you
What
a
an
text.
annoyance.
I'll send you a text as well.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. All right. Well, lovely. Excellent stream. Yeah, thank you for that. It's Mark Swarbrick. Lovely to see you, brother. Yeah, it's been a pretty great chat. You know, despite being extremely low population here today. I'm sorry about this. This screen is not rotated, right? I think I forgot the E. Disney. I was thinking, like, oh, that's.
We're supporting Hamas, supporting Hezbollah, supporting Houthi. You know, who armed Iran? Who armed Iran? That's a Chinese Communist Party armed Iran. 90% of the Chinese, 90% of the Iran oil and gas is going to China. 90% of the Iran's oil and gas is go to China. The Chinese Communist Party. So we express what?
They're all in it together, guys. It's super cold today, so yeah. If you can afford it, feel free to buy me a coffee or two. Coffee prices have gone up extremely, have they not? Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed that. You know, we've got some exciting stuff coming up in the months ahead. Certainly, we've got the September gathering that we're working on. More details to follow on that very, very soon. I'm sure that Andrew and I, and of course Alex, is working on a super day where you know, it'll be a public venue, but a super day, and then Andrew and I are going to be hosting something more sort of you know, private, and for you know, maybe 100 people, something like that. Alex is talking about bringing 200 people. I'm not sure whether we could accommodate 200 people. So you know, we're going to do a kind of somewhat limited event in that way. And then yeah, we'll see about more. I'm going to be doing. You're going to see me again soon in Glastonbury, guys. I reckon in a couple of weeks I'll probably get a chance to get out, go again. In terms of our Friday night gathering, we gather. You know, Andrew and I are just recalibrating things a little bit, and I just didn't feel like I had the right kind of energy in the last month or two to put myself out there in that way. As I said right at the beginning of the stream, I have used this time to you know, just be still a bit and not be trying to kind of, not be too, you know, chasing all the stories or out there making noise, more in here listening and learning, and stillness and breath work. These are the things that I think at the end of the day, with all the noise in Middle East or crypto, wow, that's been quite a firestorm the last 6 months. So, yeah. Thank you. Cheers. Yeah, it's been quite a firestorm, and really trying to stay. And the thing is, of course, the more you're tied into these things, say, I know guys have some guys have made a fortune on Bitcoin. But, when you're tied into them, you're obviously having to put a lot of your energy into that. And now, since they've had, I'm not saying it's all over. I think crypto may still have, Bitcoin and all that may still have a lot of life left in it, but there are people saying it was a Ponzi scheme all along, which was something that troubled me from the get-go, really. When I started thinking it was pretty good. I hope I'm wrong, and my friends to lose money, or I'd be happy for them to make money. But everything's right. When I got here, there was no one here, but Johnny come late today. See how angry that guy got. Only 2 today, really, but it harkens back to the old days, right? In the early days of coming here, and there was so much anger. I don't get that so much anymore, but maybe that's also because I'm a little bit better at steering the conversation.
Occupy other people and steal their land from them, and then they go and kill the indigenous people with the support of Tommy Robinson and Ben Habib and the Tories and yes,
do some talking. Fly then.
Why are the
Guys, I don't know.
The 7-minute drive on land by the
glasses here. Easier to read the blue words than the white words. But hey, I'm done here at Speaker's Corner. It's been a few hours, I think. Let's see. 4 hours. And a half. Like I said, I'll be doing more next month in March. Oh, today is March. My sister's birthday. Birthday sister. I'll be doing more in March, like middle of March. Beware the Ides in March. And then we'll Andrew and I will reconvene the We Gather, the Friday thing. At some is yet to be disclosed point in the future. Some undisclosed point in the future, we'll do that again. But I just wasn't feeling it. And to be honest, I think one of the things about my own, like that guy that I just spoke to now, who was fascinated, he was given things to think about and willing to go and research them. And we've already had that information 10 years ago, little less than some of us. We've had that information, and we know all of that stuff already, but we can't really, and we may never prove exactly how the system works. And I'm not in that race. Actually, I don't feel compelled to know exactly how it all works. I only try and figure some of this out because it's fascinating and because I'm debating with people about it. In fact, when I first learned about the flat earth, I did my research for a year or two, and then I kind of let it all slide and kind of forgot about it until I got into activism, and I was like, oh, I might have to learn more of it than I'd bothered, because I'd seen enough evidence that the whole thing had been faked for me to kind of look into some of the stuff that guys like Whitson gets sort of started, bringing the deeper refutation stuff that I hadn't bothered to necessarily take too much time to study. But there's something else that we all need to study. And maybe that's where I'm got a place in this community. Is the soul work? Is the inner work? Because a lot of guys in this community are extremely knowledgeable when it comes to the Rothschild, Rockefeller, global nut stuff. Or they're not very smart when it comes to the trauma gym, like the stuff that we're working out. Like I say, if you've been a puppy in a cage all these years, right? Calm. You don't just get let out of the cage and go, oh, the earth is flat, it's good. No, you've got to do the work on yourself, otherwise what's the point? See, when these people say, well, it doesn't matter, well, they might be right. If we do not do the work on ourselves, what freaking difference does it make what the shape of the earth is? Because this opponent, this Satan, is not going to just meekly walk away because some new Trump has been found and he's now going to save us from the swamp. It's not going to happen. But what can happen is that you can meet the world with more love, with more equanimity. That's what you can do. And you can only do that when you start to look at your wounds and your traumas and your behaviors and the way that you are in the world, in your world. And that's the work that I'm doing with some men now. Myself, of course, but with others. Helping to point out where they also need to do the work within instead of looking outside. The outside stuff is seductive, particularly at the moment, all the Epstein stuff and war stuff and everything else. And, globalized. It's so seductive. I don't deny a thinking man, the time to do his due diligence and his research. But it should not be at the expense of the inner journey. Which is why some people actually who believe they live on a globe might be spiritually and emotionally in a stronger position than some of us in the flat earth community. It requires for us to grasp this net if we are to address, assuage the wounding wrought by this deceptive game. So yeah, don't be surprised if I call some people out. Go, listen, your behavior, your approach needs to be reviewed. Because if how we are in the world is no different to how we were in the world when we were globe believers, what's the point? What's the point? Guys, I hope you all have a super day. Don't let the news and the media distract you from your journey. You want to make the world a better place. Take a look at yourself and make that change